Righto, g'day everybody, and welcome to finals day here at Lagundri Bay. It's day 7. It's the last day of our waiting period, so we're calling it finals day. My name is Mark Clift. This is Bill Hangin. We've got a special guest, Anon. We'll get to Anon in a moment, but Bill, you've got something special to do first off this morning?
Yeah, thanks, mate. This is, of course, finals day for the QS 5000. It's our last 5,000th region for this year. So we just wanted to make mention of a couple of people. We are one big surf community here, Mark, of course, through Indonesia. First guy I want to make a mention of is Diki Zulfikar. He was a great guy out of Jamaja.
Yep.
Of course, he's a fantastic sailor. He was a great fisherman. He was a great surfer, but he was also a judge. Back in the ISC days, he's really good mates with Dede Suriana. So we tragically lost Diki about the beginning of this year. So our thoughts are with him and his family. Cacho Izquierdo tragically left us maybe a month ago. Of course, there's a massive paddle out for that man. At Padang, he was a Uluwatu big wave charger and, of course, father of Taina, who is an Indonesian Olympic campaigner. And the third person I want to make mention of is the late great big wave charger who loved to come here when the swell was on. He's scored a Surfer magazine cover at this location, if you don't mind, and that is the great Michaela Jones. So friends and family of these three people we just mentioned, just know that your loved ones' contributions are not forgotten, and also their legacy will live on, and we will remember them. And we're going to dedicate this finals day to those three people, Diki, Cacho, and Michaela. Thoughts are with you.
Over in our RIP team. Okay, so finals day is ready to bounce down, but we had a pretty ripping day to get to this point yesterday, so we'll come back to you, Anon, in a moment. But let's just have a look at a bit of a mash-up of yesterday. I like the approach. So here we go. This is...
Then added a couple of
this is February answer. So a nice big barrel there. Pretty much the highlight of the tube riding side of life so far. Can you remember seeing that yesterday, Anon? And this is one of your team.
Here we have it.
Riaru into the tube, folks. He's well positioned and he's out. Yay. Awesome. All right, so a couple of tubes went down yesterday afternoon. Yesterday morning. They were the best two of them. Yeah, this is Paige now. This is an 857, I think, by memory. Defending champion.
Now,
yep, she's coming
there
up
is
in,
one
I think,
thing left to do. Do you know what it is?
Final number 2, maybe 2 or 3.
Bing, bing.
She'll be up early this morning. Paige.
She's not going to stand
yep,
still.
Philippa Anderson. She got a good 8+ ride, 827, I think, by memory yesterday.
She used it to
so that was pretty cool. Well done, Philippa. Made our highlights package as well.
Nias, and a lot of good surfing there from Philippa Anderson. That is
okay, Ali Harrison, I remember this wave, an 817. This happened in heat 4 of the round, the final heat of that round yesterday, the round of 16 for the women's.
Slice the top off it. I'm really enjoying this
some
wave.
Heavy slashing yesterday, a couple of tubes, wasn't too much. So there was a few airs going down. All right, and this. Okay, so this is Jarvis now, 9.6, probably 8.5 or 8 points on this move here. Boom, a big meaty section. He had it flush, did not balk at it, and that happened late in the day. So some really strong highlights there yesterday. But today, Anon, you've come in. Anon Matsuoka. Thank you. Okay. Tell us a little bit about yourself, Anon. Oh, how old you are, where you're from,
I'm
those
fine.
sort of things.
Yeah, I'm good today. And then I surfed this morning. Waves are so fun out there. And then, yeah, very fun. So excited to watch the finals day today. And then, yeah.
Bill, got anything for Anon?
Not yet, mate. No, I was a little surprised at coming in. Was stoked to have you here. But, yeah, I'm sure you are looking forward to watching your countrymen surf today. A lot of Japanese involved in the finals.
Yeah, right.
Must feel good to have the Japanese team very strong.
Look at this. Hang on, guys. It's just gone nuts out in front. Rosie Smart in the blue is up against Mirai Akita in the red. So we have started our very first quarterfinal. So thanks to the team this morning, because for everybody watching, you probably won't know this, but it rained really heavily last night into this morning. We were hoping for a 7:30 start today, so we're about an hour off our preferred start time, but it rained really hard. Here's our action replays, Bill.
Yeah, we are underway. For everyone watching at home, this is heat number 1 of the quarterfinals of the women Mira Akita will take on Rosie Smart. So it's Japan versus Australia in this co-sanctioned event here at Lagundri Bay. Just like a minor score for Mirai.
Yeah.
Rosie picked a really good wave though, so I'm sure we'll get another look at that in a minute. So when you're, here we go, Anon, have a look at this. What did you like?
Yeah, that was really sick. Like bottom turn and then one big turn and then curves. So amazing. Yeah.
Really good looking wave, wasn't it?
Yeah, looks good.
Did you see a few of those when you were free surfing this morning? A few waves like that?
Mm-hmm. Like that, yeah.
Did you see anyone get barreled?
I tried, but I fell.
Did you see any of the other riders actually get tubed this morning when you were surfing? Yep.
Somebody, tube riding.
Yeah. All right. So finals day, everybody. It's a grey old scene out there. We've still got some heavy clouds lingering around. The rain's only just backed off. I was up pretty early this morning. There was no breeze, but by about 5:45, gang, the breeze kicked in and it really smoothed over the surface. So all the lucky crew that had a free surf, nice work.
Yeah.
Tell me a little bit about Mirai.
Yeah, she's a great surfer, and then she's like 16 years old or 15 years old.
She told me 15 when I interviewed her the other day.
She's really young, and then like younger surfer in Japan, and then she's ripping and then carving is really strong. Yeah, and then I love her surfing. Yeah, she's a great surfer. Yeah, this time, and then she's surfing commitment in this Nias. So really excited to watch her surfing. Yeah.
Yeah, me too. Okay, so a 4.50 Rosie Smart, a 1 for Mirai. So just to kick things off, some pretty minor scores. One of the reasons we have you in here, Anon, is there's a lot of Japanese surfers here at this event, and we've had no input from Team Japan here up in the commentary booth, and you're a highly ranked surfer. Where are you positioned at the moment in the Asian
right now?
Asian region? Where are your ranking? How's your ranking?
I'm in first place, but I didn't go my way in this Nias, so I showed more commitment next heat, next round, and then next competition. But yeah, just practicing, and then this is really good experience. So yeah, it's like lots of great surfer in Japan. So really happy to like hit with many surfer, and then so good.
All right. You won here last year in the junior division, didn't you?
Yeah, right.
All right, that must have felt pretty good.
Yeah, that's really good.
And you're in the juniors again this year, so you're still quite a youngster yourself, huh?
Yeah.
How old?
Thank you.
How old now?
I'm 17 years old.
Wow,
yeah.
Unbelieve it, guys.
I will turn 18 years old November.
It seems like we've been watching you compete for a long time, and you're only 17.
Right.
Wow, so you've been traveling a lot, haven't you?
Yeah, like, I don't know. I had a lot, like 2010 something. Yeah.
Well.
All right, Mark, let's have a look at that leaderboard. Rosie Smart picked up a 4.50 for that first wave we saw. One big turn. Here she goes again. All right, the good footer. Beautiful looking waves on offer this morning. That's a nice tight pocket, and that is a good free fall out of the lip. This wave is going to offer her a couple of hitting sections. She does that. Sticks to the inside. Rosie Smart really enjoying the conditions here at Lagundri Bay on finals day.
Oh man, that's really going to set the scale now for the women's side of the draw. That was a great wave. First hit, really committed, top to bottom. Put herself right in the pocket with that big top turn. And Anon, did you like that wave?
Yeah.
You reckon a big score?
I think 7 or 6.
I reckon the judges' time to open up. The 4.5 was nowhere near as good as that, so I can see a fair spread separation in the numbers there. But off to a ripping start is the Australian. And as you can see, everybody online that's tuned in nice and early, well done. Conditions are pretty good down here this morning. Smooth as silk out there. Unlike the rest of the week, we've got a really smooth runway for the crew to tee off on. We've got some barrels. The tide is quite high, and anybody that's surfed here before will know this wave does better as the tide drops. So as we roll through the quarters into some semis, and geez, it's going to start turning into the Lagundri Bay tube there, Anon. Have you been tubed out here before?
Yeah, I surf like tube. Yeah, I mean like it's really good tube ballet here. So, come in.
All right, let's have a look. Thank you, Anon. But let's have a look at the last wave for Rosie Smart. The judging panel has set the scale because they're given a massive 8.17 for that right-hander mark.
Yeah.
Perfect. There we go. Maybe we should write that down, Bill, as a bit of a highlight. 8.17. We're trying to put together a little bit of a package again today, maybe, of all the better rides. So here is the 8.17. A lot of points coming from this.
Yeah.
That was sick. Yeah. That was gigantic. Right in the pocket. Well done, Rosie. Picked a really good wave, what we're calling an A-grade wave in this morning's conditions. First turn, really impressive. And then just playing the game further down the line, just adding a couple more points to that first hit. Really good.
I love the first hit maneuver, like really smoothly, and then that's why 8.17. I love it.
Yep, well done. So your girl now, the young 15-year-old Mirai with priority. Does Mirai have a coach?
I think this time is no, cause like Roxy team coming
all together.
With her friends.
Yep. And so who are you? You guys are staying just next door to us, aren't you? So who are you staying with? The other Japanese surfers.
Me?
Yeah.
I'm staying with my mom and then some Japanese friends here. Yeah.
What's mum's name?
Mamiko.
Mamiko.
Yeah.
Hello. Good morning. Salamat pagi.
Salamat pagi.
Cool.
Now you also have Jamal and Elliot Parata Reid, the New Zealand surfers, staying next door.
Oh, really?
Yes.
I didn't know that.
You didn't know that?
Yeah.
Surprisingly, you didn't hear them.
You've been living with them for a week and you didn't know that was Elliot.
Yeah.
Yeah. The big fella Jamal. So they're cool customers. Come to a lot of our Indonesian events. Nice one. So a lot of Japanese surfers doing the rounds here. We saw Kokona win the juniors. She picked up your title this year, winning the Pro Junior Women's. Tell me some other names that are some of the best Japanese surfers that are here. Some of the women first.
Oh, like some Japanese surfers?
Yeah.
I think Mirai is good too, and then Nanaho Suzuki. Next he coming, right?
Yep.
Yeah, and then somebody like Pro Junior winner Kokona Kawase.
Yep.
Yeah, she's a good surfer too. Lot of good surfer in Japan.
There certainly
so
is.
Many, yeah.
Yeah, and a lot of good men surfers here from Japan as well.
Right.
Ryaru, we've seen him into the quarterfinals, but there was a lot of others. Would you like to give me some names of the guys that really impress you? Because there's a list about this long of the ripping gentlemen. Give me some names. Who are the best, you reckon?
Oh, a lot of... I had a lot. Like Ryal Ito. He's one of my favorite surfer in Japanese. Like Keijiro Nishi. Like same goofy footer.
Yep.
Reo Inaba. Yeah, a lot.
I was at the event in the Maldives where the Team Japan sent a strong team of juniors only, like Iko Watanabe. I remember Ricky Sato, a couple of others I think that are escaping my mind now. But yep, Team Japan is really charging. So your domestic contests up there must be pretty strong.
Yeah.
How do you go up there? Have you won plenty?
Yeah, like more strong.
Yeah.
And then
That's cool.
Yeah.
All right. So we've got a match-up in the very next heat. Would you like to have a look at that and tell us who is the next quarterfinal?
Yeah, next quarterfinal, heat 2, Suzuki Nanaho in red and Paige Hub in blue. Nanaho is from Japan, Paige Hub is from New Zealand.
Well done. Spot on.
So excited to watch.
Yeah, and you were here last year as well. I'm pretty sure you did quite well in the women's division as well last year.
Yeah.
Were you a quarterfinalist or beyond? Were you semi-final?
Last year?
Yeah.
Last year was semi-final. I had third place in Nias. Yeah.
All right, let's stick with that live action. Rosie Smart keeping busy and looking on point. That's a great looking backhand hit and follows up with a second one. Already owns an 8.17. This could have gone sky high, but she's had a little bit of a fumble at the end of that wave. An impressive 2 hits, though, on the way to the channel.
Yeah, it looks like she got a little bit undecided what to do with that third section, and maybe potentially thought about maybe a barrel there for a moment, and then maybe reassess that and thought, oh, it's not quite hollow enough to try and get out of here, and copped a bit of lip on the back of the board and brought about her downfall. So trying to improve on a 4.50. Might still do it. It's a couple of really good hits. Here goes the replay again. Go for it, Anon.
Yeah, that was so sick, big 2 turn. First turn it was good too. Second turn is so strong. It's smoothie, and then I think we'll come in big score too.
Yeah, I think for sure the 4.5 on second look again. Really strong hits. Geez, that second turn was quite aggressive as well, and really threw it up there near the lip. That'd be a caddy in the channel. She's looking all smiles. Yeah. All right, so that's the scene, gang. Like we were saying, it's kind of like the lights are still off out here. Lots of dark clouds. So, Anon, as we're waiting for that score to come, what's next for you? What competitions are next?
My next competition is Portugal in Challenger Series in Portugal. Yeah, so I back to Japan after this, and then go to Portugal, and then Brazil. Maybe, and then Sharugao QS 3000. I will.
Sharugao, okay, yeah, that'd be nice.
And
might see you there.
Taiwan QS 5000.
Wow, you've got a busy schedule.
Yeah.
And then Hawaii. I mean, at the end of the year, are you going to do anything there?
I think Hawaii this winter.
Isn't there a Challenger Series there as well?
No, in this time is no Challenger Series in Hawaii.
Right,
yeah, just practicing.
Damn. So the Challenger Series is about to come to an end, is that right? The events, is Portugal the last one, or Brazil?
Brazil's the last one.
Score is in. Do you want to read that out for us, please, Anon?
777. Wow, that big score coming.
Oh, your Mirai is now in combo land.
Right.
What's the total she's chasing, Bill?
Yeah. Sorry.
Yep, so Mirai has the work in front of her, Mark. The youngster from Japan, just turned 15 years old. She's going to need a combination of 15.94 to take out this quarterfinal and progress into the semis. It's getting towards the sharp end of the competition. But it's going to take big performances to take out this title, that's for sure. The surfing has been super strong all week, and quarterfinal number 1, no exception.
Yep. So half-time now in this very first quarter. Lots of people around the world, I imagine, would be watching finals day here. We've been predicting at some point conditions were going to really groom up, and we were going to get some real joy out of Lagundri Bay, and right on cue, it's happened on finals day. So you can see how smooth some of these waves are that are rolling through. 2 surfers in the water. They can afford to be fairly selective, particularly Rosie. But I think Mirai has to get her campaign rolling pretty soon. If you could get in her ear now and have a chat with Mirai, what would you say, Anon?
Like, she has a priority, first priority right now, and then like 40 minutes. She has a really strong surfing and smoothie surfing, so she can, if she can get good waves, she can ride a big score. Yeah, I think she can do it. Yeah.
Would be a good idea for something like that to happen soon. Yeah.
Yeah.
Looking at the clock, tick, tick, tick. All right, Rosie Smart, huge performance to kick things off on finals day, no doubt about it. She's picked 2 screaming waves. She's got a throwaway 4.5, so she has not done anything wrong at this stage. And that 777 also included a bit of a fall off, actually, so it could have gone even higher. Nudging the excellent range, may have gone there had she stayed on her feet. But either way, this trip to Indonesia, Anon, have you been anywhere else, or did you just come straight here first?
Yeah.
We did Krui earlier, didn't we?
Yeah, I did Krui, and then after that I went to the South Africa. Yeah, and then California. Yeah, I went lot of place.
Wow, you're bouncing all over the world, 17 years of age.
Yeah, but I think the best wave in the world in Indonesia. I love Krui and Nias. A lot of good South Point here. It's an amazing place. Yeah.
12.5 to go, everybody. Quarterfinal number 1 rolling out. A lot of people online. A couple of mates I know tuning in. Josh Harrington. G'day, Josh. Morning. Luke Campbell. Another mate. Justin Taylor. I'm sure a lot of crew at home are watching. We do have a West Aussie still in the draw in Jack Thomas. He'll be coming up a little later on. He's got a hefty match up against Jarvis Earl. So this is your surfer in the very next heat. What's her name again? Nanaho.
It's Nanaho.
Yeah. Who's the caddy here? Isn't that
Simomo.
Joe? Simone. No,
Yeah.
her caddy. Oh, who's this dude? That's
And
Joe, isn't it?
Monojo.
That's Manojo Yahagi.
Yeah.
Mark.
Oh, Monojo,
Yep.
all right. He won the junior men's.
Yeah, right.
All
He
right.
surfed this morning out there, and then he had a good one. I saw.
Did he get a barrel?
Yeah, he tried.
So you can see the athlete zone not heavily utilised here this morning. You could quite easily park up. I think that's Philippa down there taking advantage of the area as well in the background.
Strong performance yesterday, Mark. Philippa Anderson. I think
She spoke really well too.
she did. Put the rest of the draw on notice, that's for sure, on finals day.
All right, what quarterfinal is she coming up in, Bill?
Let me have a
Glance
look
through
at
that.
our form guide there. Let's. It is quarterfinal number 3 against Ellie Harrison. Well, it's going to be a banger.
Yep, so the 2 Aussies doing it in quarter 3.
We can double that up into quarter 4, Mark, with Freya Prum and Mia Huppets. Both strong performers yesterday also. So I wouldn't call Freya a veteran just yet, but she's been around the contest site for a little while, contest scene. And Mia Huppets, just a couple of years she's come to our attention, but super impressive.
Yesterday she had a great day, mate. I think she won a lot of fans the way she was surfing yesterday, young Mia. Out of the Burleigh board riders at the moment. Terry Tapatis and co up there, no doubt keeping a good eye on the young charger. She's doing it really well, flying the Burleigh flag into a quarter-final, the youngster. So on the men's side of the draw, we've got a lot of goofy footers still in the event. On the women's side of the draw, looks like we've got quite a few natural footers.
Yeah, well, Rosie not having any of that. She wants to get to that semi-final and take one more step and be in the running to take out this thing. We're going to decide champions today, Mark.
Yep, I think we're going to have a big ceremony down here on the point as well, Bill.
It's Batik shirt day.
Yep, you've got your nice looking short sleever on, mate, ready for the closing ceremony. Are you going to get up and do some dancing, Mr. Bill?
100%.
All right, so good morning and thanks for being with us, guys. Mark Clift, Anon Matsuoka and Billy Hangen.
Right.
Thanks for tuning in. We've got a good day ahead of us.
Mate, we've got a good day and we've got a good scoreline from Rosie Smart. I'm sure you've been watching the broadcast, and the 777 included one fumble and a bit of a fall off near the channel. If she completed that wave and maybe squeaked out another turn, we could have been looking at 2 excellent rides. Mirai now. Second wave only. There's only 9 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. That's a massive turn. Absolutely pulls it off. She's going to have to go big to progress into the semis, as she did on the second turn, but not quite sticking it. So Akita, one big turn, but that will definitely improve on the one and put her in the running. There's still 9 minutes remaining.
I reckon it could even bring her out of combo.
Yeah.
Chasing just about 16 points. So if it is, hang on, let me stay with
bugger.
Rosie's wave here. It's a nice mid-sized drainer. She's got that turn dialed, looking really strong on the backhand. Decides to kick out though and hopefully get out there before Mirai, I imagine, is what she's thinking. But she's looking like she's in red hot form, but I really love that full-blooded attack from Mirai's first turn. Here it is.
Yep, look at this thing. No scores on the board before she stood up here, just a -1. The lip presents itself. She does a little bit of a tail drift. That was really handy work. This one coming down with the lip and a little bit too much for her at this stage. Akita going down in that horrible place where you're pretty much guaranteed 5 duck dives before you get to the channel.
Yep, you got to make sure you get a full lungs full of air as well before you go down. So it's a 4-1-7, so still in combo land, but I really like that attack on the first wave. So she's feeling confident. She's still requiring 2 scores in 7.5 minutes now to have any chance of upsetting Rosie Smart, who is looking red hot. But that section, Bill, I know it's really hard to hit. It comes back at you really fast. You always end up dropping out of the sky because it just bottoms out on you. So this is it again. Just have a look at this first turn. He's so sick.
And there's all the points right there, the 417 from that one turn.
Yep.
This one, the timing's good. It's like you said, we've seen a lot of people get knocked off there. You've got to have the precise timing of, say, a Jarvis Earl or the brutality of a Tully Wiley to get down to that thing.
Yep, and the slender frame of Mirai just couldn't deal with all that power pushing back, Bill, and it just bottoms out so fast. It's you don't see many people get that section right. As the tide drops out, that's another tube, that section. Here we go. This is your friend, Mirai.
Yeah.
Have a look at this for us,
Yeah.
please, Anon.
That was sick. 2 big turn combo. Wow. Looks really good. So smoothie and then so good. Strong turn here. Mirai Ikeda.
Yep, pretty good. I think
Yeah.
what might have cost her a couple of points on that wave was all the fluffy white stuff at the bottom, all the turbulence. You could see a
Yeah.
couple of times she kind of the board chattering a little.
It looks like a little bumpy, this wave. And then
Yeah, a lot of foam on the face,
Yeah.
and on you can see that. Really good first turn. It doesn't seem to be affecting her at all. Right at the bottom there, a bit of chatter, a bit of a speed bump. But, 4.17 her best thus far. Wouldn't surprise me if that score bettered their 4.17.
Yeah, so, in comparison to the waves Rosie's picking, whoa, super clean. There's a bit more height to them. There ain't no chatter off the bottom of Rosie's wave, so I think Mirai's wave choice that time, that could be improved. But she's trying hard to come back here in this heat. But, geez, Rosie's just that the first wave choice opportunities, she helped herself to really, really good waves this morning and didn't hold back. So Rosie with a clear combo still over Mirai. Score is about to drop, or it's in for Rosie, a 5.07. That's a throwaway. What about Mirai? Score there, Bill?
5.40. So still in combination land there, mate. To advance, you still needs that 15.94. But giving it a go, which I like. 5 minutes to run in this heat. Definitely not giving up. Definitely not throwing in the towel.
Yep, and Rosie out there chuffed. She'll probably now just be going, righto, just conserve, don't do anything crazy. I've got another heat coming up in probably about maybe 3 hours. So a job well done. She's going to have a fair bit of time off now to regroup, have a debrief with whoever her coach is. I imagine the debrief is going to be good times. That'll be a happy conversation after a heat like that, Bill.
You bet. What a way to start off. A 4.50 to just get your teeth into this new conditions and pretty much a new wave out here at Lagundri Bay, and then opening up with an 8.17 in your scoring range and follow it up with a 777. All
good.
the lucky numbers.
So good though. It's really a ripping start for Rosie. Mirai, I'm sure a lot of other surfers will be watching this and going, okay, I'm kind of got to get a better start than this and catch waves like Rosie did. Judges sending that message. If you can do a big hook right in the pocket early on a wave, they're prepared to throw big numbers at you. Even that fall off of Rosie's was containing 2 really strong hits, top to bottom surfing, done out the back. Have been what the judges have been hedging their scores on all event. As you've seen throughout the week, and on some surfers when it was smaller that don't do anything out the back, but ride, and do a lot of surfing on the inside, get almost no points still, do they?
I think 2 big turn combo is the most really important thing, and then that's why Loja Smart 8.17 and then 777. Yeah, she had a great surfing 2 big turn combo, and then I think Mirai's 417 was really good. If she make that second turn, I think was big score.
Yeah, no, that was unfortunate she didn't make that because she really went for it on that first turn and took a high risk, and the board slid a little, and it was really good control on Mirai's second ride there for the 417. But over to Rosie Smart. She's got a wave for us, Bill.
Continuing this beautiful form on finals day Sunday. That's a great looking hook. A lot of board speed through it this time. Hooks it up right into the pocket, the dangerous one where everyone's been getting thrown off. Rosie has no problem with that section. You can tell by her body language she's really confident. So, hey, if that's going to better the 777, who knows? I'm going to go out on a limb and say, yeah.
Yeah, I'm with you. I reckon she could have just about rode that wave in. 2.5 minutes to go. I think she increases her 2-wave total. What's your thoughts, Anon? Do you think she betters the 777?
I think so, because it is really amazing surfing first big turn and smoothie second big turn.
Oh, yeah,
it's
like
two
that.
big combo, yeah.
On once again a
really
big
good.
wave,
Yeah.
a bigger wave, and
Bigger wave. And
got really aggressive on that second turn. I think the judges are really going to eat it up and send that message again that that's exactly what they want to see on the women's side of the draw.
Right.
Who are some of the surfers that you've been looking at this week that you think are the best surfers out here, Anon?
Yeah,
Who do you think has been the best surfers that you've seen here?
both like
Both divisions, yeah.
both.
Who do you like watching out here the most?
I think. Oh wait, score coming.
Whoa!
Oh my God.
You could read that out, please, Anon.
Oh, 943. Sorry, 943. That was amazing surfing. So high score.
All right, we got excited about it, Mark, and for a good reason. Here is the replay. A really aggressive bottom turn has started away. The board speed increased during that turn. And this one, she comes down with the whitewater, which is the judges have been rewarding this entire event. They've been really consistent about that. And, you know, if you come down off that really meaty section, we've been seeing Jarvis Earl and a couple of other surfers disappearing in that whitewater. Rosie, kind of the same ilk, a little bit Paige Harabesque.
I agree, 100%. You know, she's got that rock-solid stance. She's in the pocket where Paige has been the whole event as well. Paige coming up, I think, in quarter 3. Next quarter, up against another Japanese surfer. So she'll be looking at this going, well, I just got to do Rosie stuff. Do her own stuff. It's been pretty good. So there goes a super caddy making his way around. That's who's staying with you.
Yeah.
Jamal.
Oh,
Jamal,
right.
that's his name, Jamal.
Yeah, he's staying with same place.
That's right.
That's what we were saying
right.
earlier. So when you see him now,
interesting.
now you know his name's Jamal.
Yeah, Jamal. Right, Jamal.
All right, this one counting out, you guys. It is a great way to start finals Sunday. Rosie Smart absolutely dominating with an 8.17 and a 9.43. This is what finals is all about. If you want to take home all the chocolates, you got to perform just like Rosie did.
All right, so I think we'll throw to a short break. Billy, I'll give you the honour of having the first chat with Rosie, so that'll be fun. Enjoy that, and we'll be right back in a moment with quarterfinal number 2. Oh, sorry. Caught us napping. All right, welcome back. I'm Mark Cliff. We have Anon Matsuoka and Giada Lagarde joins us in the booth. G, good morning.
Good morning. I'm super stoked to have Anon in here.
Yeah, well, we
Thank
had to
you.
hear, from the Japanese story. So Anon was a pick we went with last night, and she went, "Yeah, I'll come in." She
Yeah.
agreed to 1 heat, and we're keeping her in for 2. You're killing it. Thanks, Anon.
No problem.
good
Thank
job.
you so much.
All right. Now, G, tell me you saw some of that quarterfinal.
I did. I did see some of that quarterfinal, and it was looking like it was firing out there. Well, it is firing out there. I saw some of Rosie's waves.
Oh, my God.
She's killing it out there. And here we have last year's winner, Paige Harib.
Yep, so flying the Kiwi flag, ripping into it. Paige is a real favourite around here. She's so quiet and humble. She really lets her surfing do the talking. She's trying to defend a title. Same with, we have Geordie Marie on the men's side, who was a finalist last year. We'll get to his act a bit later on. But Nanaho Suzuki, she opened with a 2.67. And Paige, numbers yet to drop. She's already got 2 waves, a 0.5 and 1 score to come. So, Giada, as you step in, lots of good things to like about Rosie Smart in that heat.
Yeah, she was really hitting those turns straight in the pocket. She had really good timing on those waves. She was not wasting any time. And, it was a great heat to watch.
She threw away a 7.77 in her scoreline. That's huge. That says a lot. For me, her wave choice was as good as anyone I've seen at this event. The waves she picked were just all A grade, proper Lagundri waves. And she did have a little slip off on the 7.77. Could have had 3 scores in the excellent range for me, but geez, just decision making from Rosie was super good. Did what were the things you liked about that, Anon?
Rosie?
Yeah, Rosie.
Rosie was amazing. The last hit, like so big turn, and then so like combo situation, like that was sick. Yeah.
Certainly was. Really enjoyed it, so congratulations, Rosie Smart. We're going to hear from her in a moment. I'm sure she'll be highly pleased with that very first effort. We'll have a fair bit of downtime now to go and rest up a little and get her act together for a semi-final against whoever wins this. So we're still waiting for a second number for Paige to drop in. Actually, I think it's in.
A 4.33.
A 4.33. There we go. It's just dropped.
There we have it. As we have a bit of a lull here, Anon, if you were, a coach today and one of your athletes was paddling out, or if you were paddling out for heat, what would your strategy be?
I think I'm gonna wait the big wave and then the set. Like there's a 30 minutes, and then I'm gonna wait in the good wave, like 2 waves or 3 waves, and then like more confidence. So that's why.
Yep,
Yeah,
well, that
nice
was
surfing.
Paige's 4.33 we just saw again on replay. The ladies seem to be sitting up out the back waiting for another set, so we'll quickly cross down to Billy Hangen, who has the winner of the last heat, Rosie Smart. Over to you, Bill.
I certainly do, Mark. Thank you very much. One thing I want to know from Rosie Smart, what did you have for breakfast this morning? Because that was incredible.
I actually haven't had breakfast yet, but I'm starving, so I'm looking forward to a banana pancake.
All right, well, you busted into the 8s, and 8.17 and a 9.43, I'm pretty sure it was. You must be walking in a dream at the moment because those conditions are fantastic.
Yeah, that was amazing. I don't think the waves could have got any better. That was definitely my best surf out here. I'm just so happy.
Now, the conditions have been a bit tricky all week. We have seen you progress into the semis now. You seem to have a little bit more zip and a little bit more purpose about your surfing today. Is that what you're really happy you're about to show the world what you can do?
Yeah, I think the conditions are just like making it perfect for my surfing, and the last couple of days have been a bit windy and weird, but it's good to finally get some clean waves.
Well, that was ripping. We're not going to keep you for long because you've got to surf again in a couple of hours, or how long, I'm not too sure it is, 2 or 3 hours. Take that thing. That's the last one you get today. We're stopping them after the quarterfinals. Probably don't have a breakfast. Put it in your pocket for a bit later on. But Rosie Smart, do you want to say hello to anyone at home quickly?
Hey, Mum and Dad. Thanks everyone for supporting me, especially boardriders and Roxy.
Yep, well done. Hey, Rosie Smart, she keeps continuing that form, we're going to see her in the big show. Well done.
Unreal, Rosie, and good work there, Bill. Thanks very much, you two. So that's the state of play. There's Maria coming in to help out down there. The athlete zone starting to get a little busy as we start to progress through these quarterfinals.
Yeah, I'm sure everyone that has been in this event is going to come down and watch finals day because the waves are firing. So it's going to be a huge day of competition.
A lot of people tuning in around the world. I imagine there's a lot of people in your neck of the woods watching this. Anon, would you like to say hello to maybe your family and friends in Japan?
Thank you. In Japanese?
Yeah, up to you. Up to you.
I'm going to try English.
Okay, try English first and then give us the Japanese version.
Okay.
Go.
Hi everyone, good morning. How are you? It's our final day. Waves are so good out there, and then I'm so excited to watch the right heat. I'm just trying to say like how MC. It's really excited. Yeah, thank you for supporting me, and then thank you for everything. ありがとうございます。いつも応援してくださっている皆さん。今回は、私のサーフィンうまくいかないところもあったんですが、いい経験もできて、毎回課題も見つかったので、次につなげていきたいと思っています。またよろしくお願いします。Okay.
Well done, you.
Right.
Thank you. I'm sure the crew at home are stoked that you've acknowledged your friends and that there, so that was really well done.
Yeah.
Tell me, with the waves we have today, Anon, do you ever get to surf waves like this in Japan to practice?
I don't know. Like this wave is in Japan, nothing. I think so. Yeah. So that's why I love Indonesia, cause
all right.
a
So
lot of like this wave. Yeah,
so
it's amazing.
What is your local surf spot?
My home break in Chikura in Chiba, South Chiba. Yeah.
Is it a beach break?
Yeah, it is beach break, but like more when you go in south, lot of like leaf break. Yeah, beach break and leaf break. Yeah.
All right, this is Paige Harab's replay again, everybody. It's the only real highlight of this heat so far. A 4.33. Nanaho Suzuki sitting on a 2.67, so no real devastating damage done so far in quarterfinal number 2. They've still got 20 minutes to sort this out. So Giada, how was that weather last night and this morning?
I actually didn't hear it last night. I slept
You were at a
right
sleeping
through
coma.
it, yeah.
You must have been. My God. So you didn't know there was thunder and lightning?
No
and
idea.
Oh, my God, Giada.
I had no idea. Until I woke up, I was like, oh, it's raining.
Yeah, well, same with Rajo. He woke up this morning as well and he said, oh, God, rain. I said, dude, it's been thunder and lightning and, you know, belting on our tin roof here at Snarley's place, you know, most of the morning. And we woke up and we had to sort of go on hold for a little while just to regroup and try and make some sense of the weather, and thank God it's backed off a little. So here's Philippa Anderson getting ready for her next quarterfinal up against Ali Harrison. So a couple of Australian natural footers coming up in the next matchup.
I'm not sure if you got asked before in the last heat, Anon, but I remember in the water you were telling me a little bit about your plans for the rest of the year, and it was super exciting, so I think it'd be pretty cool to share.
Yeah.
Wow, Anon sounds like she spends more time on a plane than most people because you've been hectic. And just between now and the Cloud9 event at the end of next month,
Yeah.
you're going to Portugal and Brazil.
Yeah, right.
Oh, my God.
It's gonna be busy, but it's so excited. And then like US Asia Citizen is a lot of after this and coming. So yeah, just do my best and then just having fun. Yeah.
Yep, that's why we all started surfing, was to have fun. And when you get really good at it, the competing option becomes an option. But none of us got into surfing in the first place to be competitors. It's got to be fun, right?
Yeah, it's gonna be fun.
All right, now how much would you love to be out there today?
Yeah.
You've got a really strong backhand. Tell us about your surfboards, because they look really good when you're surfing. I love what you do. You always look solid, so you must have some good surfboards, yeah?
Yeah, my favorite surfboard in Lost Surfboard Japan. Thank you so much always. My favorite model is Driver 3.0, like this leaf break, and then the lot of wall strong wave is really good. Driver 3.0 has really smoothly and then speedy and then can strong turn. Yeah, I love it.
All right, and you must have some other sponsors that help you get around the world. It's not cheap to go to all these places, so who else is helping you out?
Yeah, it's really helping all the sponsor for me, like everything. Yeah, it's really good.
Nice one. So Giada passed out last night, didn't catch any of the storm. You've been a little...
Did you hear the storm?
Yeah.
Really?
Everyone did. Come on.
This morning was really
some of the lightning,
scary. Yeah.
I slept through it.
Some of the lightning was so strong, it was like, it would just...
There was lightning?
Oh my God. Thunder. Gee.
I thought it was just drizzling. I was like, wow, actually, it's been drizzling for a while.
It was heavy, man. It was heavy. That's why there's so many big puddles down here this morning, and a lot of the gear in the judging tower got wet. And
I thought it was strange. I thought there's really big puddles for this little bit of rain. So I was like trying to get around those puddles this morning. I was so, like, it was just wasn't adding up. Now that you guys say that there was a big storm last night, it all makes sense.
This morning was really dark.
Wow.
Yeah.
You couldn't, there was no one walking around. No one went over to Hashes early. You almost couldn't get there without getting soaking wet. So even some people in the morning, I'm looking out about 6 o'clock, and normally people have been surfing for 25 minutes by 6 o'clock. I'm looking out this morning, I'm going, God, is there anyone out there? And I had a quick swim in front, made my way over to Hashes, was soaking wet by the time I got there, and I'm looking and I went, actually, there's 3 people out, but you could barely see them.
One of them being Varun, I think.
Yep, I saw him come in late. He's one of the last crew out of the lineup. A few of the judges had a quick splash this morning as well, just to get ready for their busy day. 14 heats is on our program today, ladies and gentlemen. Following the quarters of the women's, we roll into quarterfinals of the men's. Then we do women's semis, men's semis, women's final, men's final. Closing ceremony this afternoon will be huge. Geez, there was a lot of local people down here yesterday afternoon, Giada, and last night.
Yep.
Did you have a walk around and check what they were up to?
I did. I went down next to the stage and the whole market area, and it was packed. Like, it was Friday night. I'm sure everyone was like, this is probably one of the biggest events in Sorake, so I'm sure the whole town was here. Everyone comes from the closest towns to take a look at this event and see some of the action.
Yep. And this event is indeed a big deal. It's 5,000 World Qualifying Series points up for grabs. It is only the second one on the Asian region so far this season. Surfers paddle over quite a large wave. I think they might have got a bit caught out there, G, by not having their marker, right on how much you move in. Swells like this, you can sit on your board and just get pushed in. Before you know it, next set comes and you're like, damn, I'm out of position. So yep, the 5,000 points is a big deal. Trust me. That's why a lot of people came here, and that means nothing to the locals, the domestic crew. They just down here heard there's going to be a lot of boules around and there's something going on, so I'm going to come and check it out.
Yeah. Exciting stuff.
Yeah.
Like a bit of a lonely place down there in the athlete zone this morning. Last couple of days you couldn't get a chair, could barely get a seat.
So I think with this rain, everyone's probably watching from their balcony, and everyone will be back here as soon as it stops.
Here we go now. So let's have a look at Paige Harab, the defending champ. She's chewed off a nice wave, but her positioning was not ideal. May have been better off to have not pulled the trigger on that, because now she's got a bit of a paddle out, a little waste of time to get back out, but a low scoring quarterfinal number 2 in comparison to quarterfinal 1. Rosie Smart, insane wave choice. At this stage, things aren't really clicking for Nanaho or Paige. So I'm sure we've got 13 minutes to turn their acts around and really step it up here. Giada, you surfed in this event. You did quite well through the draw. Who have been some of the big standouts for you on the women's side of the draw in the free surfing and competition?
Definitely Rosie Smart. I haven't heard much of her before, and this event she's been a big standout for me. Paige Harrop always as well, winner of last year, and she's been posting up some massive scores. I love watching Ellie Harrison as well. I think she's such a powerful surfer. Anon Matsuoka, I tell her all the time, one of my favorite surfers to watch.
Oh, thank you.
Unfortunate this time, but you have a big, big future ahead of you, so
oh, thank
I'm
you
her
so
number one
much.
fan.
Hey!
Thank
Get
you.
her to sign your T-shirt at the end of this, G.
I will. Like, here.
Nice. She's. I really follow all the stuff you do too, Anon. The clips you put up, your social stuff. You always put some really good clips. It seems like every week you're at a surf contest.
Yeah.
Busy schedule.
Yeah.
Surely we get a wave
That'll be
soon
fun.
with this wave rolling through. Wow.
Oh, and Paige, under priority, manages to steal this one off Nanaho. Nice first opening turn straight into the second one. A huge bang. Under the lip, throws so much spray. This is definitely going to be the best wave of this heat for now.
Whoa. Maybe there was a tube ride there. Nanaho had her arms spread wide. Maybe she just came out of a tube, or we'll have to rely on the replay. But the caddies out there in the channel just repositioning. They might have got a little close to the action, but something's gone on there for red. There was a great looking wave there at the end. Paige definitely put up one huge hit, doing Paige things as she does. Let's have a look what happened here for red. Tried to throw the brakes on. She's gone, damn, why aren't I in that thing? What did you like about this, G?
I really like how she doesn't go all the way to the top. She keeps it a little bit under the lip, but that just throws so much spray out the back. I think this is a really beautiful wave by Paige Harrop.
Do you think this is the best score of the quarterfinal?
For sure, this is definitely going to be the best score of this quarterfinal.
Yeah. And on being a goofy footy yourself, did you like what Paige just did?
Yeah, I love her second turn. Oh, the score is coming 8.33. Wow, it's huge.
I better put that on our highlights reel. We might end up doing a little bit of a highlights package at the end of the finals today. An 8.33. Good score, you think, Anon, to for what the performance was?
Yeah, it was really good score, and then good turn combo, and then I love it. Paige Harp.
All right, that leaves Nanaho chasing something. What does she need now to win this quarterfinal?
The need
Yep.
is a 999.
Make it a 10 and she wins.
Practically. It's a perfect
can.
ride.
She
Pretty
can.
much.
She's a great surfer from in Japan.
Yep.
Yeah, one of my favorite surfer. She has a good surfing and then smash it. So if she can do like 9 minute 40 second, and then she can the big turn.
Yeah.
She do it.
What she might want to be thinking about is this. 12.66 is the total she has to beat. So the 999 is quite a daunting number. It's perfection. So she might be thinking, right, I need 2 waves.
Yeah.
Totaling better than 12.66 would be a more positive way to kind of look at that and make it a bit more manageable.
Yeah, that's right.
All right, so those that don't really know, this is Anon Matsuoka. She is the highest ranked surfer at this stage on the Asian region rankings. She's a ripper. She's only 17 years of age and on the Challenger Series and been everywhere, done just about everything at 17. What are your immediate goals in the future, Anon?
In my dream.
Your dream, yeah. Where do you want to go?
I'm gonna wanna the world champion. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, all right. So your Challenger campaigns are to get to the next step. So I guess your mini goal would be get out of the Challenger onto the CT.
Yeah.
And then take it further and work out how to win a world title.
Yeah, work harder more, and then just for a lot of experience and then a lot of practicing and then want to be like world champion. Yeah.
So what about this, being a goofy footer? You must have taken a fair bit of confidence and inspiration out of what young Caroline Marks did to become world champion. Hey, you guys are kind of similar, I think.
Yeah.
Goofy footers, similar frame and all that sort of stuff. Meanwhile, this is your girl. Take us through Nanaho's wave. Oh, yeah. Oh, my
Little
gosh.
stuck. Yeah.
Did you see all of that ride? I think she did one turn and then kind of perhaps just leaned it over a little too far on the second bottom turn and didn't get enough traction, and it didn't quite work that time. Have a look at this. Take us through it.
Yeah, I love her first turn, and then second lip is little stuck, and then sweep. Yeah.
Do you compete a lot with Nanaho in Japan?
Yeah, a lot. She's good, my rival, and then yeah, I love her surfing. Yeah, she's a really good surfer.
Do you also do many free surfs together, or mostly competition?
Oh, both, like competition and then free surfing. Yeah, like little trip, and then yeah, really fun.
You guys go on many trips together?
Yeah, couple.
What's your favorite wave in Japan? Because I don't know much about the surfing in
Yeah,
Japan.
there is a lot of great surf sport. Like I love in Chiba. I'm from Chiba, so there is a good beach break and then reef break, and then I love Miyazaki. Yeah, a lot of like barrel and then reef surf.
I've been only to Miyazaki.
Oh, really?
I went for the ISA,
Yeah.
so it was very fun. I love Japan.
It's warm water and then good, a lot of good food, and then yeah.
In Japan, do you know who some of the first women surfers are? Who were the first women to start surfing?
I don't know.
No?
Yeah.
Because there's been a huge,
Yeah, right.
like
It's
so
really
many
good.
Japanese women coming now.
Yeah, it's many good great surfer in Japan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Righto, rapidly running out of time for Nanaho to get it together here. She's brought the management down, the requirement down to an 8.99. So still quite a big ask. Going to have to get the second best score of the day. Just has to do something a la Rosie Smart to get over the line here and take down Paige. Paige is just trying to improve now on a 4.33. But Nanaho, got to get it together soon. She needs a really good wave. I reckon a tube would do it. She's quite, being a natural footer, their option is there today. We did see quite a few barrels in the morning free surf. So I'm hoping she gets the right wave. I want to see her really take it to Paige here.
Yeah. Last 5 minutes
Yeah.
of this heat. Not too many waves ridden like in the first heat of the day, but Paige Harrod's 8.33 a definite highlight of this one. It's the only more big score that she's gotten. She's been having 8s in all of her heats.
She has. Yep, the judges are really digging what Paige is doing, because she surfs strong. She doesn't mess around. Her style fits into this wave really good. She's got that deadly backhand hook, which is perfect. Here goes Nanaho Suzuki, wave number 4. This is better. Looking confident. Boom, so confident she overcooks it. Wow, a little bit of an error there, Anon. What do you reckon?
She tried, and then yeah.
Just pushed too hard, didn't she?
Yeah, it's really pushed too hard.
Yeah, she didn't need to
But
do
like
that. What did you like about this wave? That was a pretty good turn.
Yeah, the waves are good, and first turn was really good. In second turn, like little push too hard, but like only just 4 more minutes, and then she needs a 8.99.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
look, if she had, in hindsight, if she had maybe just turned it down a little bit on that second turn, grinded off the top and made it, she might have a 5 or a 5.5 or something like that.
Yeah.
And then she wouldn't be chasing an 8.99 anymore. You see, that was a good setup turn. Lots of good rail work. Now, that was just maybe just the pressure getting to her here, but she's on another wave.
Whoa.
Giada.
Oh, here we have Nanaho, a beautiful first turn as she opens up her arms and swings it around for these two next nice carves. So this is definitely going to be her best wave of this heat.
Yep, I agree. That's exactly what she had to do. She had to finish a wave, she had to bring the 899 down, and she had to do it to leave enough time to get back out there. So what did you like about this, Anon?
Yeah, that was a compact wave in little inside break, and then I think, yeah, there is a 3 combo turn. Yeah, I think the best score in this heat in her wave.
Yeah, for sure. So
yeah.
for sure she will not be chasing the 899. So, you know, a really smart tactic. Get on another wave. She probably was a bit dirty on herself not finishing the second last wave. So she probably just went, get it together, Nanaho. And she did. She rode a wave. Her score's going to be, I don't know, maybe in the mid-range somewhere.
Yeah.
She still did some good surfing on a smaller wave compared to what Rosie or Paige have done on bigger waves. So I think it's probably right in the middle of the scale. There it is, a 5.5. The requirement now is a 7.17.
7.17.
So that was a smart tactic from Nanaho. She's probably thrown a little bit of a question mark in Paige's mind right now as well, who just about had a comboed.
Yeah.
But now she's got an achievable 7.17.
Yeah,
Game on.
That's really smart surfing from Nanaho, I think. Shows the experience in her competing. So we'll see if in the next minute 45 she'll be able to get that score she needs. She has the surfing to do it. She just needs the opportunity.
Yeah, and I'm glad she's shown us some of her better stuff, because we knew she was a good surfer, but she hadn't played the smart side of a surfing competition by finishing rides. Here she goes again, gee.
Here she is, Nanaho, looking for 7.17. This could be her last chance. Massive first turn, and unfortunately just falls off.
Wow,
yeah, she tried hard.
Yeah, she did.
It was a great surfing, but little like lot of wall here.
It was, and
it's a really like difficult section there is. Yeah.
She just needed a better projection out of the lip to have a softer landing. Here we go, G.
This is Paige Harrop cashing in her priority. Big first opening turn right in the pocket. She's gonna try pull in, and unfortunately clamps shut.
Well, I think today this is where the advantage is going to come to the natural footers. Getting tubed out here. I've seen it time and time again, many times. It's a bit tougher for the backhanders to pig dog this wave, because if it clips you once, you're gone. And you kind of got to thread this thing and come out high. The tide is not working in their favour at the moment. It's a little clampy, and it's not just full throaty barrels. So Paige has gone down there. She looks a little slow to get out of the zone, so I might have belched her a little bit there. She probably realised there's no time to do anything anyway, so she's just relaxing. It's going to be Paige Harrop through to the semi-finals, taking on Rosie Smart. I'll get down there and have a chat with Paige. I think we're going to bring in Oni Anwar shortly. But I'm going to say to you, Anon, shake my hand. I love your work. And thanks for agreeing to come and have a chat.
No
if
problem.
you would like
Thank
to do
you.
a semi-final again, please. Or the women's final, please. The door is open. You are a ripper. Thanks, Giada. I'm going to nick off.
Thank you so much,
We'll be
Giada.
back shortly with
you.
quarterfinal number 3.
right, welcome back, everybody. This is finals day. We're at the QS 5000 at Lagundri Bay, the famous right-hander of Nias. I am lucky enough to be in the commentary booth with Gia Lagarde. And we've got another special guest. We're keeping this girls' power theme going. Suri Jabrik, welcome.
Good morning, Jada and Billy.
There she is, right in the middle. Now we saw the second quarter final. It looked like it was Paige Harrop being victorious. Is that right, G?
Yeah, it was Paige Harrop. She got an 833, huge turns on her backhand. Nanaho, unfortunately, not being able to really link any waves together, but she did surf a good heat. And yeah, it was Paige Harrop, last year's QS winner, taking the win on that one.
Yeah, nice one. Did you catch any of the action, Suri?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, it's great to have you in the booth, and we are watching Philippa Anders from Australia. She's taking on her countryman in Ellie Harrison. So both strong performances yesterday. A really professional display by Philippa, I've got to say. It looks like she's continuing the form she left off with yesterday, because this is a 4.17. Not a bad way to start off your final Sunday.
Yep, this is Philippa Anderson. A good way to start off the heat. Not a massive score, but enough to get things started. Ellie Harrison behind on a massive bomb.
Comes undone. Now, you two girls, especially you, Suri, part of the new generation of the women surfing through Indonesia. We had the Asia rankings up yesterday on the screen, and it was 1 to 10 Japanese surfers. I think young Sky Brown rounding out the bottom of the fixture. What's it going to take to for Indonesia to make inroads into that domination by Japanese surfers? When you're getting around the contest site, you've been coming to every contest that I've worked for the last few years.
Yeah.
What's kind of been your strategy to break into that Japanese dominance?
I mean, honestly, just like try to like make a couple of heats and just like heat by heat, trying to do my best. And
Yep, gotcha. And who are some of your favourite country, like fellow competitive surfers?
At home, I surf a lot with like Tina, Jazz, and Lydia.
Yep.
Those are like my top girls who I surf with from Indo.
Yeah, super impressed with Lydia. Her performance, she's an understated sort of a lass, very quiet, but wow, she's taken down some big scalps, especially at Krui. I was super impressed with her performance there.
Yeah.
Yep, she continues that form. Yeah, I can see her taking down some big names in the future.
Mm-hmm.
G, some of your favourite female Indonesian surfers?
I really like Kailani Johnson, Taina Izquierda, obviously. I surfed a lot with Chinta growing up. We had a lot of heats together. Pua Johnson, who doesn't compete anymore.
Pua, she's coming back.
Yeah.
She's on the way back to Bali.
She's on her way back to Bali. So those are some of my generation surfers.
Now, who are the hot ones to look out for? Maybe the 12, the 13-year-olds who you're thinking, wow, look at these surfers. They're gonna do some damage.
Well, definitely, as you guys said, Lydia Kato is a massive. I think she's gonna be doing really well in the contest side of things. Suri Jabrik as well, an up and coming surfer. Those are, I think, for the juniors, some of the two bigger names. Jazz Studer as well. She's been ripping. I've seen a massive improvement this year.
Yep.
So I think those are some of the names for sure.
Right on. Well, while we think about that, let's cross down to the athletes area. Mark Clift is with the winner of the last heat. I'm pretty sure it's Paige Harrop.
It certainly is Paige Harrop, and yes, I am down here, and I'm going to start with this one, Paige. 3 heat surfs for 3 chocolate bars, so let's do that first. Every heat you've been going out in as well, you've been busting into the excellent range. You've got to be happy with your form.
Yeah, super happy. Like I've said before, I haven't surfed for 3 months because of injury, so I'm just happy to be back, but to get good scores as well is a bonus.
Well, maybe 3 months off is the new tactic. Maybe everyone else around the world might want to try it because you're shredding. You're back here on finals day, familiar territory for you. How do you prepare for the rest of the day now?
I think I'm going to try go get some breakfast and just cruise in my room and watch my good friend and roomie Philippa hopefully win this heat and get ready for the next one.
So what is the go-to breakfast of champions?
I'm staying at Shady Palm and they do a good patea smoothie bowl.
Oh yeah, I saw that. I'd love to get one myself. So anyway, things are rolling really good. Obviously there's plenty of people that might be supporting you back home. Would you like to give anybody back there a bit of a shout out?
Yeah, just hi to all my friends and family and my niece Sorake and my nephews Cohen and Harry.
So the defending champ, this is her, everybody. 2 more steps and you're right back there. I'm going to shake your hand and just wish you all the best for finals day, Paige.
Oh, thank you so much.
Unreal, guys. Back to you.
Yeah, very well done, Mark. And, mate, I've got to say, I'm a big fan of that shirt on finals day. Mark Clift looking resplendent. All right, so Philippa Anderson, a 4.17, the best of it thus far. And we just heard, from Paige Harab. Is that the sort of surfer that inspires you to go along and compete some more and maybe get to that level of those big upside-down hack turns?
Yeah, for sure.
Yep. Rightio, let's have a look at Philippa Anderson. This is wave number 2, a good tight snap in the pocket and a nice carve. Just to finish it off, not quite getting down the face, but I think the damage was done, G.
Yeah, I think that's definitely going to be the best wave of this heat for now. She was really, really under the lip, put so much power in that turn. I'm excited to see the replay. But there we have Ellie Harrison's last wave came in at a 3.77. So that pushed her into the lead, but not for long as we're still waiting for Philippa Anderson's last wave. Exciting stuff. You know, with the 2-man heats out there, it's just so much more opportunity for the girls. They can be so picky.
And what do you like about this, Suri?
I like that deep bottom turn, and her first turn was really nice as well. Her second turn up in the lip, I like that too. And then finishing off with a carve.
Yeah, right on. Well done. Yeah, always a super polished performance from Philippa Anderson. You know, when you see her name in the draw coming up to the contest, there's going to be one surfer that's going to be giving everything she's got. Saw her win in the Philippines quite a few years ago now, but she was head and shoulders above the rest of the field.
Yeah, Philippa Anderson traveling with Paige.
Yeah,
so,
what a combo.
Yeah, they've been around for a while now. They have all the experience. Philippa Anderson the other day in the post-heat interview told me, yeah, me and Paige are kind of like the veterans of this event. So I was like, okay, if that's what you think.
Well, they are, they have been around, and I'd say, yeah, definitely the most experienced roomies right there. But they are sticking it to the younger crew, I've got to say.
Yeah, and it must be super helpful for Philippa having Paige in her corner. I'm sure even though they're both still in competition, I'm sure Paige is giving Philippa her advice. So,
all right, let's have a look at quarterfinal number 4. Suri, who we got coming up?
We've got Freya Prum and Mia Huppets. When I was in Australia, I hung out with the Huppets quite a lot. And yeah, I'm excited to watch Mia.
Yeah, she had a really good heat yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah, really stuck it to it. There's challenging conditions too. Well overhead, my 7.5, but Mia did a great job. This is Philippa Anderson. Talk us through it.
Okay.
Oh, not just a quick in and out. You got out of it easily.
Last wave of Philippa though was a 6.33. Definitely the best score of the heat so far.
Yeah, it's a ripper. Ellie Harrison is not going to lay back and watch that happen without doing something. A series of good-looking turns and tight in the pocket this time. This is more like it, isn't it, G?
Yeah, this is more like Ellie Harrison. She's also a fierce competitor. Gonna take this one all the way to the inside. A little bit more of a laid-back turn there, trying to give the variety in the wave, but I don't know if it's going to be what she's looking for, a 6.73, but definitely her best wave of the heat for now.
I liked it. It's a medium-sized wave, but each one of these turns had a little bit different about it, and that last one, money, right in the pocket. So the 6.33 of Philippa's the biggest score so far. I reckon it's going to be knocking on the door of that thing. Oh, and a little finisher on the inside. Now you can probably hear the rain on the broadcast. It's a romantic notion to have a little bit of rain on a tin roof while you're sleeping, isn't it? But it sounded like someone was emptying a waterfall on top of our house last night. It was full on.
Yeah, I didn't know there was a storm last night.
You slept all the way through it?
Yeah, I didn't hear anything.
Oh my goodness, you should run clinics on how to sleep. There was thunder, there was lightning, hence the delayed start today. A bit of rain doesn't bother us. It makes life quite difficult for the production crew and the camera guys, but they're doing a great job. It's the lightning that we can't proceed with. So safety of our athletes, the most important thing. The lightning has disappeared. We've been looking at the rain radars, and it's looking good. Now, Suri Jubrick, let's run us through that last score of blues, please.
Yep, she got a 7.5, best score of the heat, but doesn't puts her into first place.
But right behind her is Philippa pulling in. Oh, I don't think she's gonna make it out of that one. But it's sick to see the girls trying to pull into some of those barrels out there. We saw in the first few heats yesterday of the men's some crazy rides. So hopefully we'll see a little bit of that on the women's side too.
Of course you will. Who can forget that big tube of Andes Santos last year?
Yeah.
That was super impressive to see. What's your biggest barrel you've ever got, Suri?
I don't know. I don't really get barrels. I like doing turns more, but probably when I was in Snapper in the beginning of the year, I got a nice one.
Alrighty, well you live in the land of the barrel, which is Indonesia. Your dad's one of the best at it, so could be time for you to step up and start taking on Desert Point and places like that. You're guaranteed a wave because you got the bloodline. But it's one of the best things you can do. Look at that travel time for Philippa Anderson. Salutes to the sky, just as we were talking about it. A nice tight snap. Wow, it is one of the best feelings you can get in surfing. Philippa Anderson has answered your question, Giada.
There we have it. Just ask and you shall receive. And there we have Philippa. She heard me. That's exactly what I've been waiting to see. And that's going to be such a good feeling for Philippa Anderson in this quarterfinal.
Check it out. Suri Jubrick, check that out. That's what surfing's all about.
Yeah.
Love it. All right, she did super well to keep her composure and squeak out another turn. Not squeak out, absolutely belt out another turn after that tube.
Oh, there we have it. She just went under the curtain, completely disappeared, and comes out. Double hands in the air. Wow, her heart must be racing a million right now.
That turn was really tricky too afterwards, Suri Jubrick. You see as she came down with the white water, totally disappearing. That's super hard to do. You know, you've surfed a few heats out here. Now, how many times? Have a look at this.
Wow,
boom, a perfect 10. How is that? We've been waiting the whole contest.
Yeah.
You've picked a great heat to come in and join us. Wow, so a 10, a 9.5, the lowest score of it. And, wow, Philippa Anderson showing how it is.
There we have it. The first 10 of the event. That was sick. Suri, do you know how lucky you are to be watching this in here? You've got the best seat of the house.
You know, with the exception of a few grommets around the place, Dylan Wilcoxon being one of them, probably Rajo Barrel, riding tubes is an old surfer's sort of a thing. It gets more addictive as you get older and you get better at it. Philippa Anderson showing her prestige and the calibre of her surfing there. Absolutely flawless coming out of it. No chandeliering on her face at all. I reckon that last turn that she went straight into attack mode secured that 10.
Yeah. And here she is again. Oh my God. She makes it out.
All right, Philippa Anderson putting on a show. Oh, I'm loving it. This is the way to kick off finals day. The women's quarterfinals has delivered. We've seen a great performance from Rosie Smart. Back that up with a bit of a dominating performance from Paige Harrop. Her roomie, Philippa Anderson, is on step aside, girls, because I am going to show you how it's done.
Yeah, this that was a great first turn. Straight into a little barrel again and makes it out. I'm liking this wave. What do you think, Suri?
Yeah, I loved how she did that first turn and then went into the barrel after that.
Are you going to be absorbing some of this heat for your free surf this afternoon?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to try pulling.
Are you going to try to get a 10?
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's plenty of time for you, as I was alluding to before. You get better at tube riding as you get older, so there's plenty of time to get absolutely funneled off your head, and it's one of the best experiences you can have.
Yeah.
I can't wait to get my first tube. Right, Philippa Anderson just absolutely having a great day out here in quarterfinal number 3. 12 minutes and 35 seconds remaining. Still waiting for a score to drop that last snap into tube ride. This will be a really good comparison, the score that comes through for this wave as compared to the 10. I think what the judges really liked about that, it took a bit of a setup. It was a bit of a mid-face bottom turn. She just slipped under the curtain, like you said, Giada, and then rode it out beautifully. No chandeliering on the face, a dry exit, and then straight into that second turn, or that first turn after the tube. And I think that's what impressed the judges. This wave about to drop for Philippa Anderson, it was a setup, kind of got engulfed in the whitewater tube, sort of a setup, but we'll see what they make of it.
You know, actually, when you're pulling in, I find that going from under the curtain a lot harder than when you're just backdooring it.
Well, 100% it is, and let's have a look at this backup score, and I'll just get back to that story. It's looking like an absolute beauty. She's got to replace a 6.33. One more score to drop, Suri.
A 7.27.
That is the way to build a heat, isn't it? Absolutely plastering it here at Lagundri Bay. You know, it's a good point you make why the surfers are sitting there. Perry Hatchett, the great judge for about 20 years on the Pro Tour, told me a story when Kelly was, midway through his career of that run of starting to win world titles. He was a bit perplexed how people were getting scored on big barrels by just, a tube section's coming up, you're trimming, and then you get tubed and you come out, and they were getting rewarded really highly. So right now, after they had a bit of a powwow and changed a bit of the scoring criteria, the waves, just like you saw Philippa, where she really had to work to get under the lip and maybe work on the inside of the tube, they get rewarded a whole lot higher than if you're just trimming along and a tube happens to fall over you. So exactly what you were saying.
Because it's just so much more critical. You have that chance of getting that lip straight to your head, and you have to actually go from behind and into it and make a high line. So
speaking of Kelly, remember that tube he got at Pipeline when he won that last event? It was millimeters when he's doing that bottom turn, and he just made it. So the criteria of critical turns also lends itself to tube rides. If it's a really critical tube ride and you can fall off at any time and you still make it out splash free, you're going to get rewarded with scores like that 10. So if you're following along at home, I hope we're kind of making sense about the tube riding. But if you're just going along, it's really easy to get a tube at Desert Point. You can just kind of stand there and you get the tube of your life sometimes, you know what I mean?
Desert Point is my favorite wave in this world. I've gotten the best wave of my life there.
Yeah.
So it's just the takeoff, it just rolls in, It's just kind of like, have you ever surfed Batu Bolong in Canggu?
Yes.
The takeoff is the same, It's like a big fat wall, and you just paddle in. If you have a little bit of an extra length on your board, you can take off from way behind. And all you have to really do is just go down the line, and when you see that section just start to bowl, just keep your nerve exactly and just go for it, because it's the most perfect wave in the world.
It is perfect. The consequences are large, though. You see a lot of, let's say, intermediate surfers get out there. It's an easy takeoff. It's an easy barrel section, but if you do not keep your nerve and come off there, there's been some horrific injuries.
Yeah.
And, of course, we've got to pay respects to the big dogs out there who get through that barrel section, Bruno Santos being one of the best, and absolutely hammering it down into the grower and linking those two up. Not everyone's capable of that, so it's a super impressive wave. But back to the point. It's easy to get tube there. not so easy to get a tube like Philippa Anderson just did. Hence the perfect 10. We're all excited in the commentary box, and why not? Here goes Ellie Harrison with the answer back. It's going to be a late drop, not going to go at all.
Yeah, and unfortunately losing priority with that one. So Philippa sitting with a 10 and a 727, and with priority, she clearly knows which wave she's looking for. So that's going to be putting Ellie Harrison in a really dangerous position right now.
978 the requirement. There's no way you'd say that's impossible today because we've already seen a 10.
I mean, and here it is.
Yes.
That was what we were talking about. Coming from behind, under the curtain, pulling in, and comes out. Both arms above her head. Wow, that's one of the best feelings in the world in surfing that we just saw on screen.
Well, we spoke about a tube when we got one. What else can we talk about? How about a check for $1 million each? Maybe that'll show its face if we talk about it.
Yeah, talking about Desert Point, I just want to give a shout out to all the local boys out there that always giving a helping hand.
Are you just ensuring that you get waves when you go there next time by giving them a shout out on the broadcast?
No, I love those boys. They always help me out in the water. Buddy and Ziggy and everyone out there.
All right, let's have a look at this. A 750 has put Ellie Harrison still in the race, but this is a rampaging Philippa Anderson. Got the bit between her teeth. This turn's going to be big. Boop. Not really. Just under the lips. So 6 minutes and 45 remaining. Still in the hunt, Ellie Harrison. So, you know, it's not often you see a 10 in the score line and you're not in combo land. So, well done to the surfer in blue. She has priority. A 978 is the requirement. Definitely gettable.
Yep. I must say, though, Philippa must be feeling pretty comfortable sitting out there with the 10. Imagine, Suri, you're sitting out there with a 10 and a 727.
Yeah.
Chances are pretty high, aren't they?
This turn not coming off for Philippa. Maybe just a little bit late to the pocket. Now, Suri, watching all these seasoned performers like Philippa and Paige and the new guard like Rosie Smart today was really impressive. Do you learn a lot coming to these contests as a younger surfer?
Yes, because I get to watch back and then improve.
Yeah, you betcha. There she is, Suri Jubrick. And this is Gia Lagarde. My name's Billy. It's great to have your company here on finals day. QS 5000s, they don't happen all the time. We're lucky enough to have two in the Asian region.
Yeah.
Of course, a co-sanctioned event with Australia and the Oceania region. A lot of work goes on behind the scenes. We want to thank Tippy and Tim and Tom and all the crew down at the ASC in conjunction with the WSL. That's how we get these fantastic contests together, and provides pathways for aspiring pro surfers like this one sitting right next to me. We've seen Rio Waida do it. I've seen him grow up as a little kid. Yeah. Surely you must have surfed with him as he was growing up. It must be an inspiration to see him on the Pro Tour.
Yeah, it just makes me want to be where he is as well.
Yeah, that's right. Awesome. And now you can see how he got there now. You know, he didn't have to go overseas and live in Australia or live in America. He could do it from his home base in Indonesia. That must make you feel a little bit more confident and a bit more achievable when you see someone like that doing it.
Here we have Philippa under priority. This is looking like it's going to be a pretty good wave. Oh, she just wants to get back.
Yes!
Make it out. Oh, she was so close.
Almost came out of that thing. Wow. Philippa Anderson on a tube quest today. That's fantastic. A big hello to everyone in Newey if you're tuned in and watching. Blinky Blanchford, I'm sure you are, mate. We had a bit of a chat yesterday. Philippa Anderson, your girl, has absolutely gone ham in quarterfinal number 3 here at finals day. Check this out, Suri. What did you like about it?
I love how she's trying to just get barreled on every wave now.
Almost made it out. You can see her come over the falls.
Yeah.
Oi!
Oh, that would have been another really, really good score if she made it out of that. Here it is, the replay. She's not even looking at the turns anymore. She just wants to get barreled.
That nice slow-mo action. I love it. The setup is good. Must have just got clipped by the lip. It does squeeze there sometimes, Giada. And wow, she made it through that section. It could have been, it could have been up in the excellent range again.
For sure. And we're still on high tide at the moment. So when this tide starts to drop out, I think it's gonna be a really.
Ellie Harrison of one of her own. Well done, Suri Jabri, keeping your face onto the screen. Well, that was a beautiful pull in, but I think I saw the blue Rashi getting sucked over the falls.
Yeah.
So it could be a little bit of disco dancing under the water and a few duck dives in her immediate future for Ellie Harrison from Australia. There's the red Rashi.
There we have Ellie Harrison taking off on a wave. Does a huge first turn straight into this rapid second one, looking for a 9.78 to take the lead from Philippa. But paddling back out, she's 2 minutes left. What do you think, Suri?
I think Philippa's definitely going to get in.
Definitely going to take out the bang bang?
Yeah.
Righto.
Perfect scores.
Right, here's Ellie now. That was an impressive looking turn. Looking for a little cover time there maybe, but finds the pocket. All right, all that score will probably come off that first turn. Still waiting for it to drop from our surfer in blue. A minute 45 remaining. It's been a super entertaining heat number 3.
Oh, no. She just wants to get barreled. She if it's not big enough, she doesn't want it. She's Philippa is having a blast on this finals day, and here she goes. She's gonna pull in. Oh, just doesn't do it.
No funneling this time, so she'll go to the turns, clip to the back of the head, but manages to catch another section. So on fire.
Takes a look at her watch as well.
Casual as you like. I've just dropped a 10. I'll see how much time I've got left. I'm going to write her in the draw here. First and number 3 is Philippa Anderson.
This is Philippa Anderson. Everyone, the first perfect 10 of the event. I'm super excited to be getting to interview her now.
Yeah, that's going to be fun. Right, 30 seconds remaining in this. The result's been pretty clear since we saw that Big 10 pop up there. And but I'll tell you what, Rosie Smart has not disgraced herself. A 7.50 and a 5.67 for that last wave. A heat total of 13.17. That's pretty good. Did I say someone else's name?
Yeah, but it's all right. Ellie Harrison, isn't it?
Ellie Harrison, yep.
Here we have the heat winner, the first 10 of the event. Excited to get down there and interview Philippa Anderson.
All right, as we catch our breath and just admire the surfing of Philippa Anderson, we're going to take a short break, get a message from our supporters. Don't go anywhere because the tubes have started. This is the Nias Pro 2023. We're going to thank Suri Jabrik and welcome in Oni Onwa for the next heat. Stay with us, folks. Right, welcome back, everybody. We're going to see a lot of this today. I'm going to welcome back into the commentary booth a great mate of mine in Oni Onwa. How are you?
Good morning, Billy. How are you doing?
Good. Did you catch any of that last heat? Philippa Anderson just dropped a 10.
Wow. I'm not surprised by Philippa Anderson. She's really excited. She's connecting with the wave here, with the energy, with everybody around here. She's super happy. As you can see the result of Philippa Anderson, a 10-point ride.
10-point ride. Ellie Harrison making a good fist of it as well. 7.50, the best of it, and a 13.17. That would win you a lot of heats yesterday.
I mean, like, what a heat, you know. Ellie's been ripping the whole event, throwing some big turns. So that was to be a final, but here you go. Red up and riding. Freya Prunes. Nice first turn right here. It's like a medium-sized wave, this one, Billy.
Yeah, big turns though. Medium-sized wave, big turns. That has equated into big scores, this whole contest. So Freya's first wave. It's a different playing field today. It's nice and smooth. Of course, it's absolutely teeming down with rain, but the waves are looking magnificent. Semi-final 1 has been decided on here. It's going to be Rosie Smart taking on Paige Harrop. Philippa Anderson in semi-final number 2 will face the winner of this quarterfinal number 4. Will it be Freya or will it be Mia? Freya Prum absolutely dominating the free surf before the start of competition. That was a week ago now. And Mia Hubbards continuing to impress. A really strong performance yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, like, final day is the best day, right? So quarterfinal, now it's women's in the water. Soon we're going to see men's quarterfinal as well. So that's exciting. That's coming up next, right? So here you go, Red.
Yeah, just that replay of Freya's first wave. Nice deep bottom turn. I love that about her surfing. There's no nonsense about it, and it's always tight in the pocket. That no exception, but that wave running off just in front of Freya. It's super frustrating when you can see the scoring right in front of you. We'll see the wave, and you're caught just behind the whitewater. Good way to start nonetheless, and that has earned her a 5.50. So just over the halfway mark for Freya. And Mia Hubbards just that small 1-point ride. All right, a 5.50 in your scoreline. You'll probably be looking to make that your backup because it's not a bad number.
Yeah, I'm sure everybody around the world will be watching this event right now because this is one of the best wave, best right-hander in Indonesia. Nias is also one of my favorite wave beside Lucky Peak. So, yeah, coming here, just easy paddle out, sitting out there waiting for wave. It's the most, probably like one of the places where you can just meditate and wait for wave. Anywhere else is you have to like jiggle around and find your own wave, you know. So, quarterfinal, man on man, I mean, 2 people in the water is it's the best thing ever. And here we go, blue.
Yeah, Mia Hubbards. Check out that slice, but the nosedive and face plant is not the combination you want to garnish a good score. Yes, Oni surfer on surfer action all day today. It's 2 people out there. If you thought surfing with 3 other people's a dream, imagine surfing with 1 other person out there for half an hour.
Yeah, I mean, the best feeling ever. You can
bet.
ask the winner of the heat soon. You'll see how much stoke they have in their face. Just nobody hassle them in the water. They get the wave to choose any wave they want when they have priority. And like as you can see, the last heat, 10-point ride. She must be on the flow of the ocean, and us just.
You know what I'm really looking forward is the post-heat interview with Philippa. She spoke really well yesterday, and she must be absolutely flying right now.
Yeah, so, yeah, I mean, last year I was competing in this event. I get to surf against my fellow friend, Swedish guy who lives in Bali, Kian Martin. So, feeling that just me and him in the water, that's like amazing. So, and getting people to watch and around the world to show who you are, it's a good opportunity to show how good you are in the surfing. And then, you know, this is where you can see the rail game or the barrel. So a good opportunity. It's quarterfinal, hit number 4 in the water. So we're going to see quarterfinal hit number 1 next for the boys, right? For the men's.
Who we got? Any big names?
Whoa, this is not a big name, but he is the best. This is my favorite surfer, Ryaru Ito.
Yeah.
Have you heard this guy before?
I have. I saw him last year. I saw him this year, and he's a super exciting surfer. Great style.
For me, it's my first time, and I was talking to Pepen yesterday. Pepen Hendrik is one of our legendary surfers from Indonesia. He's apparently coaching him right now. So he'll be surfing against Rio Waida.
Wow, that's a big name. Come on.
Whoa. Big turns with a big name. So Rio Waida, no, who doesn't know this guy? So Indonesian representative in the WCT. So you'll see him surfing next. There'll be 23 minutes to go.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting, mate. I'm just caught up on the socials in between the heats, and I know Bali Belly, they've got a live stream going on. I saw a lot of grommets sitting around there. It looked like they were supposed to be at some sort of school, but they're all huddled around a iPad watching the action. So big hello to Ty Little and all the crew there at Bali Belly. We're going to have a really entertaining post-heat interview right now, I reckon, because we're going to cross down to Gia Lagarde, and she has Philippa Anderson, the Dominator, with her.
Yeah, hey guys, I'm here down with Philippa Anderson. Philippa, first, got so excited. First 10 of the event, how are you feeling right now?
That's pretty cool. I don't know, it was just like all white, and I saw L in the blue, like, and then I came out. I just, I can't believe the ways that, you know, we blessed with this event. You know, obviously the first few days it was hard, but like, I think, I was so stoked to wake up today.
Was that probably your first 10 in an event? Tell us a little bit about that.
Oh, I'll have to watch it first. I don't know.
It's on the screen right now.
It? No ways, that was sick. I don't know, I haven't been here before, and I was watching so many clips before, and I was, I'm like speaking to my brother, and I was like, I think maybe you need to make sure you go high in some. He's like, oh, it depends where you are. And then one of the local boys, Rodis, he's been counting for me, and I said yesterday, I was like, do you need to make sure you stay high? And he's like, yes, but not too high. And then I was like, I don't know, I think I came up, and I just was looking forward, and there's been so many times I've got really clipped at the end, so I'm super happy to make that one.
When before paddling out, was getting barreled part of your game plan?
No, there's a few out there, but I think like Rosie in the first heat went pretty vertical, and that was definitely the plan. And I got that. I think I had a 4 and a 6, and then I tried one before actually, because I was like, oh, I've got a 6, maybe I could try again a 9. And then I got clipped on that one, and then the next one, I don't know, I just felt like I came from behind, and I just was like, all right, let's try, and then I came out. And then after that, it was like Ellie needed an 8 and then a 9, and Ellie's a up-and-coming Australia surfer, and she surfs really well, and I got a barrel up there. She can easily get barreled. So it wasn't over. I was just trying to improve on that 6, and then I got a wave and I improved to 7, and she needed a 9, and it's still very possible out there. Like, Ellie's a really good surfer, and especially on her forehand coming from Lennox Head. I knew it wasn't over. And then I probably didn't have the best back end of the heat. Took a few waves, and I just was trying to better that 7. But, I feel, I came here to win, and if, maybe Ellie made it out of her barrel, it would have been a super good battle on. But I'm super stoked to get through, and, I'll get a perfect 10. That's pretty cool.
Yeah. All right, so a question from Billy in the booth. The way the rankings and everything is being set up, it could be a Philippa Anderson and Paige Harrop final. So what would happen then?
There's been so many events where we've been on opposite side of the draw, and we just like, okay, see in the finals, and we've absolutely cooked it. So when I got here, I was like, hey, we're on opposite sides of the draw, and she was like, don't say it. And I was like, okay. So this morning we were like, okay, let's just get through this heat. We're both in the semis, and I'm super stoked for Paige. She's coming off an injury, and she made the challenges this year and wasn't shot for the Olympics, and obviously her injury, like that's super hard to cop. So, you know, we competitors, but like she's been my best friend on tour for so long, and I'm so happy she's back. And you know, we're both in the semis. We came obviously here to win, but yeah, we were like, if we make the final, we got to go switching off first wave. And I tried that the other day in our free surf, and I got smashed. And then I was like, I don't think we're gonna do that. But we'll be so stoked. I know that we super stoked to get the semis. We're one step there. So let's see.
All right, Philippa, I won't keep you here much longer. Here is your bang bang. Congratulations for winning, and we'll see you in the semis.
Yeah, thanks so much, guys.
Back to you guys.
Yeah, good on you, Giada, and good on you, Philippa. Do you like that insight, mate?
Mate, that was good speech. She talks and let us more information about being out there and how she's preparing everything. So well spoken by, as Philippa understand. Thank you, Philippa. And we'll be cheering for you. We'll be excited to see that final. I guess this has to go through semis first.
Yeah, semis will feature Rosie Smart and Paige Harrop in the semi-final number 1. Philippa Anderson will face the winner of this competition right now. It's between Freya Prum and Mia Hubbards. Freya needs a score because she has been relegated into second position. Just a 5.50 her solitary score. So this is wave number 2 for our surfer in red. All right, her requirement was 1.93. Definitely got that. We'll just see how far. And we'll see the requirement for blue. Just a little bit under 18 minutes remaining.
Yeah, Billy, I love how Freya is surfing. She's showing her character of how she's mixing it all up. And as you can see the replay, she's so different to other girls. She almost got a little barrel there. How's this turn? Like,
oh yeah, that's
set up turn straight into this next turn right here. How she putting her backhand hands on the rail on the water. So that's like stylish. And here we go, Mia Hubbards.
Yeah, this happened while the interview was going on. Oni, this is the 4-point ride from Mia Hubbards. Yeah, nice wrapping turn to finish that off. So let's have a look at that. We'll probably be comparing Freya's last wave to that. And it's come out almost half point better. So in the same ballpark, but that's enough to put Freya up into first position. Yeah, Freya's telling Mark Cliff the other day that she's been working really hard in the gym and, you know, and keeping that body ready for competition day. Seems to be paying off because she's looking super strong and super focused. Freya Prum absolutely dominating the free surfing before this competition started. But that's a different story once the Rashi is on. Mia Hubbards just coming unstuck there at a looked like an attempted tube ride.
Yeah, you know, thank you, Mr. Mark, for the coffee. So yeah, Freya is staying busy in and outside of the water, so that's probably the best thing for every athlete nowadays, to stay busy. So, you know, like as you can see, like many things are going through right now. If we can just like getting sharper on your carve or on your mindset, or you know, coming to a competition, you cannot just like sit around at home and pretend like expecting this easy wave at Nias that I'm gonna make hit. So yeah, I mean, Freya is looking good. Currently in first place with the priority 2, so smart surfing. And 15 minutes to go in the water right now, so still plenty of time for Mia Hubbards to come back. She only have a 4 and a 3.43.
Yeah, this one's going to be close, I reckon, Oni. You are spot on the mark there. Bit of a blowout. I suppose it wasn't a blowout the last heat, but it was a high-scoring affair. This one, no one in the good range as yet. A 5.50, the best of it. So, yeah, it's going to be tight unless someone can absolutely do something special pretty soon. let's have a look at the men's draw, because I was down there getting a cough dog early on this morning and I saw Jarvis Earl absolutely tonguing to get out there, and also Micah Margison just sitting there dreaming dreaming of Lagundri Bay right barrels.
Yep.
It's good to see all the lads still pumped up about the conditions here on final Sunday.
Yeah.
But Rio Wyatt are featuring in quarterfinal number 1, Dakota Walters, the injured warrior. He's going to be featuring in quarter 2 against Oscar Berry, his good mate. Jarvis Earl, absolutely on the attack, will take on the lad from Yallingup, Jack Thomas. And Geordie Marie, the winningest surfer here at Nias, will take on the rampaging Tully Wiley.
That is a gnarly hit, Billy. That is a 2 big hammer backsider that everybody should watch. Last hit, that's our last hit of quarterfinal number 4, Geordie Marie and Tully Wiley. So I get to pronounce Tully Wiley's properly now. So the last couple of days I've been pronouncing it wrong, I think. Sorry, Tully. But in Indonesia we pronounce things opposite, you know. If you read it at Indonesia, we call it Tuli Willy.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I've been hearing the beach announcers do that. Mate, your pronouncing is fine. I've been absolutely butchering the Indonesian language for years now, so don't feel bad about it.
Yeah, so excuse me for everyone who's watching live if my pronunciation or my accent. I'm still trying to speak proper English here.
You're absolutely killing it on the on-way. You've got to be kidding me. All right, let's have a look at this one with the clock just going under the 13-minute mark. It's Freya Prum out into the lead now. Her second wave, a 4.53, just coming over that of Mia Hubbart's 4. Mia Hubbard sits out there with priority, and she requires a 6.03. Manojo Yahagi enjoying the action.
Yeah, he'll be caddying for Riau Ito. Soon will be like next heat surfing. Yep.
Looks like in the background there, Pepin Hendrick, the legend.
Yep, the coach.
My first ever competitive surf in Indonesia was against Pepin Hendrick.
Your heat?
Well, we were down at Roti. It was an international event, so they needed a couple of bullets out there. And I felt like cannon fodder. Tippy's like, get out there here against Pepin. He caught about 6 waves before I even managed to stumble to my feet and absolutely smoked me. He was a Terminator, wasn't he, when he was competing?
Yeah, he's a machine. Yeah, he's one of the guys that are actually still around and surfing really well. He loves his yoga. He loves his, his routine every morning. So that's the best way to keep you, like, moving, right? Just those yoga stuff, like nowadays, stretching. With surfing, if you don't stretch after surf, you'll be a stick like what's it called, like a huge concrete.
Yeah, that mobility training is very important. Probably the biggest thing you'll notice between professional level surfers and your everyday hacks like myself is getting from your belly to your feet and full speed straight away. Like, that is such an important part of especially waves like this when you're trying to go down the line fast on the bombs and get tubed. If you mess around getting from your belly to your feet, you're in all sorts of trouble. So you're right, Oni Onwa, the mobility of a surfer has to stay in check or you're in all sorts of trouble.
Yeah, I mean, we're lucky, surfers, you don't have to train really hard in the gym or everything. Just make sure you take care of your body, like every day before or after surf. Quick stretch, then you can keep surfing till you like bunga, like Mr. Mark Cliff.
Yeah, Mark Cliff celebrating his 50th birthday next year, so he's doing really well for himself.
Yeah, he's a good inspiration for us here, Mr. Mark. Thank you.
All right, 10 minutes to go in this one, Oni. Not much has changed. Still our surfer in red out in the lead, our surfer in blue second, but she does have priority. Mia Hubbarts. Super cool girl from Victoria, now up in Burleigh. Had a good chat to her yesterday after her heat win. Really entertaining. Mia's parents are watching on from Australia. Feel proud of your little charger because she's a little ripper.
Yeah, 9 minutes to go, so that times went really fast. At the same time, there's not much scores in this heat, but maybe there will be pulsing coming soon that we'll see more action for two surfers right now in the water. Yeah, it's been non-stop raining today, so it'll be no wind. So lucky we have this no wind, so we can see some barrels like what Philippa did this morning.
Yeah, super exciting that was. Wherever you're watching around the world, I hope you're enjoying the telecast, the broadcast, whatever they call it these days. It's good to see these pictures coming out of Lagundri Bay. It's been a challenging week of onshore winds and small to large swell. The swell has hung around and the wind is now playing ball. But of course, we woke up at about 2 this morning to thunder and lightning and a really heavy downpour of rain. But, you know, this is surfing and this is why we love it. It's a challenging sport. And you've got to take in the elements as well as your surfing ability. See, the girls not showing any interest in that at all. So priority will stay with blue. Big hello to the lads at the board store up there in Yallingup. I'm sure Sam and Toddy will be watching. Of course, Jack Thomas coming up soon. This is Oni Onma. I'm Billy. Behind us through that glare is Lagundri Bay. It's light rain now, but it has been teeming down all night. The lightning has disappeared, so our surfers can go out there and enjoy themselves. We've seen one 10-point ride already today from... Get up there. From Philippa Anderson. Stick with us because the action is going to be fantastic. The men coming up soon. The first heat of the men's today. Quarterfinal number 1 will feature none other than Rio Waida. What an inspiration he has been to all Indonesian surfers and more than that, surfers around the world. That question was asked for years and years. When are we going to see an Indonesian surfer on tour? That question has been answered. Will he re-qualify on his first year on tour? Will he fall off? That answer has been, that question has well and truly been answered. I was talking to him the other day. I said, what's your goals for next year, Rio? He goes, top 10 for sure. So look for that in season 2024. Rio Waida setting his sights on a top 10 finish. I'd love to see him in a top 5 finish myself.
Yeah, well, this guy has a dream that not many humans can dream of. So he has a big dream, really strong dream and goals. So, and he hasn't missed any of that. He's always been ticking off all his goals. So really impressive by Rio Waida. And yeah, I've been traveling with him since he started WQS. That was a good experience for me and him to go to South Africa, Brazil, all these events around the world for the Challenger Series, the QS. He's a great kid as growing up. Good kid, and yep. I can see his eyes are looking super sharp. So, and coming to here, this wave is just like, you know, for him, it's the best wave. It's good for him to come back home, feel eating the Indonesian food, hang out with his Indonesian family, you know, surfing the best wave. You know how sometimes can be hard on the road, Billy. So
it can, mate. Yep.
So right now he's just recharging, and you will see him in the next heat in a quarterfinal number 1 with fellow Japanese surfer Ryo Ito. So this is going to be amazing heat.
Ito absolutely rips. Keep your eye on this, folks. Don't go anywhere. If you're supposed to be going to, I don't know, work or meet the partner for coffee or something, make an excuse. Say you're busy or you've spilt coffee on your computer or something. Sit here and watch the broadcast because it's going to be a great action all day.
5 minutes to go, Billy. So things are getting pretty excited here. Only small score required by Mia Hapet. As you can see, last hit 10s and 7s in the board, but 6 is doable in this kind of conditions. So
for sure. Yeah, a really important thing for the youngsters to see Rio around the contest site. You know what I mean? So all the Indonesian kids kind of look up to him now as a bit of a hero. But a really good lesson that Rio, I think, has just displayed by focusing. I remember back in the day when Raju Senna would always beat him when they were about 12 years old. Let's get back to that story after we watch Mia Hubbards. She's got a bit of work to do. A 6.03 is the requirement. Bit of a check turn there. Beautiful smooth face on this wave. A wrapping turn to follow that up. All right, another series of S turns. Not the best effort from Mia. Not sure if it's a 6.03. She's going to stick with it though. There's still 4 minutes remaining. Plenty of time. There's only 2 surfers in the water. Plenty of time to get out there and get another one. Not sure if that's a 6.03 or not, Oni.
Yeah, but I'm sure knowing that Freya is never going to give up, she will probably have 3 minutes and 50 seconds at the back. She has priority. For sure she will replace that 4.5. That's what I believe, but let's see. Let's see what the score that come in for last of blue.
All right, things holding up. Yeah, just getting back to that story, I think it's a real good exercise in never giving up. Because have a look at this one. It's Mia, just that replay. Yeah, because when they were about, you could see that Rio was a really good surfer when he was about 10. He had that razor sharp cut back. But for a good couple of years, Raju Senna had the wood on him. He'd beat him in every contest. But Rio didn't lose focus. He didn't lose sight of where he wants to go. And look where he's ended up on the Pro Tour.
Yeah, as you can see, the replay of blue right here. Nice check turn right here, but this is the turn that the judge want to see. Nice, coming all the way back. But unfortunately, the wave kind of just went fat here. But still, Mia Hubbard trying to build score here. She only need a 6.03. I don't know if that is enough, but we'll see. Yeah, talking about Rio, getting, like always losing at the start made him to where he is right now.
Made him strong.
So losing at the start is not a bad thing sometimes. It just makes you build that fire inside you and then makes what you truly want. Do you really want it or not? So if he shows that he really wanted, that losing made him, okay, I need to sharpen this. As you can see, he's always talking about learning. He's never upset of losing or something. He always, okay, every day it's a learning day for him. So that was the difference between Rio. So that moment, you can see, things can change the last couple of years. From great now to in the next couple of years, you cannot see who can stick to their goal and plan. So, yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that, mate, and really good point. Don't give up, don't lose focus of your goals, and anything is possible. 3.90 for Mia Hubbards, that last wave, not really finding the pocket, a bit of open face carving. He's not going to cut it at the quarterfinals stage of the contest. So with 1 minute and 35 remaining, it's advantage to the red column. Freya Prum has priority and has the lead.
Yeah,
pretty
it's been slow. Pretty slow for this heat, but the judges want to see these vertical turns on this kind of wave. So for that 3.9, just judges saying that we don't want to see that carve. We just want to see a vertical snap, barrel, or a really solid turn on a heavy section. So that's what Mia Hubbard need to do right now with 1 minute to go with second priority, which is going to be harder for her because Freya knows that she needs to control the heat by sitting on the priorities, being selective on the right wave here. So the paddling in the water right now, Billy.
Freya Prum surfed a very smart heat, and this is a good-looking wave to finish things off. Love that top turn she has on tap, and a bit of a free fall out of the lip. Very reminiscent of the 5.50 she started off with. So Freya looking to bank this quarterfinal number 4 win, but wait, hold the phone because this is Mia Hubbards on her wave number 7. All right, S turning away into the channel. We haven't seen what happened at the beginning of that wave, but a 6.03 her requirement right now. That could change with the score to drop from red. So how was that in the last 30 seconds? Both the girls getting a wave that could have a bearing on the outcome of this quarterfinal number 4. Wow. This QS 5000 delivering drama in every turn.
That's why I love about surfing, You can never say you're going to win because there's even 10 seconds to go. You can stand up and We can see the replay of Blue. How's this turn? Right, nice into the pocket. That's what the judges want to see. Can she do another turn right here? Unfortunately, she just missed that turn. It's a hard one because that first turn was good. If she could get another backup, I think I will guarantee she'll get a score. But with this right now, we have to see. Let judges do the job.
Yeah, we will have to wait and see. The next heat is on hold. We have a score to drop from red. That may increase the requirement from Mia Hubbard. So we're going to stick with this and wait for these scores to come in. All right, Mia at the moment requires a 6.03. And that score 3.27 from red. So that doesn't increase the requirement. It is still a 6.03 required by blue. That's a really well-ridden wave. Right, scores filtering. It is a 4.73. That's not enough. So congratulations to Freya. You will be going into semi-final number 2 against Philippa Anderson. That's going to be an absolute barn burner. In the meantime, Freya says, yes, you've won. Well done. You're into the semis. We're going to take a bit of a break, get a message from our supporters. Wherever you're watching around the world, stick with us. This is
Here we are, back to a rainy old Lagundri Bay, everybody. It is in South Nias. This is the World Qualifying Series 5,000 men's division has just hit the lineup. My name is Mark Clift. We have Oni Anwar right here, and we'll welcome into the booth as well Tippy Jabrick. So good morning, Tippy.
Morning, Mike. Morning, Oni.
Good morning, everyone.
These quarterfinals are dead set, action-packed, fully loaded heats, and none better than this very first one where we have Ryaru Ito taking on Rio Wider. This is Rio in the blue. Oni, go for it.
Yeah, I love how busy this guy can start. First wave for Rio Wider. Clean carve right here. Straight into the next carve. Well, still going. This is a medium-sized range wave, Bunga. So, Mark, that's a good start for Rio Wider. What do you reckon? TB?
Yeah, you know what? I have to say Rio haven't really showed his real ability, this past couple of days. But this is going to be our last day of the event, and I'm sure we're going to see something big from Rio, and hopefully Rio can, represent Indonesia into the final.
You know what I'm sensing with Rio, though? He knows he hasn't, and he's just waiting to peak at the right time. I reckon he was waiting for today to really get it together, and he's come in, he's gone, yeah, okay, I won, I got through, whatever. But I really reckon he's eyes on today, and he hasn't shown his absolute best, you're correct. So this is a good way to start, just getting a bit of confidence. He's got some wax on the feet now, he's buried some mean rail first wave, and he's going, right, I'm in the groove nice and early in this quarterfinal up against Ryaru, and I'm sure we're going to see some barrels go down in this heat. Ryaru yesterday got a really strong barrel as well on his backhand, so he's dead set ripping. And there's been a little bit of debate on him this week about who's looking better, the backhanders, the forehanders. All week it's kind of been advantage backhanders really, but it's barreling now, so it's a whole different surface.
Yeah, you know how perfect is this? The waves are pumping, clean. It's surfer's dream. You know, especially as a regular footer, for me, this is my dream. And Rio's out there living the dream. So, but I'm not saying just a regular footer's dream, but Rio Ito has been putting some great score on his backside. So, hey guys, let's watch this hit. Keep your eyes open.
Yeah, I think, Mark, one thing's for sure. Stats never lie, numbers never lie. And then yesterday and a couple of days before, the goofy footers are the one that putting the eights club, because we can see on the ASC and WSL social media, we make a highlights of what happened yesterday. Every goofy footers is doing the 8 and up numbers. So hopefully today, you know. Hey, guess what? Philippa Anderson.
10. The front side.
The 10 club is hopefully keep coming today.
All right. Yep. Well, it is a different ball game today, folks. And Tippy, you've got to be really happy with the way it's rolled out this week. Finally, we're blessed with some proper Lagundri Bay surf, and it's happened right on finals day.
Oh, yeah, for sure, you know. To have, you know, this iconic wave, iconic surf spot like Nias on the schedule, on the tour of a QS 5000, that's something that we want to show to the world. And at least the end of the waiting period, the finals day, it's something that we can show to the world that this is the real Nias. This is something that we want to show to the world. And I don't know, hopefully Rio can also make us proud.
Rio opened with a 6.33, but we are going to throw it down now with Billy in the athletes area and here with the winner of the fourth quarterfinal with Freya.
Yeah, thanks very much, Mark. Well, I saw you standing on the reef, Freya, and looking at the announcer saying, was it me? Was it Mia? Mia stood up, had a late wave in the last 30 seconds. Both of you guys had a wave. How are the nerves?
Yeah, pretty high. I didn't know whether to take that last one, but I thought it looked like it was going to double up and maybe wall down the line, which it sort of did, but I don't know if it would have been a 6, but I know there were some bombs behind it, so thankfully she wasn't in the spot, or it just didn't wall up in her position.
Now, local surfboard shaper and veteran of this area, Luke Studer, has been here for a week. He picked you out as the standout surfer of the free surfing before the contest. How many times have you been to Nias?
I've been twice. However, I put extra preparation in for this trip because I knew I hadn't really actually got a good wave out there, and I never felt connected at all. So the extra preparation is definitely paying off, and I've definitely been really consistent putting it up into the loop in the free surf, and I really feel like I deserve to be on the podium.
Oh, 100% you do. You've really impressed me with your surfing this week. Conditions are improving today. There's been a couple of funnels out there. You get to meet Philippa Anderson, I'm pretty sure, in semi-final number 2. You up for the fight?
Yeah, absolutely. You always want to go against your mate because you want to beat him even more. And she always beats me. But I've got her a few times. But she got a 10 before, so I think she's peaked too early. So I reckon it's my time.
Oh, I love that sort of attitude. Frey, you've won some more fans this week, me amongst them. I'm going to put it there. And what are you going to do with this thing?
Donate it back to you, Billy.
All right, Freya can't eat peanuts, so I get to keep the bang bang. Thanks very much. Good luck in the semi-final. Absolute ripper right here, folks.
Well, I like the psychological warfare's already started, saying I think Philippa's peaked a bit too early, she reckons. So firing a shot directly at Philippa. Good work, Freya, and manning up for the semi-finals.
You know what? I think Billy knows every time Freya's winning the hit, he always goes down with that bang because he knows he can have that bang bang. He knows Freya can't have it, right? So, good job, Billy.
And Tippy, there was some action during the break, mate. 2 waves were ridden. There was some craziness going on, yeah?
Yeah, we're going to see on the replay anytime soon, Rio and Riaru just exchange. Rio get a small barrel at the end, but
Riaru.
I think hopefully we can see something crazy here on the replay.
Riaru really taking the fight up to Rio wider, and he knows he's got his hands full with Rio.
Yeah.
Indonesia's only full-time CT surfer. And Rio started on fire now. His rail work is looking super sharp, but tubes never go out of fashion here at Lagundri Bay. This is what we've been waiting for I reckon the judges will eat up Riaru's wave. And there was a really good turn after it. What do you reckon, Oni? You saw those two waves?
Let's watch the replay, Bunga, Mark. So let's see. This is exciting. Look at the scores are coming in right now for Riaru. So sorry for pronunciation, but
wow,
it's
look
real.
at this one, Oni. Nice top turn there from Rio, and he have like a squeaky little barrel out there, yeah. But this is the one, I think, Oni.
Yep.
Yep, we saw Riaru do that yesterday. It's one of the only tube rides we saw at the event up until today. So Riaru knows how to thread a Lagundri cave. That was really, really well done. There's something else going on over my shoulder in a minute, so we'll have to catch up with the live action. What happened, Tippy?
I think the barrel fest is just starting.
Oh my God.
Again.
This is crazy. I got a little shout this morning from Ty Sorake, the WSL tour manager for Asia region, and he said, "TP, it's firing out there." And I said, "Yep, it's firing." And as we can see here, Mark, that's Onion.
That's Onion. Oni, well done.
Out there today.
I'm dreaming. Are you in my dream as well?
It's Oni Anwar, represented by Rio White out there.
So Tippy's just reseated Oni back into the event. Big scores dropping all over the shop, folks. All the crew online, you've got to love what you're seeing here. Message up your mates, get them to log on as well. This is final day, and make no mistake, we're going to see this place get blown to pieces today. Rio Wider and Riaru Itu have really lit up Lagundri Bay here this morning, and it's only quarterfinal number 1. We've still got 20 minutes to go in this matchup. So, some big numbers coming. Geez, that was a good barrel from Rio Wider. He probably would have heard all the fuss after Riaru's tube ride. We're yet to see some numbers, but Rio's already sitting on a 16.57 two-wave total, so must have gone close to a 10.
Wow, look at what happened.
9.
Right there. Oni,
what is it, Oni? Read them out.
Wait, let me just blink again. It's 9.07, ladies and gentlemen. Oh no, Rio Wider is way ahead, but Rio Ito only looking for 8.25. So Tippy, I don't think that's not a big score for Rio. As you can see, his first waves are at 8.33.
Yeah, I really want to see the replay from Rio, because that 9.7 is setting the bar for any of the next heat, actually, Mark. Yeah.
Oh my God.
We're gonna still see a lot of good surfers coming into the next quarterfinal.
Look, I'm so glad I stepped into this heat because, I love what Rio does. He's the inspiration of a nation, let's put it that way. And same with Riaru. He's the sole remaining Japanese surfer on the men's side of the draw. This was always going to be a great heat, Tippy.
Wow, look at Rio pulling in deep in that one. Can he come out on that one? Looks like, no. He's dragging it too much on that one, Oni?
Got a bit too greedy?
Yeah, a little bit,
He's just saying like, well, I've got my 9, I got my 7.5. If I'm gonna go, I gotta go deeper and bigger. So, good try. I think I would do the same too if I was him. I would not get a little quick barrel that only comes out a 7.5 or under. But to get a big score out here, you need to go big.
Yeah.
Yep, so Rio now stepping up to the challenge on finals day, as you alluded to, Tippy. Had not really put his stronger surfing together to get to this stage, which has got to feel good to get to the quarterfinals knowing you haven't done your best surfing. I reckon Rio woke up this morning, saw what's going on out here and just went, I'm going to bring it.
I think Rio have one of the most disciplined regime every single day. He's so focused. When he got second like a couple days ago, he doesn't look happy just to get second on his heat. He want to perform, because he's one of the highest seeded surfer in this event. Of course, he want to show to the world that why he is in the, he won 2 challengers and he's in the CT right now, because he don't want to be a mediocre out here.
Yeah, well, look, being a CT surfer and being hardened at the highest level of competition, he knows how and when to go up a gear, and it's today. And right from his very first wave, just the rail work he did, you could see that he meant business, and he started with a 6.33. He's kind of got better every single wave he's ridden. So Rio has gone through the gears, and he's now starting to hit full speed.
Yep. Tell me only a little bit about Rio. You traveled with him a little bit on the Challenger Series last year. What can we learn from him?
Well, he's the guy doesn't like being second place. He's like his dream goals and his mentality is next level. He just he just want to be perfection, you know, like he's a perfection guy. So since even when he started QS with me, he was already a member in South Africa. He lost and he was literally bad mood all day. So for me it was like looking at that, wow, this kid really won it. So and like fast forward 5 years later, he's still the same hunger, and that's what Rio is putting all this hard work to get here. It's not easy, you know, like you can do it like monthly or yearly, but for that 5 or 6 years of that hunger, man, this guy is next level. So he's inspiring a lot of Indonesian surfer, even around the world. Even the guys in the city says that kid, Rio Waida, works the hardest in the city. So he beat John, Gabe, all these guys. It's not easy. He's actually working hard to get there. So take my hats for this guy. And so I'm sure I'm excited to see for Nias QS 5000 who will win this contest, because you cannot just say Rio will win because there's so many guys, like 9.7 for Jarvis Eo yesterday, and Dakota Walter, Oscar Berry, all these guys it's hungry as well. So dangerous.
All right, and something else I really like that I've taken out of what I've heard Rio say in an interview before is when he loses, he doesn't like it, as you said, on. He doesn't like it, but what he takes out of it, he goes, is when I lose, I learn. He goes, I don't mind because I look into that and break it down and go, and that makes me better for next time. So he turns a bit of a negative into a positive. And, you know, as a true professional he is, he really always trying to make himself better for the next event. So, you know, that's a full credit. What a thing to say, because it's how you've got to approach it.
But one thing for sure, Mark, Oni always beat Rio.
I've been there.
In the SEA Games.
So you probably taught him more than anyone.
No, he's a good competitor. He came to me. He knows where to start. When he started his QS, we all like travel together, and he literally never take any eyes off from it. You know, he just learning everything from now where he is now.
Here he goes again. Tippy.
Here we go.
Go for it,
Tippy.
So
Rio Waida, I have to say, if he come out on this one, this is going to be a better score, because that one he was traveling way more. This wave is bigger wave. Who knows? A 9.7. I'm not a judge, but I can tell that wave was better.
Hang on, Riaru's got something to say about all this, you guys. We can't forget about the goofy footer. He's got this. Oh, this is looking exactly like his first wave. Maybe with a better turn, but he fumbled the hit.
I think he overcooked it on that backhand snap there. But one thing for sure, the first set was cleaner. Riaru's wave was really, really good, but there's a little bit of a white water in it. So we'll see.
I'll take it.
Both sick tubes, yep.
Look at that one. Look at that one. Such a perfection.
Wow. Yep,
look at that section.
You can see how he comes out high. That's the theory out here, most of the time. Strong work. So as he's paddling out, he would have been looking squarely into this thing of Riaru's, who's got his pig dog technique down pat. Slightly smaller wave as well. You're right, Tip. He did have a little bit of the fluff on it from Rio's wave. That momentary little catch of the forward rail was just enough to tip him over the handlebars, and a bit of an incompletion, but a sick barrel nonetheless.
You know a little bit about Riaru is he's one of the Japanese kids that charge. He surfed pipes. He got invited to the pipe event last couple of years ago, and he's shine in Hawaii. He dominating. He's surfed big wave, and one thing for sure, this kid is from Miyazaki. I don't know if they have a lot of typhoons well there, but Riaru just showed to us he can surf really good.
Yep, for sure. We're going to see some upgrades on both their two-wave totals here. The 7.5 of Rio's will be well and truly gone. Riaru's gone close to another excellent number, I believe. There it is. It's an 8.67 for Riaru. And Rio's, well, a 7.893, so almost into the excellent range. could have been a little stingy on the 793.
What? I thought it was going to be a better than a 9.7, but I. Just
That's
like
why
I
you
said
opened up with,
before,
I'm not a judge.
I'm not a judge. But I like that wave.
Oh, so did I.
Look at the total score of these guys.
Oh, they're tied. Ladies and gentlemen, they're tied.
What?
They are
Lucky
tied
Rio
on
have
17
a higher-
points.
Rio have one single highest
Yeah,
score.
so,
That's the
so
only
Rio
one.
would be, if the heat ended now, Rio would win due to the fact he's got a
my.
907, ladies and gentlemen.
It's a tie.
It is a dead set tie right now. Oh, my God. Talk about theatrics for the very first quarterfinal of the men's round. Geez, that was a mighty fine thread from Rio coming out up high.
I wonder what the judge is looking on that one, because Riaru's wave, this one, is actually higher than Rio's. Probably he was deeper.
I think the judges really like how if you come out clean with no crumbly at the end. Also, I think the judges are setting their scale a bit down now. I think they went too high because knowing these guys are pushing the level very high.
Yeah.
Their surfing is next level.
And also, there's still more guys coming. They don't want to throw like a 9 or 10 too early.
Oh, they'll be throwing 10s today, I reckon, mate, some point. But at this stage, folks, we have a tie on our hands. It makes for really good viewing for us. The boys have really lit it up here in the very first quarterfinal. A 907 is just a huge number, but Riaru breathing down Blue's neck here with a couple of high 8s of his own. He needs an 8.34 now, Riaru, to track down Rio, who's got to go a little better than that last effort to improve on the 7.93 and convincingly win this quarterfinal. But if it would end now, generally on the best two-wave scenario, we always go back to best wave. If it is still tied on best wave, we always go back to the third best wave, fourth best, on we go until we can break a tie. So,
yeah, to witness something like this, Mark, this is the reason why the local government want to invest. You know, for the Nias Pro, the Nias Selatan government, they want to keep investing so the tourism can keep flowing. And the only way to show to the world is with something like that. A 17-point total of both surfers.
I know. Out of 20, so it's near perfection.
That's almost like a tourism promotion right there. 17 points guarantee.
Yeah.
If you come to Nias.
And it's not CT, it's just the QS 5000.
I know.
Well, we got part of the CT here. He's in blue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And 5,000 points up for grabs, mate, is why what probably got most people here tippy, but to have this as your work day, this surface, everybody wants the Lagundri barrel. That's probably as much to do with the 5,000 points as well, but we finally got it on finals day.
Yeah. I think Oni experienced himself here. He did really good here last year, and that's like catapult himself into the Challenger Series. You need just to do good in one of this event in Indo. There's two 5,000. You do good in one of them, it's almost guaranteed you're gonna do good in the QS.
Yeah, I'm really stoked with this event, and thank you TP to make the event actually happen. So for all the team here to make this event is we're really grateful as a surfer. We're really appreciating that, but because we don't know how hard you guys work behind to make everything happen, to go have a meeting, and thank you so much. And look, our job is to be in the water and surfing, you know. So for everybody out there who's watching the Nias Pro, you know, to make this event happen, it's not easy without the team. So thank you so much for the IAC and WSL to make this happen. So stoked.
Yeah, and like you said earlier as well, shout outs to Ty Sorake and the team previous, putting events together in Indonesia and bringing us back here, you know, to this wave I love so much. And one of our work days on here, we get to sit here, have fun, talk surfing, and watching insane surfing, having interviews with cool crew.
Yeah.
It's great.
I think one of the reasons why people want to involve in this kind of event, Mark and Oni, is because of to be around something that we love, you know, surfing perfect wave. Everybody would put their hands up. I would love to join the Nias Pro, you know, as a surfers, as an official. You know, last time we asked Justin Majek, hey buddy, you want to come help out the Nias Pro? And he's like, no hesitation from him. So big shout to all the boys that been helping us. That we have Will Hayden Smith also in the WSL office. Big shout also to Starkey. He's been instrumental support for the development of the region, Asia region. It's never going to be as strong as this if none of those guys have the vision to help us.
Okay, speaking of vision, and you're in charge of a really strong region, can you see any obvious locations that we may be missing at this stage that you could probably see in the near future that we may be going to?
To be honest, I want to throw it out there. We all working really hard. The PSOE, the Surfing Indonesia, AAC, and WSL, and all of the stakeholders, local government, whoever they are. We are working hard for bringing G-Land as a QS 5000. So that's our main goal, to have the best wave in the world to be, on the map. And then we also have a couple personal ideas where should we have more, which is like Uluwatu, Karamas, and Mentawais. That's, I think, going to complete the tour of Indonesia.
Well, we have been to the Mentawai before, Oni Anwar, and you were the beneficiary of that, winning the first HT's event. You remember that?
Well, that was the dream life, huh? That was good. I was like getting barreled.
Yep.
And I'm sure everybody who's listening right now, no matter what region they are, they're probably going to sign the event too. So
they're going to saving up.
Right?
Yeah.
Start working. Yeah, so.
We even pulled one off at Macaroni's.
Yeah.
Remember that? That was good fun, wasn't it?
Yeah, Macaroni's. Yeah. But, it's so hard to pick where should we do it, Mark, because everywhere have different character, also have the different challenges, to run an event in Nias is not like walking on the park, So I have to say a big shout also to Lion Airs, helping us out by making sure all the surfboards, make it through to this island. Anybody, the police, the water safety, the medic here. Yesterday, there's a couple guys got stung by a rock stonefish.
Yep, I heard.
So I think it's a team effort.
Well,
to you guys also.
Well, look, I always believe you're only as good as your team,
Yeah,
so I'm happy with the crew we got working up here in our commentary area this week. The judging panel looks really strong, Tippy. So over the years, you guys have really arranged.
I'm not too sure about that one. I got underscore.
Someone's head's got to roll up there. But Alex is a great inclusion, the big fella. Yeah. He's really good. And Maria, and we got Nadia holding it down back at home as well. So Nadia, we love you as well. And just through persistence and trial and error, I think you've got a good team rolling out this production, mate. It's great. And the production boys, Sam and his team in that room there, they do an awesome job.
Amazing,
Thanks.
Yeah. And talking back about this heat right now, Rio is holding priority with 3 minutes to go. I'm pretty sure he's not going anywhere. He's not going anywhere.
Nah, I reckon he's been a little bit stung into action by that last exchange, and Rio's now neck and neck with him. So I reckon he does want to ride another wave, and he does want to improve on that 7.93 to get some more momentum going into the next round.
But if Rio go on any wave right now, it's opening up the door for Riaru.
That's why he's going to wait till there's only 10 seconds left. You watch.
Yeah. For Rio, I think he's just gonna super focus. He don't want to let this thing open for Riaru.
And also, as I can see, Riaru has no pressure. He just wants to get barreled and have fun out there surfing against the city surfer like Rio. He'd be stoked to be in the water right now. So that's also putting pressure for Rio, because Rio don't want to lose, but Rio don't really care. So when there's 2 sets coming, that's when it's dangerous for Rio too. So we're going to see who can play the barrel riding better than...
I reckon Riaru will ride another wave because, he needs to. He wants to have a swing at bettering his 8.33 to beat Rio. But not only that, the conditions you're in, it's a potentially once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to surf Lagundri this good with just one other person. He'll want to ride one more wave. Here is the recap. This is
that's the 9.
That's the 907.
Yeah.
So
I think that's Oni's what's saying is the exit was way cleaner than his
second wave. Yeah.
And this is Riaru's.
This was the 8.33.
Yeah. So he got a high 8 on 2 backside barrel.
Yeah, he's definitely got a good technique.
Yeah.
And this is his. This will be his 8.67.
You know what? He reminds me of a Masatoshi Ono from Japan. He's probably the new Maro Ono.
Okay.
Remember that guy, Mark?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, he was around a bunch of years ago on doing the big time pro events. Oh, something's just happened. Rio has ridden a wave. All right, so we'll get to a replay again in a moment for all those crew online. Something happened. I heard some hooting and hollering. So
no, it's Riaru.
Oh, Riaru. But I also saw. Oh, hang on. This is the replay of this. This just happened as well, guys.
Okay, so
yep,
Rio
so 2 waves. Yep, 2 waves have been ridden.
Boom.
Boom. So mixing it up with some rail work, really adding a bit of variety to his performance here now. And Red as well got a wave. So when it pops up, surely we're going to see a replay of that.
Wow.
Yeah.
Drama.
So that was the last chance of Riaru. I think there's a 2 set came on that one, guys. So Rio took the first one. Rio took the second one, but unfortunately he didn't make it. Probably. Let's see the replay.
8-9 for Rio.
Right there.
Late takeoff, too late.
Ooh.
He tried to pig dog under the lip and it didn't pay off. So it's kind of a bit of a no-brainer right now that we are going to see Rio Wider into the first semi-final. My goodness, Tippy, I'm sure you're pretty happy you sat in here for this heat.
Oh my God! I think this is a good news for the national team. Big shout out to Arya Subiacto, Dylan Amar, and also Dedi Santosa. Good coaching from the national team.
Yeah, thank you, Omaria, Dedi, and Dylan, and our coach.
And Riaru just coming in, shaking his head. But look, he'll win a lot of fans with a performance like that. When you post a 17-point total and you get beaten, you know, that is no disgrace. You lose to someone like a Rio Wider. I reckon a lot of people around the world would take note of that name, Riaru. Well done, young man. Rio Wider becomes our first semi-finalist. We are going to have a break. I'm going to shake your hand, Tippy. That was good fun.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Oni. Keep up the good work and keep the high score.
Yep, keep it going. We'll see you again in a minute, folks.
See you guys.
We're back, everybody. Here we are, Lagundri Bay, and it's epic. Things are going crazy down here, and it just lit up big time with a convincing win at the end of the quarterfinal number 1 to Rio Wider. We now have 2 Australians in the water, and I've got an Italian lady sitting next to me. I'm going to say welcome back in, Giada.
Hello, I'm excited to be back. That last heat was insane. I was watching it from Hash, and wow, some big scores coming through.
This is our current matchup, everybody. Dakota Walters, the injured warrior. He's surfing in red, and Oscar Berry, a bit of a standout from yesterday. But Dakota, for me, is winning a lot of fans as well because he's just about sliced his heel off the other day, a couple of days ago. And just wanted, yesterday morning actually, and he wanted to keep surfing. He got through his next heat to put him in this quarterfinal. He's taped it up, and on he rolls. So I'm sure he's got some crew that sentimental favourite. I can hear all the shouting and hollering. There's got to be Rio coming in. It is. I can see him over my shoulder. What a performance that was, my goodness. 17.97 two-wave total.
Yep. But Riaru really close behind with a 17. That was a crazy heat.
And Riaru gave himself every chance on that last wave. He tried to make it so difficult and late by pig-dogging under the lip, but he left it a little bit too late and nosedived. So he was really having a big dig by positioning himself right there to be super deep. One number in, just a 0.67 for Dakota. And what a morning. The rain's finally stopped. We might be able to get our drone up in the lineup. That'd be cool. Ryan next to me has been waiting all morning to be able to launch that thing. It's looking like some clearer skies. No Hujan, so we might get the drone up for everybody's viewing pleasure. We remember last year some of the work Ryan did looking into these tubes was just epic.
Yeah, it was insane. That view from the drone looking into the barrel is very special, and he worked it so well. He times it incredibly, so hopefully we'll get the drone up soon and see that from the sky.
And the water's gone this strange colour that it does when it rains here in Nias, everybody. A lot of water fell last night. All the rivers are open now and they're all just spitting out brown coloured water into the bay. It's finally drifted out far enough that it is now in the lineup. And what that does, G, is it makes things pretty slippery.
Yeah.
The water's got some silt in it from all the sand that gets washed into the bay. When it's like this, I generally surf with a wax comb in my pocket just to keep touching it up and giving it a scratch up during lulls.
Yeah, that's really true. It gets super slippery. Your wax is like too buttery even.
All right, well, there is a little mini set, I think, arriving. We are going to throw to Oni shortly, but I think let's just see what happens here because it looks like a big lump starting to roll through. The boys paddled out, now they're paddling back in. I think Dakota's going to go this wave, so we'll stay with the live action before we have a chat with Oni. Gives it a good pump, gets on the steps on the gas, but he's got to go mighty fast to get out of this one, and he doesn't. So you can see the colour of the white water is starting to change with that silt rolling through the lineup. Here goes Oscar.
This is Oscar as well, right behind him. So much speed and makes it out of that one. That was an incredible wave by Oscar Berry. He's gonna do a second huge hack. He's not done just yet, and he makes it. Oh, looks to the sky. He's feeling this one. Unfortunately, we've had Dakota Walters snap his board.
Oh, did Dakota snap his board?
Yep.
Wow, a bit of drama here in quarterfinal number 2. Oscar will be stoked with the way his quarter has started. We can see Dakota now, the injured warrior. Now he's having a swim. He's got half a piece of fiberglass trailing behind him. While all this is going on, let's have a chat with Rio Wider via Oni Anwar. Go, boys.
All right, guys. How's that? Crazy. As we're watching the lineups on fire, as we're talking the last hit winner, Mr. Rio Wider. How you doing, brother?
I'm very happy. I'm happy. I'm here in Nias and waves firing.
Wow, how's that barrel, man? Tell me more about what were you feeling before you entered the water?
Nothing much. It's just super clear, and I went for early surf this morning. It was super raining, so I didn't get many waves. I just caught like 2 waves, and then I just hope they run. Like in 2 hours when the rain stopped, and now it's like firing. No rain, no wind, it's firing, and I don't know. I was just, as soon as I got out in the lineup, I saw biggest set of the day, and then it's like, okay, it's a barreling competition, so I'm just gonna get barrels and stuff. Of course, I did turn, just to mix it up, just not stuck in the barrels. But I'm happy how I surf. I'm happy the waves finally here, and Riaru definitely smashed it. He was ripping every round, so maybe a little bit of nerves, but of course I played the game a little bit, sit right next to him, put the pressure and stuff, so I'm happy.
Well, speaking of, you're one of our only city surfers representing Indonesia. Can you please say what's the difference? Is this like better than the city wave, or I don't know? This is, tell me more about like the difference between surfing in the city and the QS right now, the waves.
of course, this wave should be in the tour in the CT, and I hope one day it's gonna be in CT, and of course not only in Nias but it's also everywhere in Indonesia. We have the best wave in the world, so we should at least have like 5 events CT in Indo. But competing in QS is fun, and it's definitely a different energy, CT and QS. I feel like CT is just more professional, and those world champions, they have more experience and stuff, so they looks like just more confidence. But now I'm in the QS. I look at all these younger guys. They're just super hungry and surf like 5 times a day, and it's just different energy, and I love it.
Well, you obviously show that the world that how great is our country with the amazing wave like this. The city surfers should be surfing in Nias, but hey, this is Rio Waida, and we will see him in the semi-final. So any more words you want to say to the world out there watching?
I don't know, semi-final should be fun. That's it.
So Oni, ask him what he does between now and his semi-final.
Pardon, what did you say again?
What does he do between now and his semi-final?
What are you going to do between now until your semi-final? What's your plan?
I'm going to go back, have some food, I didn't have breakfast this morning because I knew I'm going to compete this morning, so I kind of just have little bananas and stuff, and I don't know, I'm going to calculate when is my next heat, and then of course I'm going to watch my heat, what did I do wrong, what did I do good, and keep learning and move forward, get better. And I don't know, winds start to come up, so might be different strategy, but I will keep an eye in the ocean.
Well, watch out for the tiger. Rio Waida never gonna give up. It'll coming for you. See you guys the next round. Woohoo!
Thanks, Oni, and Unreal Rio. It's great to hear from you as always. Meanwhile, an 8.73's dropped in Blues column G.
Yeah, Oscar Berry's first ride comes in at an 8.73. Beautifully done by the Australian surfer in the blue, as we see. Maybe here is a replay of Oscar Berry's first wave. Oh, incredible. And there you see Dakota waving half his board up. Not only a great barrel, but 3 incredible turns to finish it off.
Yep, and you can see how stoked he is here. Look at the body language. Just the no claim, perfect. Was going really fast going into that tube. Really had to step on the gas straight off the takeoff. And like you suggested, G, some really strong rail work just to convince the judges to throw a huge score. So Dakota Walters is going to have to answer back. He does, however, have second priority. He's on a board, a backup board. May not have surfed it for a little while.
Yeah, but it's looking like Dakota Walters is kind of unstoppable. Split heel, broken boards, but he still manages to always get back out there and show the world that he deserves to be here in this quarterfinal.
All right, we've just had my little buddy, my favourite little buddy, step into the booth with us as well. Rajo Barrel, were you in the water then watching that heat?
Yeah,
You said you were going to paddle out with Rio. Yep, as his second caddy.
Yeah. I learned caddy, just go watch and learn.
Watch and learn, perfect. Now you got a bird's eye view of that. How crazy was that quarterfinal?
Oh, Rio, how's that 9 Rio got? Like so crazy.
Well, that's what I'm asking you. How was it?
Looks pretty good from that angle.
And you're a bit of a barrel master. Were you impressed with what was going on out there?
Yeah.
What did you learn? Anything?
I'm learning how to do carve. I see Rio doing carve out there.
And what about Riaru on his backhand? You being a goofy footer as well. Did you like his style? Is it similar to yours?
I like his backside barrel style.
Yep.
It looks so good.
And why I wanted you to get out there and look at this, Rajo, is because that's going to be you one day. All right, so I wanted you to have a look at that and just fast forward in your brain what you're going to do, perhaps next time you come here, or 1 year you're going to get it firing with the rash vest on.
Yeah.
So do Riaru things. Yeah?
Yeah.
All right, Rajo Barrel. Just dripping wet still. He's looking a little chilly. I just wanted to hear from him as well and just find out what it was. How good is it to have someone like Rio Waida as an Indonesian, Rajo, teaching you guys what it takes to win at this level? Is it really good?
It's really good.
Go for it. What are the things you learn most from Rio?
The strong bottom turn. That's the mostly I learned from him.
Going to go practice your bottom turns.
Yep.
You don't need any work on your tube riding, I know that for sure. But all right, well, we might let you go and get dry, Ra. I just wanted to hear from you really quick, just straight out of the water, out of the channel. So that was some special comments from a little man, Rajo Barrel. Have you seen much of him surf, Giada?
Rajo?
Yeah.
Yeah. When I was in Lakey's, we were at Periscopes one day, and honestly, I was blown away by his talent. Rajo is one of the most incredible young surfers I've seen. So I'm actually really excited to see him in the future.
Yep, and that's why I brought him here this year. You know, only been 14, and growing up with someone like Weston and your Bronsons and Lukey. There's a lot of really good surfers that are doing the rounds out of Lakey, and Rajo's right there as one of them. And his opportunity, thanks to his main sponsors there, CI and Quick, for helping Ra get here and experience this firsthand. And he's finally got to see what all the hype is about. The first couple of days, a little disappointed with having to compete in some below Lagundri Bay standards, but he finally got to see it today, and that's going to keep the dream alive to get back here and compete in this stuff.
Yeah, for sure. I'm sure not only him, but all the local boys here in Nias as well are getting a lot of inspiration from this event. Every time we come here, seeing someone like Rio White making the CT and, getting those big scores is something that must be really inspiring for everyone here.
So for the crew online right now, this is how the scene looks. The drone, we've got it up in the air finally. The rain's backed off. A nice crisp bit of clarity in the background after rain tends to clear a bit of the mist and stuff out of the sky. So the backdrop looks totally clear. That is the top end of the point. Maybe we can pan down towards the point a little bit. Ryan, he's right next to us. He's probably listening. He's a little busy, but if we can pan down the point and just have a look at what the rest of the point looks like. There he goes. He is listening. So as the boys sit there, no waves coming through. We'll just give you a look at the rest of the beach here. How's that big house on the hill right in the middle of the picture right now?
I never noticed that.
It's owned by a pilot, and he's rarely here. I've been up there, and I've been in that house, and you feel like you are king of the world when you're up there. There it is, top left screen.
Wow, the view must be incredible.
It is. There's the rest of our beach right now. There's a whole lot of festivities going in under those white tents there. That's where all the domestic crew that come down celebrate, dance, lots of song and lots of souvenirs and local product. A few of the other camps as we head down, the big blue tarp there in the middle of the screen now is the judging tent. That's a good look at the rest of the bay down there and the rest of the accommodation options. And right down into the middle of the bay. Thanks for this, Ryan. It's just giving everybody a good look at what the bay looks like that mightn't have been here before. You'll see Barga Resort come into play. There it is, right in the middle of the screen now, the big building down there. That's where we had our opening ceremony dinner, our welcome dinner, That was pretty good. And the ocean is a little chocolatey colour at the moment, everybody, because of the rain last night. Pushes out a lot of river sand, a lot of silt involved in it. It mixes with the ocean, it drains out, and it fills up the bay, so it's got a little chocolatey colour. That's why it looks like this. Oscar Berry with priority, and an 873 is a really good place to be. He's mind surfing a couple of waves now. Look at him. I think they're having a chat.
Yeah, they're definitely having a chat.
They are. A couple of Aussies there in good spirits.
I think Oscar just was telling Dakota about his ride.
He's reminding him, by the way, Dakota, that was an 873. What are you two scores? Well, I haven't got much. Broke me board on me backup sled. I'm sure Jeremy Walters is watching his son here, and at this stage the ocean's gone a little bit lame, not giving Dakota much of an opportunity to answer back here. 12 minutes now to sort out this one. We'll just gaze through the lineup here and have a look at our next matchup. Jarvis Earl up against the big, strong, goofy-footed Jack Thomas out of WA. So that's quarter 3. Quarter 4 for me is really, they're all exciting. Make no mistake, all exciting. Geordie Marie, the winningest surfer here, representing South Africa. He will be taking on Tully Wiley out of Victoria. Both these guys have been headlining our highlights reel over the last 2 days, because they have been smashing it to pieces, and they are going to square off in quarterfinal number 4. On the move is young Dakota. Perhaps a bit too small, that wave. I can see over my shoulder it's inside. It did not barrel. Wasn't what he wanted anyway, so he's going to have to hope something comes through that Oscar doesn't like, that he can feast on. At this stage, on one wave, Dakota needs a 7.41. Oscar needs something to go alongside his 8.73. He's looking at this. He's showing a lot of interest. So everyone online, here is the drone footage. He's going to look straight into this tube should he get there. Well, let's have a look at the underneath of his board. There it is.
Oh.
Boom.
Huge turns from Oscar Berry.
Wow.
He's killing it.
Yeah, super sure-footed right there. I can hear the applause out of the athlete zone. Really looked razor sharp yesterday afternoon to get into this round G. He had a really good outing here last year. I remember interviewing Oscar about 3 or 4 times as he kept winning heats. He's back and he's better.
Yeah. Yeah, it's exciting to see Oscar in this quarterfinal. In the last interview, he told me he didn't have a great run of results in a few QSs he recently was doing in Australia. So he said he was feeling good and confident, and his surfing really matches this wave. He's a big powerhouse, so this wave having the energy it does, it just lets him put his board wherever he wants to. And here is exactly what I'm talking about. He just lays it back on that first one, straight into this second one. Look at the spray that he just throws every time he puts his board up there.
Yeah, here's the drone footage. I was going to ask if we could see this twice, so right on cue. Thanks, team. So for the first time, we've got some drone action, and look how good this looks from the water view, the sky view. Look, that LSD, the Luke Short design board under Oscar's feet, looks like it's just an absolute magic carpet. All week, everything he's been doing, I could sense we were going to get a big result from Oscar here this week, because he's in really good form and he's got just such a good piece of fiberglass under his feet. I reckon we're in for another really big number. Doing it on turns, no barrel this time, but it was still very impressive. I'm sure the judges will be suitably pumped on that ride.
It's going to be interesting what the judges give now, because, we've been seeing mostly barrels in this quarterfinals of the men. So it's going to kind of put the standard of what they want to see and what they don't want to see.
Well, it's going to be well under his first. It's definitely going to be under his first, but I think it's still a big number, a really solid backup. It's definitely going to combo Dakota. If we can get our second numbers up, please, team.
A 7.83. There we have it.
Have you just done your maths?
No, I just heard.
Oh, you heard it. Okay, 7.83. There it is. So a point under, around about a point under. So thanks for that, team. We've got the second set of numbers now. Oscar Berry has in fact comboed Dakota, who's got 8.5 minutes to turn in 2 waves, totaling better than 16.56. For all those watching along online today, I'm sure you guys are really pumped with finals day action. I hope Johnny Tucker's watching down there in Bali, because we're doing the whole Bang Bang promotion because of Johnny Tucker started this back here probably 3 or 4 years ago, I reckon. And it's the only event in the world that does this. And it's the only event throughout our Indonesian tour that we do this as well. So, Johnny, hope you're watching. Oscar
under priority. It looks like he's going to take to the air, and he does. Just a quick up and out. He knows Dakota can, take off incredibly well. So he's bringing it all. He's doing the barrels. He did the turns, and now he wants to do the airs. Showing how much of a well-rounded surfer Oscar Berry is, and why he deserves a spot in that semifinals just as much as Dakota does. Hopefully Dakota gets the opportunity to get 2 waves in the last 7 minutes and 20 seconds of this heat 2. We've seen it in the past. People, change up their score line in a matter of a few minutes, but we'll see.
All right, should Oscar hold on here, he will be squared up against Rio Wider in that first semi. 2 more heats, another hour and 7 minutes before we cross back to the women's semi-finals. 14 heats to roll out here today. Quarterfinals are indicating we're in for just a glamorous finals day here at Lagundri Bay, Sorake Beach, South Nias. Only 5 waves ridden, but Oscar Berry has 2 of them. Ripping numbers, 16, 5, 6, 2-wave total.
Yeah, that's a pretty good way to be at the back end of this heat. He must be feeling pretty confident. Dakota looking a little bit in a tough position, as even if he does catch one good wave, when he comes back out, Oscar will be having priority over him, so that will put, unless he does something incredible on a small inside one, or Oscar just lets him go on one.
Well, what I'm going to say about Dakota is, there he is, waving to us. G'day, Dakota. Put on an air show to die for the other day, so, you know, as we may be seeing the exit point here for Dakota, I'm going to say the other day, the other afternoon, if anyone was watching that last heat 2 afternoons ago, Dakota just took to the skies, threw down some huge airs. I didn't know he had that sort of a game in his act, and it was just so good that, you know, if he does bow out here, it's due to a rampaging Oscar. Not his surfing. He's a gutsy campaigner, batting up with half his heel ripped off on his back foot. But he put on an air show that was second to none. Nobody else has done better work than that in the air this week. Dakota's got priority now. Oscar's still just surfing away. He's not missing out on the opportunity to ride more Lagundri waves. So Dakota, and to his old man, and to the crew in Angari, where he's hails from. Your boy is a shredder, we know that. And once again, I'm sure he's made some new friends and fans over this performance.
Yeah, he's definitely been a standout, especially, I think for me, the most incredible heat to watch from Dakota was that afternoon where it was big and windy, and he was just going for the biggest airs I've ever seen. And speaking of Dakota, here he is cashing in his priority. Unfortunately, this wave doesn't barrel, but a nice first opening hack for him straight into the second one. We'll see if this wave gives him a little extra. Unfortunately, it does not.
That's a great view there. When you flick off and you're paddling out and you look at that, you know, you see why you've come, because when it's silky smooth like this and you're just watching wave after wave roll out and peel down the point, he's doing a board swap again. So he's on his 3rd sled in the same heat. Anyway, here we go. Have a look at this drone view of these waves that just roll through. As you're paddling back out, guys, I've been in this position many times. You're just dreaming, watching these waves. I had the pleasure of surfing here over COVID, and I paddled out. I surfed here by myself a couple of times, one afternoon for 2 hours, paddling out, looking at sets of that roll down. It was about this size. It was sort of 4 to 5 foot. No one around, no one even on the beach. And I'm paddling out looking at that going, hang on, is this happening?
Is this real life?
Yeah, and I had to really make sure I stored those memories in my brain, because that'll never happen again. Not uncrowded to an empty lineup. No. Kidding. 4-3-3, the result, still comboed, is red. So on his 3rd board in the same heat, that is a rare occurrence. I wonder what that swap was all about. Mightn't have been. But good on him for taking 2 extra boards out.
Actually, I've seen that quite a lot this morning. I was going to bring that up before that. I've seen many of the surfers decide to paddle out with 2 caddies instead of just 1 to have that extra board. It'd be interesting to ask someone how come.
So this is that ride at Dakota's. It was not a barreling wave, so it was all rail work. Still looked pretty good. The board didn't look like it was failing to me. It wasn't an A-grade wave by anything we've seen this morning. Couple of hits, straight out over to the caddy, a quick swap. He's hoping that board can put together a 16, 5, 6 total in a hurry.
I don't know.
No, I don't know either, but he's given himself a chance here, so he kind of had to get one straight away. Let's see how board number 3 looks.
Yep, this is...
He's going to boost.
Yeah, for sure. He's setting it up. We see Dakota going for it. Oh, and just falls off. Just under 2 minutes left in this heat, and it's...
There we go. Look at that sight.
Wow.
So we can see the boys paddling out in the next seat. Two goofy footers, Jarvis and Jack. See, look at these waves that roll through when you're paddling out, folks. It is just, you know, something that I'll never forget. It's so cool. I really love this wave. G, before I bounce out of here, quick question to you. The women are coming up in about an hour. Out of those 4 surfers, who do you like? There they are.
Let me take a quick look.
Paige v Rosie, Freya v Philippa.
I'm calling it's gonna be a Paige Philippa final.
That would be worthy. The two veteran female surfers here. There's a lot of experience between those two. Sure, the other ones will have. I'm sure young Rosie will have a bit to say about that. She smoked her quarterfinal this morning as well.
That is very true.
Yeah.
I'm not saying.
No, that's all right. I like your picks. I like your picks. I'm
but
not arguing. I like it.
I think it's gonna be a Paige Philippa final because they travel together all the time. They're comfortable in these conditions. Philippa must be oozing with confidence after her quarterfinal. As we see Dakota on this wave.
All right, so let's have a look at it. It is wave number 4. He's on backup board number 3. He's going to take to the airways. He does try the big alley-oop again. He lands, but does not. He's sort of on his stomach. He might have got back up. Oscar Berry, a quick over and out. So I think he did land. Somehow got to his stomach. I think he might have stood back up. Either way, he won't be a semi-finalist. The man in blue, Oscar Berry. I'll slip down and have a chat with him. Post-heat interview. There we go, Dakota punching his board, but do not take that loss too hard, Dakota. He's earned a lot of fans. I'm going to have a chat with Oscar. We'll be back shortly with quarter number 3.
Welcome back. This is Lagundri Bay. My name's Billy, and this is Gia Lagarde. Great to be back with you.
Yeah, welcome back into the booth, Billy. We are in quarterfinal heat 3.
Look at these two little chargers. Jarvis Earl has been on fire this entire event. Super precise timing. He's handled that section that has been the undoing of a lot of surfers really well. It's kind of like the last little fold before the channel. A lot of people have been falling off. Jarvis has been absolutely belting it. Jack Thomas, he has made it all the way to heat number 3. This is quarterfinal number 3. He was reminiscing how he thought he had not really put together a heat that he's happy with, but he must be happy with making the quarters. He's going to have his hands full against Jarvis Earl. But the young kid from Yallingup, I've seen him absolutely fire up at the CT level down there at Margaret River, so he is capable of anything. A big hello to everyone in West Australia watching. I'm sure you're all tuned in up at Yalsey Land and down in Margie's. A big hello to the Yallingup board riders. I'm sure Jake Pato is watching with his brother Ant-Man. And probably Taco's tuned in, all the crew at the boardroom up there in Dunsborough. So a big hello to the West Australian crew and WSL out of Cronulla, I'm pretty sure.
Yep.
All the East Coasters will be joined in. So it's East versus West. Let's hope it's a good show.
I'm sure it is. You know, these boys have been putting up some great heats throughout this entire event. Both goofy, so backhand. And here we have Jarvis Earl pulling in. Unfortunately, I don't think he's going to make it out of that. He was looking a little too deep.
Fantastic surfer, but a little bit ambitious. That was a long way back. Right, over to the yelling up kid now. That's high in the pocket. A beautiful little tweak on the tail from Jack Thomas. That's an even more impressive turn from our surfer in blue. He gets a bonus section on the end. Can he hang on? It's a big elevator drop. He does. Looks back at the judging tower like, that's what I'm about. How about give me a good score?
I think that's going to be a huge score for Jack Thomas. That last turn was insane.
Elliot Parada-Reid is happy with it, paddling by, doing the caddying duties. Oh, look at Xavier Huxtable is happy with it too. What a view it must be from Caddy Alley there.
Yeah, I'm sure a lot of people want to be caddy today. The view from the channel must be insane, especially if they're getting barreled. They're getting the full A-grade seats as we see Jarvis Earl. 2 nice opening turns as this wave stands up for him upside down. And he's going to do one more as he pulls off. There we have it. The Goofy's on fire.
All right, as these two Goofies go at it, let's go down to the athletes area with Mark Cliff and I'm pretty sure it's Oscar Berry.
It certainly is Oscar Berry right here with me. Oscar, we did this a lot last year, but it's our first official chat this year. Are these the best waves you competed in since you were here last year?
By far. By a very long way. It's absolutely cooking out there. Pretty slow heat, but pretty stoked I got that wave at the start and that just sort of set my heat up.
Yeah, man, absolutely shredding. And, conditions couldn't be nicer, although it did get a little bit slow. I feel a little for Dakota Walters because, the injured warrior. What can you say to Dakota because he's a little bummed?
Oh, I can imagine. He's been surfing so good at home. Just went through a pretty big recovery with his ankle, and so to see him get injured again and cut his heel, it kind of sucked. But I mean, it was sick to have a heat with him. We grew up in the same place, so it was really sick to share a heat. Devoed, it wasn't the shootout we were seeing before, but hopefully next time we can have a good heat together and get some big scores and have fun.
Well, you got some big scores there, my man, and through to the semi-finals. Last year you had a great outing here as well. Where did you finish last year?
I finished in the quarters, so one better so far. Hopefully you can make it 2.
Yeah, 2 more steps better?
Yeah, 2 more steps better, hopefully. But yeah, this is my best result ever in a contest, so I'm pretty frothing.
I'm going to shake your hand on that stat because that's a PB and that's a good place to be at the right time on finals day. Now, I've got a little special. Have we got a question of you, Bill?
Yeah, I do, mate. I saw Oscar coming down for his to collect his rashi on the way to his heat.
Yep.
He got stopped in his tracks as Rio was getting absolutely funneled. Is this the most excited he's been before a heat?
All right, so Billy's asking, you saw Rio Wider surf his heat and get absolutely funneled as you're picking up your rashi. He's saying, is this the most excited you've been before you surfed a heat before that quarter?
Easily, yeah. I had to try and contain it. I was so frothing. I was losing my mind in here, just like watching like Rio, then Rio, and I was just like, oh my God. But yeah, I had to control it and it worked.
All right, well, being finals day, we're busting out of the norm. I've got little Jordan Sonali's son here who's going to hand over the bang bang if he hasn't eaten it. Have you got the bang bang? Hand it over. Let's do this. Heck, give it to him. He doesn't want to hand it over.
Thank you, brother.
Thank you.
Ew. All right, back to you guys in the booth. Thanks, Oscar. That was sick. Cheers, guys.
Yeah, good on you, Oscar, and good on you, Mark, and good on you, Jordan. He's a great little lad. He's been helping us out all week. All right, we're still waiting on a score from Blue, from Jack Thomas. WSL, just that one. Pretty sure we are owed a couple of scores. We'll hit the refresh button on the judging tablet and see what comes up. There we go. All right, Giada.
Yes, and there we have it. Jack Thomas is 7.43 and Jarvis Earl 6.83. Speaking of Jarvis, we saw him paddle for one. Unfortunately, just didn't make it. He was scratching really hard, but unfortunately pulled back.
All right, Jack Thomas off to a flyer, 7.43. He was confident, and he should have been. He's going to have to be at his A grade because this kid's been on fire. Jarvis Earl is not going to make it out of that big long tube. So a couple of failed attempts at the funnel from Jarvis Earl. Jack Thomas being patient, being professional. I like that approach. He has priority. 22 minutes remaining.
Yeah, this is another great matchup. And right after this, in the quarterfinal, number 4, we will be seeing Jordy Marie and Tully Wiley.
That's going to be a really interesting heat, G, because he is the winningest surfer to surf Nias in the last few years is Jordy Marie, and Tully Wiley doing an absolute demolition job on Nias this week. A lot of people were put off by the texture on the face of the wave and the problems that it threw up to everybody. A lot of people were falling off. Tully Wiley's just come out and gone from rail to rail and absolutely belted the thing. So it's going to be a really interesting heat, that one. Expect fireworks.
For sure. Both goofies, both have been continuously in the highlights of every day, posting up massive, massive scores. So it's going to be a great... I think I'm really excited to watch that heat.
Of course, every heat from now on is going to be an absolute belter. Rio and Oscar in semi-final number 1. The winner of this heat where you're watching right now will go into semi-2, and they will meet the winner of Jordy and Tully.
Yep. You see, it has stopped raining. The river did bring a little bit of dark brown water, but here we have a replay of Jarvis's Earl. This, I'm pretty sure, is his 6.83, if I'm not wrong. Yep, there it is. I recognize that turn.
Yeah, we've been watching it all week, and it's super impressive.
There we have it. 20 minutes left in this quarterfinal. Heat 3, both these boys smashing every heat to get here. Both want a little bit of the pie for the semifinal. This is finals day in Nias Pro, and the waves are as good as you can get for a contest.
All right, do you reckon there's any conversation going on out there, G, or a bit of the old stink eye?
I think there's a little bit of conversation. I mean, when the waves are this good and you have so much time to just sit there, I would definitely have a good chat. We saw a little bit of conversation between Oscar Berry and Dakota Walters in their last heat. I think Oscar was just like telling Dakota what his wave was like.
I was ripping.
Yeah. Practically. You could tell by his hands, he was like, oh yeah, the barrel was pretty sick. But yes, I'm sure there is a friendly conversation out there. We've been waiting all week for the conditions to get like this. Super glassy, pumping, barrels.
Yeah, Tubes, we're waiting all week for it, and we've seen a couple of beauties. That Rio Waiata heat, probably the standout. All right, this is men's quarterfinal number 3. We'll have one more quarter after this. Then it's into the women's semi, the men's semi-final. They're all 30-minute heats. Then it's going to be the women's final and the men's final to wrap up Super Sunday. Been waiting for these conditions all week. It's been super tough. But as they say, G, nothing great is easy. And there's nothing easy about those first Well, we're looking at 6 days. Yeah, it was onshore, it was tricky, it was small, then it got large and onshore, which can be even trickier. But here's the goodness for finding a way through all that trouble.
Yeah, as the rain cleared up, I'm sure we're gonna be seeing this beach filled up with a crowd. Everyone wants to watch the action here on finals day, especially with the waves like this.
And it is a Sunday.
Yeah.
What happens on Sundays in Indonesia?
Everyone goes down to the beach.
Everyone goes to the beach.
Yeah, it is Sunday. I lost track of time.
Gia Lagundri, you've been an absolute trooper. You, it's no secret to anyone, but you have been less than 100%. We appreciate you coming in and giving your all. You had a pretty good run in the draw too.
It was all right.
It was okay, yeah. Well, you weren't firing on all 8 cylinders, so I'm proud of you nonetheless.
Thank you. I'm stoked to be here with you guys. I love coming back and being in the booth every year here in these events in Indonesia, especially being at home. Feels good.
Big shout out to Dave Englert watching at Quarram Up. He sent me a couple of messages. He's glued to the screen. He loves the action. No stranger to a big right-hand tube. Neither is his son. They love getting it on at North Point. I hope you're enjoying the show, you too. And Sid Englert, I'd love to get him here. He's an absolute little rock star down from the southwest of Australia. He'd love this wave. You'll be sitting here cheering on his countrymen. A little bit of look back to Oscar Berry's wave, I think. Or no, this is Jack Thomas. Sorry, they look very similar. Jackie T, his first wave. I like this section. Boom. It's going to drop down. You're 50-50 with you make it or not, really. I think that's just a look of, oh, I made it, you beauty. I've been sticking it up there all week, and it hasn't been 100% return, but you never know if you never go. Jack Thomas certainly went.
Yeah, Jack's surfing really matches this wave, I think, because there's so much water and power on it that he can just like really put it up there, put all his energy into his turns, and you see the 6-7-4-3 is the result to that. So I'm sure he must be feeling pretty confident. But he knows he's been watching. I'm sure he's been watching Jarvis Earl's waves and heats, so he knows that he's a dangerous competitor.
He's a sniper, Jarvis Earl.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it. You turn your back on him once and you are history. So he's got to play a really smart game, does Jack Thomas.
A little bit of a sleepy heat, this one, compared to the other ones we've been watching. It could be just as we're reaching dead low, maybe. There might be a little bit of a lull, but as soon as that tide starts picking back up again, I think we're going to have a big influx of waves.
Yeah, Nias does love the incoming tide. We've seen that all week in the afternoons when the tide decided to come in. It's been a full skate park, even with those onshore conditions. Jarvis Earl having a sniff at that. No thank you. Maybe it was a bit of a sail job to our surfer in blue. Try and convince your opponent to take a subpar wave. It's not a bad ploy.
Yeah.
Jack Thomas is a bit smarter than that. He's been around the contest scene for a long time. Seen him going at it since he's a little skinny kid, and now all of a sudden he's a massive unit, ready to go at it. I don't know how that happened.
Yeah, I remember meeting Jack the first time in Bali with Claire Bevo.
Yep.
When she was doing her surf camps out there in Canggu, so it was great times. Known Jack a while.
Still keep in touch with Claire?
Oh yes, for sure.
Right on.
Hopefully she's watching, Claire.
With the new bub?
Yep.
Awesome.
So I'm excited to meet the new baby and see you again if you're listening. She was actually my first ever coach.
Nice.
Yeah, and now we're in the team together. Well, we did a few contests together with the Italian flag.
Yep.
Representing our beautiful flag. Claire is a legend.
Yeah, long-time competitor. and a long-time contributor to surfing in Western Australia is Claire Bevilacqua, of course living in the same neighbourhood as Jack Thomas up there near Yowsey Land. Really busted down the door around Hawaii when she was young, around the late teens in the Volcom team. Really not pulling back at backdoor, getting fully funneled. What an inspiration she was and continues to be.
Yeah, I remember I spent a month at Claire's house when she was still building it, so she put me on the tools as well.
Oh yeah, I know
never
the one.
built a thing in my life.
Added
there
up.
I was, yeah.
Yep.
Putting up walls and collecting sticks.
That is the communal way down there in the southwest. You want to stay? Here's a wheelbarrow. Let's have a look at Jack Thomas. This is his second wave. He's looking to get a bit of funnel time. He does. A fantastic water angle. He's got to make it out of this thing. If he's any chance to beat Jarvis Earl, he does. Absolutely stands tall. Give the finger to the finger of victory to the crowd. Wow, getting excited. I love that water angle. Jack Thomas on wave number 2. Boom, stand up bow.
That was epic. That was a very, very cool wave. And right behind him is Jarvis Earl. He's going to be trying to pull the same, but doesn't. He does a massive first turn straight into the second one. He probably heard the cheer, so he knows he has to go big. 3 huge turns from Jarvis Earl.
Yeah, that looked really, really handy from our surfer in red. Really fluid, finding the pocket, sending big fans of spray into the sky. That was the excitement of Jack Thomas's backhand tube riding. He could have fallen off at any time. He could have got swallowed up at any time, but he was happy. I kind of lost track of my thoughts as he came out. I was that excited. But Jack Thomas, well done.
I think that's going to be a really big score for Jack Thomas. It looked like he was in there for actually a really long time.
So good. Have a look at it from the front on angle now. Here he goes, grabs the rail straight away. Love the way he's feeling the face of the wave with that right hand. He comes out. Look at this, number 1.
I was sick.
Love this water angle here.
Yeah. That is an incredible angle of this wave. You can see him really fighting to stay up there and points to the crowd.
The reason he did that salute, Gia Lagundri, because he's banked himself a 9. How do you like those chocolates?
Goodness.
Jack Thomas, an absolutely cracking second wave, and an 8.33 from Jarvis Earl, if you don't mind. So you'd think with a 9 and a 7.43, you'd be pretty safe in any sort of a heat. Not this one. It is quarterfinal number 3, and you've got Jarvis Earl hot on your tail. He's followed up that 9 from Jack Thomas. Jarvis has followed it up with an 8.33. So the requirement now for red with clicking down to 9 minutes is an 8.11. Well within his capabilities.
Yep, we've seen him do it before, and Jarvis is incredibly used to being under pressure, so it's going to be a really, really interesting finish to this Heat 3 quarterfinal. Let's see if Jarvis can get the job done. This is a replay of Jarvis's 8.33. Big first turn. So much speed coming out of that. Straight into the second one. Pulls the tail a little bit more around this time and keeping the variety for that third one. Massive.
Yeah, 3 different hits, wasn't it? I love the way he doesn't go to the bottom. He keeps that top half of the wave right in Jack's face too. So we would have seen that as he's paddling out. And if you wonder what excellent surfing looks like, that's it right there.
Yep.
All right, so Jackie T back out there with priority and the lead. 8 minutes to go.
Jack Thomas looking pretty good. He's out there with priority, so he knows which waves he wants to be on. That's going to put that little extra, pressure on Jarvis. It's going to be a great last 7 minutes and 45 seconds of this heat.
Hasn't Super Sunday delivered thus far? It's been a great morning. Wherever you're watching, put the lawnmower in the shed. You don't have to do that today. Sit down and watch the surfing, get a coffee, and check out the action as West Australian Jack Thomas is in the lead in this quarterfinal number 3 over the super kid from Cronulla, Jarvis Earl. Jarvis going to the turns. Jack Thomas got himself a 7-4-3 from turns of his own, but then absolutely slotted on his backhand, coughs up a 9.
You know, these boys and girls, these men and women out there surfing these heats must feel like they're in a free surf. I mean, imagine being out there, one other person out, 30 minutes. This is a dream.
It is. You want more though. You want another.
Yeah.
You want another semi and then a final, don't you?
Yeah, for sure. Coming up next in quarter final heat 4, we will see Jordy Marie and Tully Wiley, the South African versus the Australian. And after that, we'll be heading straight to the women's semis. In the semi 1, we'll see Rosie Smart versus Paige Harib. And in the semis 2 will be Philippa Anderson
And
versus Freya Prom. We already have a semi for the men. We'll be seeing Rio Waida against Oscar Berry. And this is Jarvis Earl taking a look at a wave, but wasn't convinced, needs an 8.11.
I'm going to write a J in this semi-final. Number 2, because it's either going to be Jack or Jarvis.
That's true.
I'm going to write an A there too.
Yeah, I was just about to say that.
All right, the winner of this one, of course, will face the winner of Geordie and Tully in quarterfinal number 4. Things are getting serious. Things are getting fun.
Yeah, these are the conditions we've been waiting for all week. And everyone knew it. This is Jack.
Yep. Here he goes, grabs his rail again. He's loving the tunnel time out here. Getting on a groove now. Jackie Thomas has got to go to turns now. He gets a little bit hung up on that one. Finds the pocket again. That'll do him. A bit of tube time and a turn. Looking to better a 7-4-3. We'll see if the judges buy into that or not, but it is Jarvis Earl.
This is Jarvis with that deadly backhand.
Oh, wow, and a mistake.
Just falls off. That is so rare to see Jarvis make mistakes like that. So...
Could that be the turning point of quarterfinal number 3? I reckon they'll be in the same place too, so it could be a bit of a paddle race on. I can't see red yet.
So it's going to be a battle for priority.
It could be really important too with by the time they get out there, it's going to be around the 4-minute mark. Looking over our shoulder, I can see blue. Red is way behind him, so he can't goof off Jack Thomas because Jarvis Earl will be paddling his little heart out. There you go, more tube time. This turn had to be on point. It really was, and he kind of bogged that inside rail. He'll know that. And can't get down on himself because look at the form on him.
Oh,
love the way he just feels the face with that right hand. He knows exactly where he should be and shouldn't be.
That was impressive surfing from Jack Thomas.
3.83 for Jack Thomas. This was well on his way to another excellent score. Not sure what happened here on turn number 3. A little bit late to the top of that wave. So even though he fell off, there's kind of a decent score happening for Jarvis. Back to live action now. I think he's turned around and snaveled one under the Western Australian. He has a 6.07. His last wave did not factor in. I don't think that one will either. Jack Thomas not falling for the salesman's trick. Holding his nerve and holding priority. Just under 3 minutes to go now. Wow. More excitement, more tension, more anxiety. This is the Nias Pro. It's 2023 edition. It has delivered on Super Sunday. It's finals all day. We'll crown 2 champions. One for the women, one for the men. Who's going to have bragging rights, G? Can be any of these surfers, can it?
Yeah, it really can. I mean, especially with conditions like these, it's it can be anyone's day today. Just reaching the 2-minute mark. It's looking pretty good for Jack Thomas.
You know, what do? You've got a surfer with the caliber of Jarvis Earl. He can garnish excellent scores off waves that are not necessarily set waves. You've got under 2 minutes. Do you go find him in the lineup and sit right on top of him, starve him any opportunity, or you just sit out the back and wait if he comes, see if he comes to you?
I would definitely be on top of Jarvis at this point, especially after the heats he's been putting up. I wouldn't want him to get any opportunity at this point if I were Jack Thomas.
Well, we see the separation of the surfers there. I reckon Jarvis is still in striking range of the surfer in blue. The beach announcers keeping right on the time. But 5 coming in for Jarvis Earl's last wave. So that does not factor in. The requirement's still excellent, 8.11. He's already got a wave that surpasses that in his scoreline for this heat. So well capable of delivering even on subpar waves.
Last 50 seconds. There we see Jack moving closer in to the man in red.
Bit of action here, G. It looks like a wave showing its face. Just a smaller inside runner. Not much to it. It definitely hasn't got an 8 written on it. So Jarvis maybe trying to sell that to Jack. He's not falling for it though. With 30 seconds remaining, could be job done. Not much chance of a 2-set wave coming in the last 30 seconds. So the Nias Pro has continued to sell the drama. You can hear the beach announcer behind us. He is doing the 5-second countdown. So it's Jack Thomas from Yallingup in Western Australia. A popular win here. You can see the locals, they're down there cheering him on. He will feature in semi-final number 2. Jarvis Earl, we say sayonara to you. Thanks for a great campaign. Very entertaining. But it's big ups to Jack Thomas as he continues his run here in the Nias Pro 2023. The boys share a wave. Why don't we hear from our supporters now? We'll cut to a break and be back with quarterfinal number 4. Right, we're back. I am joined by Oni Onwa.
Hi, Billy.
I've got the news for you, mate, that Jack Thomas has upset the kid from Cronulla, Jarvis Earl, and he has found his way into semi-final number 2. Has Thomas, there they are on the screen. You can see a 9 next to Jack's name. It was a big funneling right-hander. He could have fallen off any time, could have got swallowed up. He did super well to come out of it, but that has taken care of Jarvis Earl.
Wow.
Right now, we have a really interesting heat in the water. It's the precise surfing of Geordie Marie. Hardly puts a foot wrong versus the demolition job of Tully Wiley, the big, burly Australian. You looking forward to it?
Yeah. Tully Wiley and Geordie Marie is one of the highlights of big power backside surfing out here, and today I think they're gonna use the backside power snap to a big barrel. So as the tide is dropping down, it's getting shallower, getting hollower. So let's see who can go deeper barrel and longer barrel. So let's watch for these guys in the water right now. Look like they're sitting together really closely, just saying, yep, I'm going to sit deeper. And Geordie Marie say, I don't mind sit wider. You can have the first one, I have the second one.
Bit of splashing going on there. Let's talk it up a little bit. There could be a bit of feeling in this.
Yeah, you know, just anything you can do to try to get on your opponent's head space. So not just surfing out here too right now. We also can play the tactics and the mind game and all the things that you can add on into to beat another person, because now only 2 surfers in the water, 1 advanced and second is out, equal fifth place in this quarterfinal, and the winner will go into semi-final. So that last hit winner, Jack Thomas, already got himself a spot in the semi-final number 2. So we'll wait for whoever wins in this semi-final number 4, quarterfinal number 4 will surf against Jack Thomas, the Australian. Will be Australian or the South African in this heat.
Yeah, we've already got 1 Indonesian and 2 Australians in the semis. Good point there, mate. Will we keep the international flavour going? Or will it be 3 Aussies versus 1 Indo?
Wow. And also, seems like 2 goofy footers seems head-to-head against each other. 2 regular footers too. So
it's going to be goofy versus natural in the final, no matter which way.
I wish that they can just put 1 goofy and 1 regular every hit. So, but looks like this is how it is, you know, surfing. That's how the draw will come out. So, quarterfinal number 4 is 2 heavy footers. I mean, Geordie Marie always making heats and finals in this event. So first time, Tully Wiley making himself way ahead to grab some points. So we're still waiting for the scores.
While we are waiting for the first wave to be ridden, would you believe it, in heat number 4, let's cross down to the athletes area, because Gia Lagarde is with Jack Thomas.
Yeah, guys, I'm down here with Jack Thomas. You know, you're in the semi-final. The waves are pumping. Tell us a little bit about your heat.
Yeah, it was a pretty slow one. Like the heat before, looked like it was pumping. Like there was so many good waves. I was like, oh, this is going to be a fun heat, just me and Jarvis. And he's been ripping all event. I was like, this is going to be a tough one. And then we kind of got out there, and it's just super slow heat. It's like a set every maybe like 15 minutes, like 10 minutes. But I'm super stoked to go on top of that one.
You know, you told me this is probably your best result in a QS so far. And with these waves, would you believe, coming here, did you ever expect this?
You kind of expect, yeah, for Nias to be good here, but yeah, this is definitely my best result here for sure. Or I went anywhere. I normally get knocked pretty early, but yeah, to make the semis here.
You know, you look super comfortable out there. Tell us a little about who you're traveling with and what you're planning to do between now and your next heat.
I was traveling with Elliot for a while, but then his dad came over and he's staying with him, and then I've kind of got just Samson. They're all like the Torquay boys, and everyone kind of rafts. There's all kind of big team there and supportive, which is great.
All right, so is there anything you'd like to say to your friends and family back at home?
Just want to say hi to everyone at home, mum, dad, sister, and all that, and yeah, let's go next one.
All right, Giada, can I have a quick question?
Oh, wait, there's a question from upstairs.
Of course,
yes.
I'm so excited. But now, anyone from Yelling Up Board Riders that Jack would like to acknowledge and say hello to, because they're all watching them. He's sending so many messages. And everyone back in WA are very proud of this young man.
Is there anyone from the Yelling Up board riders that you'd like to acknowledge? Because he said that everyone's watching and sending a lot of messages.
Well, there's a lot of people I can name off here, but yeah, hi to everyone if you're watching, and yeah, thanks for supporting me, and let's go.
Yeah, right on.
All right, so here's your bang bang. Congratulations. Thank you. And see you next heat. Back to you guys.
Thanks, G. Awesome as always. And congratulations to Jack Thomas. That's done. That's dusted. Now, Geordie Marie takes on Tully Wiley. Not a wave ridden. We're clicking down towards that 10-minute mark.
Yeah, you know, as I'm looking at the screen right now, how cool is that? You can see how the reef is popping right in the first view, and then we see the whitewash, and then you can see the surfers in the lineup, and at the back you can see some huge sets coming through. You will see that sets will arrive with the surfers, 2 surfers there, and you see who's gonna fight for their first wave, as there's no priority yet. So let's see what kind of tactics, who's hungrier, who wants more, and that the opener will see.
Very, very good pick up there on the cameraman, absolutely nailing the rule of thirds. The surfers must be feeling a little bit anxious.
Yeah, as you can see, time is just went past by really quick. You know, the wave is slow, but when they do come, you better be ready to watch, because these guys are ready to either pull in and do some massive vertical turn. You can see Oscar Berry and Jarvis Earl, all these guys are amazing surfers. They made it so far, the quarterfinal. You know, it's exciting surfing, mate.
It's exciting and it's hard work to get here. We're clicking down towards the 10-minute mark. You know what that means? No waves ridden. We could get the first restart of the contest.
What a great way to do it.
Just speculating at the moment, but nothing official. I'm pretty sure there will be restarts. We haven't heard otherwise. Let's just hope a wave comes within a minute.
Yeah, I mean, that left is looking good out there. Restart. Jody Marie say, yep, let's restart. And Tali say, yeah, I agree with you. Let's do a restart. They both agreed. And
they can wave his hands around all he likes. It will be definitely squarely on the shoulders of the head judge, whether they restart or not. Some of the factors that come into play there, mate, is if there has been a rideable wave come through and they've turned their nose up at it. I haven't seen one, so pretty confident there will be a restart. How's that thing just funneling through? Beautiful waves.
There you go.
All right, you see the 2 Hooters behind us. That does indicate that we've gone back to a 30-minute final. So restart. Let's hope Lagundri Bay starts delivering soon, because we want to see some action between these two. Right on cue. There's a bit of paddling going on. It's time to take a deep breath and reset, because there's no hurry now. You've got another half hour.
So the question is, if there's no wave coming in the next 10 minutes, is the rule, are you allowed to restart again, or only once restart?
You know, I was thinking that, but I do want to ask it because I don't know the answer. But we will endeavour to find out.
Let's
we
find
just
out.
keep restarting until the waves come. I'm not too sure, but let's hope it doesn't come to that.
Yeah, it's easier to agree when you only surf 2 surfers in the water, but when you have 4 surfers, one is they playing the different tactics. They want to stay busy. They want to scratching on the smaller one. That's the danger part, and you cannot restart anymore because one surfer's already took a wave.
Yep.
So the cool thing about just 2 surfers in the water is you can talk to, hey, let's do a restart.
I would definitely be throwing a couple of bogeys in there if I was surfing against either one of these guys, because you want any advantage that you would like.
Yeah. Yeah, you can see the high resin now. You see some movement at the back, the wave at the back that we see. it's finally arriving in the shore, hitting the banks. So you can see the surfers adjusting their position where they want to take off. As you can see, blue and red is paddling, fighting for this wave. Here we go. Nobody takes this one.
No one takes that one.
They're just letting it
It
pass.
is a rideable wave, though, so I think we've answered our own question. And
when it's the first you need to get on a good wave at the start, but sometimes you can be too picky that you make yourself waiting for too long.
Yep.
So sometimes you need to just get the ball rolling, and when you paddle back out, you see and you can hear what the judges are liking about your surfing too. So, but these guys, no, Oni, I'm waiting. So please don't tell me to catch the small one. It's the right tactic.
All right, a super sleepy start to quarterfinal number 4. That's Oni Onwa. Check it out.
That's Billy.
Hey, nice to be here. All right, a super sleepy one here, but the morning's action has been non-stop, rapid fire. Highlight for you of this morning so far.
Right. I woke up this morning. It was a little bit rainy. It was a bit dark out there. I was thinking like, damn, it's going to be a stormy. Will there be a good surfing today for the finals day? As I had my first sip of my coffee and I start seeing this line like barreling as the tide is dropping down from high to low. And the first hit paddle out, Rio Waida, really showed me how hungry he still is to win this QS 5000. So, that woke me up, man. That's my highlight for the morning. So, and Jack Thomas, he also posted some great hits. So I'm sure I cannot stop saying who is posting big score out here, Billy. So let's wait.
Let's wait. As we had Mark Cliff is getting too excited. He wanted to join us on screen.
Yeah, I know. All right. So Mark Cliff just mentioned there will be a 35 minutes semis for the women's and men. So there you go, guys. Whoever you're watching, there'll be a 35-minute semi-final. Why not? Let's give these surfers a life they always dream for, to come to Nias, surfing 35 minutes. And we're ready to watch you guys. Let's go.
Yeah, let's get it on. All right, this looks like another little set coming through. The lad's not interested at all. It is only a smaller one. It's still running through, though, as we peer over our shoulder. Ronnie, I reckon that's a rideable wave.
Yeah, for a surfer like me, I felt the wind is coming a little bit. I hope it doesn't really affect the barrel, but these guys don't care if it's barreling or not because their backside power turns are looking super solid. Here we go. I can see this wave coming.
Bit of movement in the ocean. Nope. False start again. All right, I think there is our restart. It's just finished right there because that was definitely a rideable wave. Both competitors just deciding not to go.
Yeah, super selective. These surfers are really dodging the punches of the wave, So, so if you're a boxer, you're not throwing any punches until you're ready to throw back. So I'm sure this guy's thinking, all right, that wave is not enough section for me to throw back. So it comes to a tactic now. There's 4 minutes to do a restart again. No.
Oh, no. Well, that would be a touch and go call, Oni, because there has been a couple of rideable waves come through. The lads have just decided that, no, they're going to try and wait for a set.
Yeah, I think the insight there come from Mark. Thinks that it looks like the surfers are really sitting really deep, way too deep, that they're missing all the waves.
Yep, you've got to keep it cool and you've got to stay with your game plan. And a lot of game plan out here in Nias is your markers. There's no way I'm going to tell you the markers that we are familiar with, but whatever you decide on, you've got to keep checking that, because there is a current that pulls you in towards the impact zone and away from the primo takeoff spot. It's been the trap of many a surfer.
Yeah, I mean, it's easy to get dragged in, as you see. Blue is really not giving any chance of red to sit deeper to get on that first wave. It's been already 20 minutes that blue been holding the deeper spot, which is smart tactic because this is a point break, right hand point break, as you can see now.
Oh,
wow, everybody's sitting really deep, and look at this wave. Sorry guys who is not watching, we're looking out here. There's some wave actually breaking wide, but that shows how competitive they are. They just don't want to let red go deeper, and then they push each other too deep.
All right, conditions changing now, Oni. We can feel that wind tickling our left shoulder and the left side of our face. That's indicative of a little bit of onshore teasing us. So conditions are changing. Waves becoming scarce for the last 15, 20 minutes, and the wind changing direction. All right, a little bit of movement in the channel. You can see in the middle of the screen. That last wave was spot on though, Oni. They were a little bit too deep, the lads. Jordan Murray had a good look at it. He was a little bit behind the sweet spot, so no taking off. This one definitely a rideable wave. So checking their landmarks and trying to get their act together for when a set does come through. These are definitely set waves. Nias showing a little bit of double up. All right, we have rideable waves. We have a South African in action. As predicted, too deep for that funneling wave. Still beautifully clean face here at Lagundri Bay, but we're off and racing.
Yep. So now blue now got the priority. Now he's paddling wider now, so he doesn't have to go too deep because he knows, as you said, replay of this one, too deep. Everyone watching that is the first wave of red. I just came out the 1 point right, and yep, no more restart.
Here we got the water angle. That's what you're dealing with. Days like today, sometimes it's hard to see where the sky finishes and the ocean starts. You get that double grey going on. Geordie Marie rejoins Tully Wiley out the back. One wave ridden for a total of 1 point. You're in the lead.
Yep. Here we go.
All right, 2 in 2 minutes now from Geordie Marie, the South African. He's been solid the whole contest. Falls off. Wow. So a 1 point tube ride and a bit of a slip. Here goes the big Australian now, Oni.
Yeah, Tully Wiley. That is massive turn right here. Look at that bottom turn. Straight into the... Look at this turn in this section right here. Wow. Great surfing for the man in blue, Tully Wiley.
Oh, the athlete area, they love it.
Yeah, let's go. Aussie, Aussie. Oi, oi, oi.
All right, you'll promise never to say that again. All right, let's have a look at Tully Wiley. That is the score that we are waiting for. The Wrecking Ball continuing his form that has seen him through to quarterfinal number 4. Will it be enough to keep Geordie Marie, the ever dangerous Geordie Marie, at bay? We'll see. We've still got 20 minutes to go in this one, but really the first shot fired in anger of this quarterfinal. We'll see what the judges make of it. They've kind of been nothing to do for the last 20 minutes. So here we go. Worth the wait. Throwing his weight around. Doesn't look like falling off when he attacks that lip. This third one is the money one for me, mate.
Yeah, I mean, like, that's great surfing by Tully Wiley. So it's a worth of a weight. He came with an 8.83. Look at replay of this blue from the water angle. It's a great start for opener of Tully Wiley. this turn. That's the money turn that the judges say, thanks for coming. And
straight into it, straight into the paddle at the back. He's happy with it. You know why he's happy with it on the Onwa? Because he's got himself an 8.83. He's waited a long time. I think here he goes again. Looking over our shoulder, this is Taliwala. He won't know he's got that massive score yet, so he continues to absolutely belt Lagundri Bay. 2 turns only for that one. Where's our highlights package?
Yeah, what an exciting quarterfinal. Heat number 4 in the water right now. So some judges gave him a 9 in that 8.83. So cannot wait. As you see, the Jordi Marie falling off that first wave, he paddled out and he looking Taliwala just smashing the wave. Must be feeling not great. So if he landed that nice turn, that last turn, he would get
be up there again, wouldn't he?
Score.
Yep.
But still a good backup. Only a 4.83 for last wave with the fall at the end. Shows how great of a surfer he is. But then you can see there's more wave coming. Will Jordi Marie sitting wide, or will he sit more on the shoulder? Because there's a lot of wave coming in the shoulder here.
I tell you what, mate, if there is a surfer who knows where to sit and get scores here at Nias, it's definitely Jordi Marie. The winningest surfer to paddle out here in recent times. Looking a bit lost at sea, to be honest. Looking around. Usually the precise nature of Jordi Marie is something to behold, but today he is dealing with the rampaging Taliwala.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of insight that we've been talking about the last few minutes with Mr. Mark. So there is a lot of strong current coming in, pushing Jordi Marie deep. We can even see it on the screen that there's a little movement of a current push you out deep, that you can be out of position when the waves are coming. So that time will be Jordi Marie's enemy if he doesn't come closer in the shoulder to play the game, because he requires an at 13.66. That's a lot of time, but he haven't opened up with any good score yet on the board. So
yep, in combo land is the South African. What is on his side is time right now. Just gone under 15 and a half. Yeah, we've been mentioning a little heat that you've got to keep an eye on your landmarks, especially when there's no waves. If the waves are consistent, you can usually pull out and come back to the takeoff spot. You have to sit there for 5 or 6 minutes. It's very likely that you'll be pulled off your takeoff spot. Taliwala knows the game. Check him out. He's also got second priority. Might be playing a few mind games with Jordi.
Yeah, I mean, Tali can push Jordi deep, put him really off position where he just too deep, lose the priority, or he can just come in the shoulder and staying busy and build that 4.83, which makes a lot harder for Jordi Marie. Time also will be Jordi's enemy, so 14 minutes. You know, time's been ticking away really fast lately because waves is good, but they're slow. So, but
it's true.
Especially if you're off position, if you're too deep and you're missing all that inside wave, you can easily. Yeah, you know what I'm saying.
I know what you're saying, brother. I'm sure everyone at home does as well. All right, of course, this heat turned into a 40-minuter because we had a restart at the 10-minute mark. No waves were ridden. Actually, no waves came through at all for a good 10 minutes. But both surfers on the board now with 2 waves apiece. Taliwala, the best of it, with that 8.83. He's back up at the moment as a 4.83. So, Jordi Marie looking to get things going. Very unusual to click down to the 13-minute mark and not have a score of substance for the South African. He's got a great record here and ever dangerous, especially with priority.
Yeah, I mean, this is the scary part. This is going to come to an end where the last 5 minutes that those two surfers will fight for the score, you know. So sit tight and watch. As you can see, the next heat will be heat number 1, semi-final for the woman. It will be Rosie Smart and Paige Harp.
Wow, it's going to be a beauty. That's the younger surfer in Rosie Smart that really impressed this morning. A couple of great turning waves, no tubes. The conditions kind of have turned in the last 10 or 15 minutes, so maybe the tubes will go out the window now and we'll go back to turns. Sorry, the tubes will be out the window and we'll go back to turns, yes, sorry.
Yeah, so I think that this event is very special for the Philippa Anderson and Paige Herb. They're travel buddy. They come here together, and looks like if they can stick together with a game plan, they will make it through the finals together. Here we go, some wave coming. Wow, this is a set right here for Tali Wiley.
Tali Wiley has snuck one under priority, and he's also banged that lip. That was a really critical turn. If this offers a few more opportunities, it will be a bonus for the Australian. It hasn't, and Geordie Marie on an absolute banger.
Yeah, Geordie
goes upside down, and this wave looking the goods. This is more like it from the South African now. A couple of turns, he pulls out. He'll be anxious to get out the back. Both the boys straight in the right in the vicinity here of each other. Geordie Marie's got the propellers on. They both want priority because there is 11 minutes remaining. Probably clicking down towards the 10-minute mark by the time they get out the back. There's a little bit of separation now, but Tali Wiley would not want to relax one little bit because he's got a South African on his tail with a bit between his teeth. Well, that should get Geordie out of combo land, you'd think.
Yes, he will. As you can see, he's only got 1 point in a 0.87, so the requirement will be less, not a combination anymore. So can he win the paddle battle though? Oh no, Tali just got the priority.
Right, scores to drop. Looking to better a 4.83 is Tali Wiley in the blue. He snuck one under priority there. So on point today is the surfer from Australia, but this is Geordie Marie. He's ducked under the curtain. This one pinching on him. He's found a way out, however. Totally disappeared. Geordie Marie back in the game at the 10-minute mark. Absolutely belts the end section. Stands tall, looks at the crowd. Say, how about a bit of that gear? I'm back in the race. Have a look at that. Tali Wiley has improved his situation with a 5.53. However, it is the surfer in red in Geordie Marie on the march. It's come alive.
That is what we're talking about. It comes to an end. Either be a 5 minute left, but unfortunately it will be just 10 minutes. So now you can see the show is just begin for Mr. Geordie Marie. 5 point for his last wave.
The previous one.
Second last wave.
We got one more to drop, mate, and that was that banger there. Wow. I had just written off the tubes for today, and Geordie Marie says, not quite yet. I'll have one of those, thank you. This is the 5.53 from Wiley. Snuck it under priority. He would have turned around and had a look at this thing. All right, it was a series of really good turns, and this was the 5.10.
That was a nice
upside down, bit of a wrap. Yep, you're right there, Onnie. Then let's paddle straight back out and have a look at this thing. He has to duck straight under there, totally disappearing in the white water, but sticks with the game plan, stays high. And wowee, fantastic effort from Geordie Marie. The requirement is a 9.26. Look what it's come in at, Ollie.
It just came under, so...
Just came under. It's a 9.13. Get a little bit excited, Onwa. My God. The South African is on the march. A 9.13 next to his name. He's knocking on the door from Tully Wiley, who's off to a great start. However, that requirement now is down to 5.23. This heat is alive and kicking. Who's going to take home all the chocolates? All of a sudden, it's almost advantage to red. The pressure piled back onto the Australian now, looking to better a 5.53. Both with an excellent score next to their name. It is going to be battle of the backups, to coin an absolute cliche.
How good. It's only a quarterfinal. I cannot wait to watch the semi-final of this.
He's staying busy. Check this out. He knows he only needs a mid-range score. He just needs to get into the good range. So this wave, not a set wave. That doesn't seem to bother him because he has the surfing to achieve those scores on pretty much anything. Will that be a 5.23? I'm not too sure. Tully Wiley sits out there. He's got to keep his nerve. He's got to know that he's capable of excellent scores. He's already done it in this heat. And, wow, how will this play out with 7 minutes to run? Here's the 9.13 Oni. Straight into the tube. Tucks it under there. Pretty much written him off here. It's pinching. But he comes out. Flick of the hair. A roll of the rail. And really stands tall. Gives it the old, I don't know what that is. And
give me the money because he doesn't need a point.
That's right, he can't get the points. Give me the money. A 9.13. All right, that last wave of Geordie's came in at a 4.87. Doesn't factor. So it is one excellent score apiece and one wave within the 5-point range each. So with 6 minutes remaining, I think there would be enough time for both of these surfers to get another wave each. Let's hope it turns out that way. This is the 4.87.
Yeah, so Jordi Marie surfing with so much smooth and power, but he doesn't need points in this event. He just come here to have fun. You know, he doesn't have pressure. But Tully Wiley, this is a big deal for him to qualify for the Challenger Series next year. He's making quarterfinal. So still in first place, Tully. There's 6 minutes to go. As you see, Red is staying busy, trying to get that 5.23. And he knows, you know, Jordi Marie, he knows he can get that 5.23 with under priority. He only needs a couple of turns.
Oh, here goes Tully, though. He likes the look of this thing. Passes Geordie on the way. It's going to take some big turns to put this thing to bed. There's one of them. This wave standing up. You can hear the athlete zone absolutely erupting. It's a medium-sized one, but it's offering sections everywhere. Really important to hang on there. He does. So the Australian looking to better a 5.53. I'm backing that he's done that.
Yeah, 100%, Billy. I agree with you. He'll definitely replace that 5.53, and that will make Jordi Marie require a bigger score. So let's see at the replay right now.
I'm really liking this. Luke almost taps Geordie on the bottom on the way past. Good opening turn, really close to the breaking part of the wave. And these, sometimes they peter out into the channel, but he picked a really good one and gives it a whole lot of ooft on that last turn. So Tully Wiley giving it a good shake here in quarterfinal number 4.
All right, so there you go. 4 minutes to go. Time did went past. Past quick, sorry. Went fast.
It did go fast, mate.
And I'm really enjoying this show. So we're still waiting for the last wave of blue.
Yep, waiting for that to drop. And Tully Wiley kind of taking his time to get back out there. A true gentleman, or do you think he's a little bit tired?
Both of these gentlemen is great surfer.
All right, this looks like an opportunity for Jordi Marie. He's capable of anything, this kid. finds a section of his own, goes upside down. A good-looking wave, very reminiscent of Tully Wiley. That second turn was an absolute belter. A little bit out of shape on that third one. Gives it the old Leighton Hewitt, I've got the score claim, but we'll see. The judging panel will now be comparing those last two rides from red and blue. It's going to be super important. Which one did you like better at home? Was it the Tully Wiley series of turns, or was it the Geordie Marie? Start playing judge for a little bit if you like.
There we go. The last wave of Tully was an 8.63.
All right, an excellent score. Here's the replay right on cue. You can see that really tight and critical for the first turn. Again, a little bit of a tail force on the second one, but it's the third one which has really put things to bed. You think it's all over, but have a look at this guy. Really precise surfing from the South African. Not so critical that first turn in my book. That was an absolute belt of the third turn. This one kind of gets stuck, a little bit of overbalance. He tries to bluff everyone on the beach with that little bit of a claim, but the judges won't miss that.
That came to a 6.73, everyone. For last wave of red with a 6.73. Not enough, still require an 8.33. Wow.
Still an excellent requirement, and there is under 2 minutes remaining. Tully Wiley has priority.
Yep, he got the, what's it called? The steering wheel.
He's got the steering wheel. He's driving the bus at the moment.
The bus. So sit tight, everybody. It's only 1 minute and 40 seconds to go. Will Geordie Marie have another chance? Will there be some sets coming? But we'll sit and wait.
Wow, Tully Wiley, a pair of excellent waves in his scoreline. It's going to bring a big smile to the big Australian on this big finals day at Nias.
Yeah, it's a great way to finish the event with this great surfing this morning with some barrels, now some turns. Wow. I'm happy to watch here sit.
Right, we are sub 1 minute and we have a busy South African. He knows he needs an excellent score. He's going to have to go massive. That's a good-looking first turn. All right, a bit stock standard for this guy because his surfing is off the hook with turns like that. Loves a claim, loves a win, and he's had plenty of them here at Lagundri Bay. He's going to call it a day, I reckon. 42 seconds remaining. Back over you, Tully Wiley. If you think you got anything left in the tank, let's see it. Geordie Marie with that body language. I think he's accepted the fate.
Yeah, I don't know. That the wave of Tully was a little bit bigger, I think. But let's see what the judges say. Geordie never gave up. There's 15 seconds to go.
No, we want to thank Geordie for coming all this way. You know, he was all the way from South Africa and the most winningest surfer here in recent history. But there's one score to drop for Geordie Marie, but it's Tully Wiley, very confident. The requirement was an 8.33 for the South African. Will it be enough? You can kind of tell by his body language there. He's conceded that last wave was quite small and maybe didn't have the opportunity to garnish that 8.33. All right, that is the results. Congratulations to Tully Wiley. He'll be featuring Semi 2. But after this break, let's join Oni Onwara and Mark Cliff. They'll be calling Rosie Smart and Paige Harrop in semi-final one of the women's. This is the Nias Pro 2023.
All right, here we are. We're back to Lagundri Bay, everybody, and this is finals day. It is our first semi-final. It is the women's division sending it first, and we have Rosie Smart, the Australian, in red, Paige Harab, the Kiwi, in blue. Paige is the defending champion, but Rosie Smart's put together the best performance. I think highest two totals on the board, but it's all go here. We've seen a score drop into Rosie's column of 4.33. I'm Mark Clift. Oni Anwar is sitting next to me, and Kailani Johnson is right in the middle. Kailani, welcome back to the booth.
Yeah, happy to be here. I think this is going to be a really exciting heat. The conditions have turned on for finals day, so it's going to be sick to watch.
Well, they certainly have, and two ripping goofy footers in this heat, so I thought we'd bring in a third ripping goofy footer, yourself, to help us with some comments through this one. So Rosie's first wave, that was it, a 4.33. Didn't she surf good this morning?
Yeah, I mean, she started off with a 9.5 in her first heat today, so that was super impressive.
Yep, a 9.43 and an 8.17, Rosie. So here goes the defending champ now, Oni.
Yeah, I love how Paige Harp is staying busy, not waiting any longer. She just want to keep the time and tight, and so we're still waiting for that score. That was her first wave.
Yep, 35-minute matchups now. We have added an extra 5 for the semi-finals. So, which is good news because we got a restart in that last heat. So I guess the boys in the judging tower went, well, we're under no time pressure. Let's just buff everybody here and add a few extra 5 minutes.
Yeah, that last hit was amazing. Tali just really smashing it, and Jody Marie didn't give up too. He kept fighting to the end, but unfortunately the wave was and the surfing that Tali bring on Nias is next level. So
well, Tully answered every challenge then, because Geordie was charging hard. He had the highest number, being a 9.13. Tully's been a bit of a favourite down there in the athlete area, mate. All the Aussies have been down there cheering him. I couldn't believe the amount of noise coming out of the athlete area during that heat. So Geordie's got himself out of some sticky situations this week. There's been a few heats he was done and dusted almost, and rose to the occasion. But Tully Wiley took one there for the Team Australia and parked himself into a semi-final. Kailani, you having a good day?
Yeah, I mean, I woke up this morning and it was pouring rain, but throughout that rain you could see the conditions were just amazing, and I knew it was going to be an exciting day of competition. Little part of me was angry that I wasn't out there too, but it's been so nice to be here. And as we see, Paige just started off with a 7, which is such a great way to start the heat.
Yep, and Kailani, you were here last year, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, so are these some of the best waves you've seen for a contest since 14 months ago when we ran here last time?
Sorry?
Are these some of the best waves for a contest that you've seen since we were here 14 months ago for this event?
100%. Yeah, this is definitely the best contest since we were here last year. Last year, I think majority of the waiting period was really perfect, picturesque Nias. This year, it's been a little not so classic Nias, but today it's really turned on for the finals day.
And there's some dark caves out there because the horizon's pretty dark. It rained this morning, as you were saying, so some of those Lagundri barrels are not the sparkle blue stuff we see, but the nice dark caves, and there have been a lot of people helping themselves. The goofy footers have threaded some really good tubes today. So everybody, this is Kailani Johnson between Oni Anwar and Mark Clift. We hope you're enjoying the broadcast. I know Sully and the boys down there at the Tallow Beach House are tuning in hard, and finally got home after a huge month on the road, Sul Dog. Toddy Taylor and the boys down there in Yellingup have asked me to pass some messages on to Jack Thomas, and I will indeed, guys. JT flying the flag for the West Siders at home. All sorts of goodness going on, Kailani. You might have some friends online that are watching. You want to throw any props out to anybody?
Yeah, I mean, probably there's a lot of people from Indonesia watching right now, and even all over the world. That's what makes this event so special. It makes a lot of people want to watch and see what's going on. So hello to everyone watching that I know, and I hope you enjoy the show.
Well, two of the tallest dudes on the beach are about to have a chat in the athletes area, because we're going to throw down to Billy Hangen and Tully Wiley. Bill.
Yes, thank you very much, Mark. I'm here with a very popular win. It's Tully Wiley Check it out. Let's get this bang bang and throw it to the crowd. They can have that sort of thing because, mate, you've got a semi-final to win, and it must feel pretty good.
Oh yeah, I can't even explain how good it feels. I've just, I've had such a bumpy road my whole kind of competitive career, and this is just my favourite wave ever. And just to crack it into the semis, it's just such an amazing feeling. And just got to go back and get some food and reset and get ready for the next one.
Well, mate, you really held your nerve because Geordie Marie banked a 913, if you don't mind, in probably, one of the last tube rides we'll see. So he was hot on your tail, but you stuck to your game plan. We've been calling you the wrecking ball this whole competition because you've been absolutely demolishing these right-handers. Was that, could you feel the pressure?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I even have priority, and it was just a smaller double up. And yeah, I just felt we were a bit deep, and I knew I was solid on my feet with my turns, and knew I could bank eights if I just finished them off. And I saw that wind coming up and just had to sort of change the plan. And I was hoping to kind of get some tubes, but the ocean had different plans. But just confident on my backhand and ready to go again.
Well, mate, as Mark did mention, I've got a soft spot for blokes over 6 foot and who are goofy footers. So well done, mate. Look at these things. They're absolutely cranking through. I can't believe this is actually a competition. It's got to be the best waves you've ever had it in comp, right?
Oh, yeah, that's probably the best thing I've ever had. That's what I said to Geordie. I was just thanks for sharing that with me. It was pretty epic. So, yeah, hopefully it turns it on again.
Mate, I've got a bit of a question from Mark Clift upstairs. Shoot, mate.
Okay, listen, he broke his magic carpet yesterday. His backup sled is working really good. Ask him about that board.
Now, this board's done pretty well for you because you have snapped your favourite sled yesterday. Mark wants to know if this thing's going okay.
Yeah, it seemed to do the job all right. It's pretty new, so big thanks to Adam Robbo at home who sprayed them up for me and got them over here. So thanks, Rob Dog. That one's for you, mate.
Rightio, mate. We'll let you go prepare for your semi. Give me one of them. That's an awesome effort. Back up, you guys. Keep your eye out for this fella.
Ew. Well, there we go. Two tall, big, goofy footers having a great chat down there in the athlete area. Meanwhile, we are owed a couple of numbers. I didn't really watch them. I was watching the interview, so let's have a look at some replays. Did you see any of that last two waves, Kailani?
Yeah, well, I did watch Paige's wave, and it was a set wave, so I think she'll get a really good backup on that.
Just some big belts?
Yeah.
Paige belts? What
Not
about
sure
Rosie's?
If it'll be as good as her first one, but we'll see what the judges say.
And what about Rosie's? Did you see her wave? She's owed a score.
I didn't really end up seeing her wave, but we'll have to watch the replay.
Yep, we will indeed, no doubt. 25 minutes, pretty much 10 off the clock. Semi-final number one is a big deal. It's not every day you get for the chance to surf for a final in a 5,000 QS event, particularly in such epic surf. So, Kai, you've been doing the Challenger Series this year. Who have you been travelling with?
I didn't actually do it this year.
Oh, you didn't? Okay. All right. Let's just watch Rosie. Take us through this, Kai.
She does a nice snap off the top. A great way to start off the wave, and the section kind of just closes on her. Nice off the top again, and we'll see what the last section has to offer. The wave kind of goes fat right there, and that's what's so important about this wave is to get your first and especially first and second maneuver right off the bat, because as much as it's a perfect wave, it ends pretty quick and the section tends to go fat. So the big money section is definitely the first part.
Some good numbers are up on Anwar. What are they for Paige?
Yeah, actually better than her first wave. She got a 7.83. The judges really liked that big turn because the section on that wave was pretty solid, so I'm sure the judges rewarded that.
Certainly did. 7.83, just about excellent. So the question is, can Paige Harrop get out of this semi-final and challenge for back-to-back victories here at Lagundri Bay? Do you reckon she can, Kailani?
I mean,
she's got it?
She's doing a great job so far. Her surfing is definitely there. I mean, no shade to Rosie. I think she could easily come back in this heat with the way that she surfs.
Yep. If she can repeat what she did this morning, she will. So this is the 7.83. Paige Harrop, strong on a backhand. Loves putting it up there in the pocket, and the judges love watching her. All right, Paige flicks off. So we'll have a look at Rosie's last two rides. So here we go. We're yet to see a number for this one of these waves. She opened with a 4.33. That one would be the 3.67. So Rosie playing catch up. Okay, and this is the current wave we are waiting on. Yep. That's what she was doing this morning. And then she was getting the opportunity to do that twice this morning. So that section fluffed down and kind of messed up that theory there for Rosie. But I think a 3.67 will probably fall off. That was a pretty good first turn. Time will tell. She's chasing 15 points to win this and become our very first finalist at this year's QS 5000.
I did want to ask Oni a question.
Go for it. Anything you want. We're just having chats. Go.
This heat is with two goofy footers, and I'm goofy. Wow, look at that view for a second. That was amazing. But I'm goofy foot. I feel like this wave is really good to go backside, but you've been ripping frontside. I've been free surfing with you a lot. Do you feel like the goofy footers or the frontsiders have an advantage out here?
Well, I think it depends on the surfers who will the timing when you actually look at the section. For the backsider, they just going for it as they take off. They see the section, pretty much they're closing their eyes and just hitting it. They're not thinking too much. They're just going for it. Where as you're a regular footer, you can time it. You can see at the section how you control the board. It's about your equipment as well. If you have a really good board that you can kind of like slow down, you can like hold the brake and go vertical. That's how I think high advantage of us, a regular footer. But sometimes your board can big part of the game too here. So like last time I was riding swallowtail, roundtail, and that felt like much more control my pocket return. But this year I'm riding my squash. I felt a little bit more like a different control in my bottom turn. So it doesn't matter in a backside or front side, but I'm sure the backside has been rewarded like the last couple of days because the section is really good for backside to go top to bottom, go vert. They can place their board straight the top the pocket of the wave. Yeah, it's kind of depend on the surfers too. Some surfers like to hold back and kind of hitting on the fatter section, not going vert. Like as you see, Tylee Wiley is the guy who's like a bull, you know, when you fighting with a bull, riding the bull, he just going for it and hitting anything that comes on his way. And with that heavy foot on him, and he just throws biggest spray too. So that's why the judges are rewarding Jordy Marie and Tylee Wiley's big turns.
That was a battle of the big boys then, wasn't it? Big hitters on their backhands.
Yeah.
Could be a really telling heat for Tully as well. And I really like what he said in his post-heat interview, the way he said, I just knew that I could get 8s every time on my backhand, you know, so he's feeling really confident. He's gone, I didn't feel like I had to go to the tube mode because the judges have been rewarding his backhand hits all week. So he's stuck to what's been working and gone, I know I can get 8. So he's brimming with confidence. It was a pretty cool remark. On the men's side of the draw, interestingly, we have one semi-final with 2 natural footers and a semi-final with 2 goofy footers.
Wow.
So it's a 50-50 on the men's side of the draw.
Yeah, that's a good question for you though, Kai, because this right now in the water, you can see the backside. See how vert she goes there. Wow. For the how old is Rosie Smart right now? I don't know.
Pretty young. She's a teenager. I'm not sure, but she doesn't look like she's got too many years on her there. She's a youngster. Here goes Paige. So let's have a look. This is great water footage. You really get to see what Lagundri does. And also on what we're just talking about, the women's have 2 goofy footers in one semi and 2 natural footers in the other. So it's a 50-50 split on your question, Kai, about who's got advantage. Right now, I don't know. I reckon it's
I
Stephen
guess
Stevens.
when the waves are this perfect, it doesn't matter if you're going backside or front side. It's easy to get high scores out there.
What a week it's been, Kai, and I'm glad it's all peaked here on finals day because a lot of people would have been really keen to watch this event roll out, and some of it was a bit ho-hum, and they're like, oh, when you keep talking up this swell and blah, blah, blah. Bang, here it is. Finals day right on cue. Look at this stuff. Look at the waves that are going unridden. I was having a chat before, Oni, with Tippy Jabrick about going, we could so easily do overlapping heats when it's like this because there's so many good waves going unridden.
Yeah, you can see Paige Harp right now, live. Nice vertical turn right here.
Whoops.
Wow. Yeah, she already got a good score. 3 weight. One of them a throwaway, only a 4. That last wave is a 1.1. So, yeah, Paige is having fun. Rosie is looking for an 8.83. She's not you never doubt on her because she's just having fun too right now. So,
well, she's busted the shackle of the 15-point requirement. The 617's brought her into a more manageable zone. The 883 is still a huge number, make no doubt about that. But her best wave has happened. She's still got 18 minutes to get it together and either track down an 883 or a 15.2 wave total to bother Paige for a spot in the GF. 4 waves each. We'll upgrade to the time slot here for these semi-finals. So we're now at about the halfway mark.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's safe in this heat because even though Paige has got the lead, even if Rosie made that first turn on her last wave, that could have possibly put her into the lead. So no one's safe at this point. There's still plenty of time on the clock. I think if I was Paige, I would only want to better my scores.
Oh, look at this footage. This is what you see when you're paddling out, folks. Boom. Wow. Going for it. This is
such a good angle.
Yeah, this is really good viewing. They both fall, I think, on this wave. Actually, no, this is another one of Paige's wave. A one-hit wave. It didn't factor in. So that's what you see when you're paddling out. It's such an inspiring thing to paddle out after a wave here and just watch these holes and these caves roll through, and you're just like, oh my God. There's the Asian family surf camp right there. G'day, Hash. He's down there strutting around, the big fella. All the judges staying upstairs. All our food and other activities happen downstairs in the restaurant. There's the barbecue to the right of screen out the front there, the front area of the Asian family surf camp. You're just parked up over here to the left, aren't you, in one of those places, Oni?
Yep.
Yep, I'm just a little further to the right. You can see just next to the Om house there, a big white place. That's where we are. That's where our broadcast is. That's where we're staying. Where are you at, Kai?
Yeah, I'm right next to Hash, actually.
On
the left side, yeah.
Okay.
It's a good place to be.
Socials. Is that what they call it? Social place?
Serious.
Okay, so you're a couple over from Hash. Yep, serious. Good fella. It's kind of where I first parked up the first year I came 30 years ago, almost 30 years ago, with Paul Ant-Man Patterson, who I know is watching this. He won the very first big event here in Lagundri Bay in 94. There was a bunch of West Aussies here. It was so much fun. His brother got a third. Josh Parmentier got a fourth. So there was 3 West Aussies.
What year is that, sorry?
94.
94.
So there was 3 West Aussies in a 4-person final.
I was born in 93. So I was only 1 year old.
You were one. You were still pulling your nappies. And we're up here surfing Lagundri, mate.
Oh, not too far, mate. Puna.
And so Ant-Man's probably, I think he's watching there with Toddy, and that was a famous victory. And I remember we got paid in cash, and Ant-Man had all these $100 bills that he's just fanning himself with these hundies, and it was classic. Justin Cook got second runner-up, so I remember that final.
Waves firing?
Oh, yeah, it was so good.
What place you came?
I was a third in a quarter, so I got a ninth, and then Pete Hayes was the other West Aussie that was up here, Purple Hayes, and I think he was around about the same as well, so... Geez, we had a good time. I came up for a 4-week holiday and stayed for 7.
Wow.
Yeah, couldn't leave.
Wow.
Yeah, went through the Tallows and that as well. Went out to the Hanakos a couple of times and had a good look around. And
so Jake Paddle was one of your tough opponent back then, or?
Yeah. Jake, he was coming through back then. He was a youngster, so you're thinking 30 years ago. So Jake was a pup. His brother won, and I remember Ant-Man, I was sitting in the channel caddying for Josh, and I remember watching Ant-Man thread this thing. He got so deep, I couldn't even see him from the channel. And as Ant, as we know over the years, went on to be, have some famous victories at Sunset and other events, and no stranger to the big heavy stuff. He got third in the Eddie twice.
Yeah. Wow.
He won here at Lagundri Bay, so Ant, big props to you, my man. And now he's a big part of the Water Patrol Australia team and does a lot of our Water Patrol safety work for our West Australian events and the Margaret River Pro, and on we go. It was a great time. The beach looked totally different.
How's the trip to here?
Oh man, it took forever. Me and Pete Hayes, we had to fly to Medan, spend a night. Drove to Sabolga, spend a night. Caught the overnight ferry got here the next day, and then had to
ferry?
get on the ferry from Sabolga to Tuluk Dalam. Yep. And then it took about 3 days. So then we got a truck and came in. By the time we got here, we were kind of sizzled.
How'd the board fit in? How many boards were you traveling with?
Oh man, I had some big boards back then too. Well and truly overgunned. I think I had a couple of boards in the 7-foot range. I had a 6'9", a 6'6".
Glass on fin or
glass on fins.
Wow.
That's why every time planes landed, you could just about hear them snap. The rovings giving way. The airlines here back in the day, Smack Airlines, were pretty dodgy.
Was it called a Smack?
Smack Airlines back then, but coming here was a different story because we caught the boat. But
wow.
Glass on fins are a whole different ball game.
What if you break your fin though?
Bad luck. That's why he brought 4 boards.
Wow.
There's a ding repair here back then?
It was pretty dodgy. You're probably better off getting a bit of Castile and doing it yourself. But
wow.
It was pretty dodgy. But yeah, we had good fun. And back in the old ACC days, the Australian Championship Circuit, APSA days it was. So it was really good.
Before ISB. The ASB?
Before ACC, it was a part of the Australian domestic circuit. So it wasn't even, it was just part of our home events, and they dragged one to Lagundri. Can you believe it?
Wow.
Yep. So we were all pretty happy.
I bet everyone wanted to do that event.
A lot of people did. A lot of people stayed. It was pretty cool. So the organisers back then, I think it was Alan Atkins and Peter Whitaker and a few crew, and Mark Flint was involved. Mark's still here. He's still living down the road. So that was a major flashback, guys. While there was a little break in the action, that's just what we were doing 30 years ago, and you probably wouldn't have even been born yet, Kai.
Nope, I was born in 2002. So,
so you were -9.
Yeah, I wasn't even in the picture.
So, yeah, that's for me. I really like hearing that story, because nowadays I can see how everything is so easy. Book a flight on your phone, everything. So before you need to use the map, right? How to figure out the road. No, now you can just put a name and you can direct there.
Man, there was no phones. Stop it. Didn't make a phone call for 7 weeks. We're stuck out here on the point. Are you kidding?
Wait, how did you find out this wave?
Well, we knew the event was coming up. So me and Pete came in early. So we found our own way here. But there was a bit of a package deal for the competitors that all flew in together as part of the contest package. But we got here a bit earlier. So we just sort of figured it out ourselves. And 3 days later, we made it.
Wow.
It was pretty hectic. But everything's a lot easier these days. There was no ACs, mate. There was dodgy fans at best. The mattresses were terrible. The mosquito nets had holes in them. It was really dodgy.
I kind of remember some part of when you came to Lakey Peak. I was only how old I was when you first
91. So you were
I was
-1. You were -1.
So, yeah, I was sleeping in the board bag back then. In your board bag too.
Yeah, probably were. Yeah,
fighting with joy.
Yeah, on the balcony out the front of my little shack there.
Yeah.
Major flashbacks going on here, guys.
Yeah. So
I hope we're not boring you too much with this, but it is what it is, and life's fun when you're on the road and travelling in Indo. But it's got a whole lot easier. I'll tell you one thing I did like over COVID. We had not many crowds, so we were surfing these waves and got the bunyaks with no one else. Thanks to the crew at Pulse, Marcus Keishan on his boat. And my friends, there was only 3 of us, 2 other men and 1 woman on the boat with me. We got the bunyaks really good. So we were surfing these waves with no one. Out in front, I had a few surfs by myself in 5-foot stuff with modern luxuries. I had AC, we had cold beer, we had our phones, we had cars with AC to drive us in here, we had good planes to bring us here. But there was no one here. So it was like the best of the best, because it was like we were having stuff the Pioneers got with all the mod cons. It was unreal.
I'm so grateful to have been at home during COVID time, because it was honestly the best place to be, in my opinion. And it reminded me of how it was growing up as a kid in Bali, but also just with, like you said, all the luxuries that were already built there before COVID happened. So I made some really, really good memories and really memorable surfs at waves that there's usually 50 to 100 people out, when there was just me and a few other friends out.
And so, back to that one, Onnie, as well, when some kids complain about my accommodation or the travel was a bit tough, my phone's not working. I just want to lean down and slap it. It's like, come on, you guys. Are you kidding? You're so buffed and you don't even realise it.
Yeah. So,
That's a good reminder for me too.
Yeah, you know, you've got to keep it all real. Life's pretty easy these days, and you know, you guys get to do so much travelling, and thank God it is easier, because you wouldn't want to be doing those sort of miles every time you had to go to an event. It would have been ridiculous. So it's come a long way, let's put it that way.
Wow, great story. Thank you so much for that, Mark. So appreciate it. For us young stars looking up to this, we need to appreciate it and enjoy the surf, you know. So right now, the surfers in the water, they must be living the dream, surfing with 2 surfers in the water and scoring some epic barrels and turns. Who is not saying they're living the dream out there?
Of course, and the ASC tour and what we do through Indonesia and blah, 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 it is so close to it. It is the dream tour, you know.
Yeah.
Those surfers, I asked Oscar Berry on his post-heat interview if these were the best waves he'd competed in a year, and he just didn't even balk at that. Of course it is. Best waves I've seen since last time we were here 14 months ago.
Yeah. So look at this. No one taking on this wave.
Yeah, there's so many waves they're just letting go that it's, when you're actually out there competing, in my opinion, it is hard to let them go, because you know that you're going to have so much fun on those waves. But that's what makes competing different than free surfing, is you have to be a bit more technical, and you have to have a strategy, and that's what makes a difference between getting 4s and 5s and 9s and 10s, and what the judges have to consider.
Yeah, it's a different ball game when you are competing in a surf competition to a free surfing. As like what Kai said, in a contest you are more selective and you kind of have to choose your wave properly. As you can see, this one, Red is choosing a good wave right here. Look at this turn. Boom! Unfortunately coming unstuck.
Well, it's the first bit of action we've seen for a while, and it didn't click there for Rosie. Needs a high 8. So what we're going to do quickly is we're going to have a quick look at the best waves ridden so far in this semi-final matchup, starting with Paige's 717. So this happened earlier on in the piece. I think this was her first scoring wave. Yeah, this is 717, her first scoring wave. So plenty of work there done on that wave. Nice work. That's what a 717 looks like. This is the 783, a bigger wave. Still Paige living in the pocket, hacking away. The judges really want to see that first turn done out the back, and the bigger the wave, the better. So hence this wave goes a little higher. 783. We're going to have a look at Rosie's better score as well. This is a 617. So Rosie was dialing up that turn all morning long in her first quarterfinal on really good clean surfaces, and had a huge 2-wave total to get into this position. Conditions have changed a little since then. We've got a fluffy little onshore, but this is Rosie's best number, and it still stands as her best number, a 617, leaving her still needing an 883. Thanks, guys. Thanks, team, for doing that.
I like Rosie's that one turn. If she made another 10 on that, that would be a huge score mark.
Well, she was getting these sort of numbers, that requirement. She was getting those sort of scores this morning. So she's got to keep that belief and going, all right, I've got 5 minutes. I've got to get it together. Got to find a smooth wave. I've got to do that turn, like you said, Oni, twice, and probably ride on and finish that wave. So Paige, being a little bit more of a veteran, totally cool and calm. It's a little bit of a battle of two stories here. The up-and-comer Rosie, the defending champion, who's got a fair bit more experience on the board, and looking to go back-to-back here for Paige.
Yes.
So Paige will know exactly what to do here. She's now got priority. Rosie's going to seriously have to hope a 2-wave set comes through here, or hope Paige makes an error, which I can't really see happening.
What would you do, Kai, if you're in this heat right now? There's 4 minutes to go. If you are Rosie?
Wow. Well, first of all, I'd pray for a set to come.
Good
but
start.
Definitely just kind of keep my calm and keep my focus as much as possible. You know, focus on my breathing, and definitely put the pressure on Paige. You know, I think that's one mistake I made last year is I didn't have priority, and Paige needed a score at the end of the heat, and I should have put more pressure on her, because at this point there's not much Rosie can do besides you know, putting a little pressure, because anything any way you can affect your competitor mentally gives you a better chance.
That's Paige's caddy there in Jamal, and that is looking like Mia Huppert's there, the caddy for Rosie. Jamal is Elliot Parada-Reed's dad. He's a cool fella. He comes around to a lot of our events. He's just staying next door to us, and you don't mess with Jamal. He's looking like a bit of a warrior.
Yeah, his biggest legend.
He's good fun, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was out there yesterday afternoon in the free surf, and he was kind of sitting on the side but still picking off some fun ones. And I had a little conversation with him, and I could tell he was so stoked to be here. Like,
yeah,
even though it wasn't like perfect conditions, he was just like, this is the dream. Like, I'm so happy to be here. And it just a good reminder that even though I'm not in the comp anymore, I'm so happy to be here, and it's such a nice place to be. And sharing perfect waves with your friends doesn't get much better than that.
Yeah, watching his son shred his way through the event as well. Elliot got through a few rounds, and the big fella Jamal, he's always full of positivity. Here we go. Rosie's got to stay positive right here. Oni.
Yeah, I love this wave. Looks like some wall in this wave. Okay, she's just hitting a little bit too early, but let's see if this second turn here is nice. That looks like a better turn for Rosie. I love her surfing. Really flow, throws a lot of spray, power. For how small she is, she's throwing a lot of power.
That's what surprised me this morning. I haven't seen a whole lot of Rosie over the years. I only just met her at Lakey Peak a couple of months ago when her dad was there and her brother. She's so slender in a frame and so young. You're asking me how old she is. I don't know. She looks about 17. She's pretty young. But to throw down the big hammers she was doing this morning in that quarterfinal on some of the waves she rode this morning, it's just all about her technique, because she doesn't have much muscle or weight. So the technique is really strong.
Wow, I like that turn.
All right, so if this becomes her best wave, then that requirement of the 883 comes down, and it might give her a better shot in these last 90 seconds.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that wave didn't offer up another section for her to hit, because that second turn was really good, and I can see why she got such high scores in her heat this morning. For how young she is, she surfs really mature, and I think as the years go on, she has such a bright future ahead of her, because she's only going to improve on that.
I'm sure her dad's listening and her brother are watching as well. So you guys, this may be the end of Rosie, but you know, she really did turn some heads on the beach here this time with her surfing. Quite a few people tipped her as one of the best in the water during our free surfs. So her act didn't surprise some people. It kind of surprised me. I didn't know she was this good in solid surf. So to Mr. and Mrs. Smart & Co., Rosie rips.
Yeah, there's like 40 seconds to go. That wave, well served for Rosie. But I know that what the judges want to see, that vertical turn on the heavy section. That's what the judges want to see, as Paige Harp got rewarded for the 7.83. That the judges want to see that. But Rosie is surfing really smart with that. As you can see now, the scores are in for Rosie at 5.97.
Yeah.
So
didn't bring the requirement down, but either way got a whole lot closer and made a bit of a more of a battle of it. There's the drone is up now, so this is good news. We're quite a few domestic crews starting to head down to Sorake Beach here. 1:20 on Sunday afternoon. It's going to go crazy. The Savo, they've got the biggest stack of speakers you ever want to see, and they'll be turning them up to 12 out of 10 as they normally do. So it's going to be a big arvo down here. We are going to have Anon Matsuoka come in and take us through semi-final number 2, but we'll be right back in a moment. back. Semi-final number 2. It's now a battle of the natural footers, a battle of the Australians. First up, that looks like the unmistakable style of Freya Prum. One nice hit straight away. Philippa Anderson already has a score, so they're going neck and neck here with a wave apiece. Nice wraparound cutty for Freya. The drone is in the sky, and we love Ryan Williams' work. Okay, so semi-final 2 is alive and kicking. 2 minutes off the clock. I'm Mark Clift. This is Giada Lagundri has joined us, and Anon Matsuoka is back. There's been a whole lot of entertainment this afternoon, yeah?
Yep, the waves are absolutely firing. It's been non-stop here. The wind just picked up a touch, but it hasn't really affected the wave just yet. It's firing. Anon? Yeah? Have you been watching the action? Yeah. What do you think?
Really excited to watch, and then the guys and women's both really, really good turn. Yeah, so excited to watch.
Many barrels.
Yeah, I know. That was so sick.
Are you going to be surfing after?
Of course. Are you?
I think I'll see you out there for sure.
Yeah, sure.
All right, so here we go as the drone takes us back to the lineup, back to pole position. Philippa Anderson, owner of a 10-point ride this morning. Thank you very much. It was one of the best waves, the best wave we've seen in the whole event. It was just such a wicked barrel. I'm not sure the possibilities of seeing that again while she's surfing, but maybe we'll throw that out there to the boys. Only 110 so far, and the day's not over. It was a ripping tube. This morning was just spitting barrels. Philippa absolutely helped herself.
Yeah, that was an insane wave by Philippa. In the interview, you could really tell how excited she was. She was there. She was telling me that was probably the best wave she's had in since her Pro Junior contest.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
So she rewatched it while we were doing the live interview, and she was like, "Oh my God, that was sick." It's cool being able to see yourself right after your heat, especially a 10. You're gonna want to see it, and there she had it.
Yep, so maybe the boys are flipping through the clips and having a look for that one, because it was just, best thing we've seen so far. A lot of great tubes going down. Scores are in. It is advantage to Philippa Anderson by just under 1 point, a 5.5, and Freya with a 4.67.
Yeah, there is a little bit of a lull. Meanwhile, we wait. Anon, what has been one of your highlights for finals day? One of your favorite moments?
I think the Philip Anderson 10-point ride was really, really sick, and then that was a really deep barrel. That is the best highlight, I think.
What about when we sat here this morning, Anon, and you watched Riaru and Rio Wider just duke out an epic quarterfinal?
Oh my God!
At one point, they were both tied on 17 points. Remember? So that for me was just such a moment. That was such a good heat, and I'm glad you sat here with us and went through that. Because Anon Matsuoka, for those online that may not know, Anon is leading the Asian region right now. Yeah.
Right.
All right. So it'd be interesting to see once once this event is over and it all breaks down, and where you're at, and what do you have to get into to make the Challenger Series for next year? What is it? Top 6, top 4 for the women's on the Asians?
I think top 3, and then plus wild card from Asia, so I should go to like Asia number 1. So yeah, hopefully, yeah.
Well, we wish you all the best of luck for that. So these rides that we might have missed. This one, this is a 5.5. So Philippa's first effort here, her first scoring opportunity right there, and a nice big well-timed hit to kick things off. Philippa and Paige. Earlier you were suggesting, we'll just stay with Freya's right here as well. So this is a 4.67. What did you like from here, Anon?
Yeah, that was sick too. And then first big turn, and then second big turn, bottom to top. But like little windy wave. It's like getting little windy. But the Freya was really good turn. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, you can really see the texture now on the water compared to this morning. This morning was super glassy. It was almost oily.
Right.
Now we have a little bit of texture on the face, so it's going to affect, maybe we won't see as many barrels anymore, but that's not a problem because the waves are still really good.
It is like a little getting windy and then getting low tide right now. So like little more, I think little more small wave come in. But the like it's a sprint final. There are many great surfers, so everyone can going through really good turns. So excited to watch. Yeah.
Glad you mentioned that, Anon, because low tide is probably right about now, right in the smack in the middle of the day. Once it starts pushing back in, though, we do generally see most other arvos a few more waves. All right, a few double ups generally start rolling back in once the tide's pushing back in as well. So potentially through our next, what do we got? 4 more heats after this one. Potentially some of those are going to be blessed with that push at some point. And should that happen, it's all looking really good for our finals.
Yeah.
Men's semis are up next.
Yeah, we've definitely seen. It's true. The earlier heats had a lot more waves coming through, and now it's been there's been a lot of lulls and a lot of waiting. I think it was a great decision from the head of this WSL right now to put those extra 5 minutes and create more opportunity.
Well, Oni Anwar is going to have a chat with our first finalist. It is Paige Harrop and Oni Anwar. Go, brother.
Good day, everyone. Yes, I'm here with Paige. She just made the final. Now she's recharged, have a couple coconut. So, hey, Paige, how you doing?
I'm good, thanks. I'm happy to get through that one.
So you be waiting to see who's going to win in this. Who you wish to surf against in the final?
Oh, they're both cool chicks, but yeah, Philsy's been one of my best mates on tour for over 10 years now, and we're rooming together here, so it would be a dream come true to have her in the final. We've been trying to do it, I think, our whole career, so hopefully we can finally do it.
Well, I don't want to take too much time. I know you need to get some rest, so soon the final after the men's semis, so good luck. We'll be cheering for you.
Thank you. Terima kasih.
Yeah. See you guys. You.
Thanks, Oni. And go, Paige. About to try and defend a big title here. Rarely do you see people go back-to-back in surf contests and get 2 wins from 2 starts, but that is the position Paige has put herself in, and the judges really loving that backhand attack from Paige Harrop.
Yeah, now that she's actually in the final, there is a chance she may be a back-to-back winner of the Nias Pro QS 5000. That is a really big result, and just coming back from an injury, she's just missed out on that spot for the Olympic qualification, but here she is in Nias in the final.
1:30 down here Sunday afternoon, Nias time. 25 minutes still on the clock, so these heats do roll on at 35 minutes. There's a fair amount of time for them to get their act together and for Huey to send something through and make the most of it. Anon, the leader of the Japanese charge. We spoke about this earlier, Anon. There are so many good Japanese surfers coming through the ranks. Your domestic circuit, it must be really hard.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
Tell us about some of the events and where they are and how hard it is.
Like pretty fun every time, but like it's really need to confidence and then a lot of experience, and then yeah, but it's really fun every time. I think 5 more event QS something, so yeah, and then more confident every contest, and then just having fun, yeah, do my best, yeah.
How many events are there on the domestic circuit in Japan? Many?
I think, yeah, so. Not so many, I think so. Yeah.
All right. But lots of surfers.
Yeah, a lot of surfers.
A lot of shredders.
Sure.
Yeah, all right. Okay, so we've been saying this over the weeks and over the events last year and this year that, you know, Team Japan are really starting to make a surge and pushing hard. And, you know, I'm noticing it when I come to these the Asian region events. I really notice, A, the numbers, B, the quality. lots of good things to like about what's going on over there in your homeland. So they must have a strong organisation, yeah, a strong Japanese federation.
Yeah.
Okay.
Really.
And on your downtime, Anon, this week,
Yeah,
what do you do on your day when you're not surfing? What do you do?
Like this time?
Yeah, this event. Do you chill? Do you stretch? Do you just nap? Do you read a book? What do you do when you're not surfing this week?
I always like listen to music, and then like sometimes in the morning, and then the nighttime is I always like stretch and then just relax, and then thinking about my surfing the next day, like waves, and then watch my surfing video, and then focus to only like a surfing.
Do you ever watch footage of yourself before you compete, or the night before, or anything like that? Some footage of yourself surfing. Do you ever do that?
That before come here.
No. Okay, so I asked Rio this morning, and he goes, sometimes after a heat I'll watch my heat again. Sometimes the night before I'll watch some footage of myself surfing, so that he goes to bed, having watched himself and knowing what all his strengths are, and having a look at, his best stuff to help him psych up to compete. Do you ever do that? You do?
Yeah, I'm doing like the watching my favorite surfers video, and then surfing, and then like my feel getting high, and then just like doing.
Do you have people video you while you're surfing?
My favorite surfer is like a Caroline Max, like same goofy footer, so I always watching her surfing.
What about your surfing? Do people video you while you've been here? Like when you have a free surf, does somebody video you, and then you go back and watch it and go, right, this, and this?
Yeah, like practicing time, and then my parents always take the video.
Your mum?
Yeah.
She's here?
This time I'm with my mum, so very grateful. Yeah, thank you.
Oh, I can see some movement out the back on the far reef. That's the old indicator reef, everybody. We've got a little bit gnarlier since the earthquake, and a lot more rocks poking out. That used to be surfed quite often, Giada, long time ago.
I remember the first few days I saw a few of the Groms giving it a go out at the indicator. They said it was really shallow and super sharp, but I don't know, from this angle it looks like a great wave. I don't think that's my type of wave.
I was talking to Benny Wow last night, and he surfs it a bit with his mates, and he reckons it's got to be really big. When the surf is really big, like yesterday afternoon, I was watching, and the view we were watching from, we could see the indicator, some big old sets rolling through, and Ben said it's got to be that size or bigger, and then he reckons it's not as gnarly. Figure that out. Anyway, let's have a look at red. Philippa Anderson, wave number 2. So she'll be keen to make this one count. That was a serious crack in the lip. Could have fallen off quite easily. Mixing it up now with a little bit of a back-footed schwack in the pocket. They cut back there just to add some more points.
And right behind her is Freya Prom. Gets a little bit stuck on the top. Air drops it down, but manages to stick through with it. A good carve. This one, she's going to take it again. Another carve here in the inside of this wave. I've been seeing a little bit of a difference today in the shape of the wave. Like it tends to kind of turn towards you as it starts reaching down that closer reef.
Yep, bends in front of you. Yeah, so anyway, that was a pretty great drone angle. Both these surfers adding substantial numbers now to their 2-wave totals. I'm loving this drone footage. Look at these unattended waves. In any given free surf this week, there'd be 5 people paddling for that, and probably another 45 behind them just waiting to go for this one. It's been an absolute frenzy, so it's kind of not fair that this amount of good waves are rolling through without me on them or anyone else.
Yeah, and the free surfs have been really, really gnarly out there. Differently to Cruy, where there's so many options of waves, people drive around.
Right.
But we'll get right back to that, as this is a replay of Philippa. Nice vertical off the top. Gets a little bit stuck on this bottom turn, but manages to just hack it. Puts a variety in there, and that was a nice ride. What did you think, Anon?
Yeah, that was a really nice ride. The Freya too, like this wave was really good. The first bottom turn and a little bit stuck on the top, but the nice curve second turn, and then third curve was good too.
So scores are in, and it's all same to what has already happened. When you look at their numbers that they've just dropped, a 5 for Philippa and a 4, 5, 7 for Freya. So the judges are still expecting more. They're demanding more out of these two by throwing just mid-range numbers. So stuff remains really, really close. Just over a 1 point advantage to Philippa. She's got the pair of 5s. Freya's got a pair of 4s. Leaves Freya chasing a 5, 8, 3. Priority will go to, I think, Philippa's first out there by the look of things. What about you, Anon? Free surfs? Have you been getting many waves, or are you finding it as tough as I am?
Yeah, like
tricky to get waves in the free surf, huh?
Yeah, it's like that.
I think one afternoon, after work, and it was pretty good. I think the first Arvo the Swell picked up, I reckon there was 100 people out there.
Oh my God. I was out there too.
Look at you roll your eyes. It was ridiculous.
That was insane. You know, when I saw Alex paddle out, you know, he works so hard, and even after hours, this is Freya taking one under priority. Nice first turn under the lip, sets it up for the second one, throws water out the back, and this is looking like a really good wave for Freya Prom. Only needs a 5.83 to go into a leading position.
Well, I reckon
I think
she gets the
the best
lead.
wave in Freya this heat.
Yeah. I reckon too. Great call, Anon.
Yeah,
I reckon
the second, the heat was really good. Yeah.
Anon's called it. I'm agreeing. What do you reckon, G?
Yeah,
Best
me
wave
too.
so far?
I think that's the best wave of the heat.
Yep, and to get that without Philippa even having a look. So wisely done there, Freya. Here's a second look at it, everybody. It was quite smooth. It was sort of a 3/4 size wave. Just strong bottom turn, top turn connections there without missing a beat. And then just a couple of wraps to just sign off onto what I reckon was a really well surfed wave for Freya.
Yeah, I agree. I think this is definitely going to be best wave of the heat for now.
So back to what you were saying about Alex, when you saw Alex paddle out.
When I saw Alex paddle out, I'm like, all right, now I know everyone's out here because
he's always working.
Yeah, he's always working. So when he was out there, I was like, now I can confirm that the entire, like, everyone that's staying at Nias is out here right now.
Alex, a great inclusion to our ASC tour and a hard worker. There we go. Look at the claps, the applause coming. That looks like Ali Harrison in the channel. She's giving Freya a huge rev up, a 7.17. So there we go. She's now in the lead. 11.84 versus 10.5. That leaves Philippa requiring a 6.35 to reverse the situation and regain the lead. Geez, that was really smart from Freya taking that under Philippa's priority, yeah?
Yeah, and Philippa's definitely going to be, you know, giving herself a little bit of a hard time after that, because once she hears that score, knowing she had priority, it turns into a little bit of a hurt.
Look at that name on the rankings right there, the women's qualifying series. Anon Matsuoka. Oh, she's sitting right next to us.
Yeah.
All right, so who do you reckon is your biggest challenger out of all those other names that are there? There's 9 out of 10 of them are Japanese. Who's your biggest threat for the title?
Everyone.
Everyone,
yeah.
Well spoken. All right, well.
Everyone, great surfer, and then,
Philippa.
Oh, look at that. The second turn, little fast. Yeah, but the first turn was really sick.
She needed to get to that second section a little earlier, so she could have smashed it.
Yeah.
And I reckon she'd be chasing down that number quite well. So a little error there from Philippa. 14 minutes to go. Freya turns again.
This is Freya on a good looking wave. Let's see what she can do. She hits it up the top, manages to get it. Is she gonna hit it? And she does. Unfortunately, her nose gets stuck on the way down and she goes over the handlebars. So a little bit of
an error from both these girls right then.
An error from both. Freya's gonna try to get back out there as soon as she can. So
Geez, it was looking like a replay of a 717 until she fell. It was the very same wave.
Yeah.
The first turn was identical. She's ripping into a bottom turn again, and I actually looked on the left-hand column to see if it was a replay because it was pretty sick. Had she made this turn, it could have been another 717, but that was exactly the same as her, the 7-ish. Until there, just didn't quite rotate enough to stop the nose, the forward rail from grabbing.
There we have it. The replay from the boat. I'm really liking this angle.
Yeah.
This is a replay of Philippa's last one. Huge first turn, straight into the second one. Looking for a 6 something. If she managed to get another turn like that in, I'm sure she would have gotten it. That first turn was really nice.
Yeah, it was really nice, I agree. And she was just like, shades of a second late on that section, and she opted to try and tuck down and get around, but that didn't happen. So in 12 minutes' time, we will know who joins Paige Harrop.
There we have Philippa Anderson looking for a 6.35. She was well on the way, but unfortunately, as she was coming down from that turn, the nose kind of just got stuck into the water, and she went over the handlebars. It was the same with, this was Freya's, and Philippa as well. Went up to do the turn, but it just seemed like that section fell down too fast on her.
Yep, she wasn't too late. A little late to the scene, but not by much. Geez, look at these waves rolling through in this semi-final. A wave like that would be really handy for either one of these two.
I would have turned around and went on even the little insiders. I'd be way too excited to be out there with one person out.
Well, during the free surfs, 10 people would have been paddling for that wave. There would have been 10 people paddling and 5 drop-ins, I reckon.
Yeah, and I'm sure this afternoon there's going to be a heavy crowd out there.
Because the best news is everybody packs their board bags after that, G, and I'm not. So you know what? I'll surf tomorrow. You guys can have those overcrowded free surfs. I would have joined in a lot more times if I wasn't staying, but I am. Anyway, so 6.35, a couple of fumbles, one from each surfer. Freya now has priority and the lead, trying to improve on a lowish 4.67. So things are looking quite good for Freya at this stage. She did say she's done some extra training coming into this event, G. So it's really starting to pay off.
Look at that. Look how close they are to each other.
Yeah.
It looks like Freya's maybe trying to create a little bit of pressure.
Yeah, like pressure.
Like mind games.
Mm-hmm.
Anon, do you ever use any mind games when you're competing?
Yeah, like if it's right now Freya and then first place and then priority, she has a priority right now, so she can like pressure for Philip Anderson. Yeah, like when this situation I will, yeah.
Sit
for
close
sure.
to the other person.
They both want a piece of this one. Freya deepest with the P in the column, so Philippa has to pull back. It's looking a little flat. Maybe she bored into a wave she may not have needed, but a first reasonable turn. Throws it up again. A third manoeuvre there right in front of the drone. Remembering she had to improve on a 4.67 to make that worth doing. The front on view will be telling. The drone showed us it wasn't very steep. She did some reasonable work.
Yeah,
probably similar to that number she's trying to improve.
Yeah, she did work it really nicely. You know, she had a variety of turns in there. No bumps or lumps. So it was all looking really smooth, but it was a smaller and flatter wave, so I'm not sure what that's going to come in as we see a set breaking out the backfield, but just a little out of position for that one.
Of course, our men's semi-finals are up next. Very first of them. Let's have a look at it. It's Rio versus the other natural footer, Oscar Berry. Semi-final 2, the lone remaining West Aussie in the draw. He's the only fella that came up from WA, and he's in a big semi-final up against Tully Wiley in semi number 2.
I'm excited to watch the Rio and Oscar semis. Well, I'm actually excited to watch all the heats.
Just had to get a selfie while I'm in here with the world famous Anon and Giada.
Thank you.
That's going straight on my favourites, you girls. I'm glad you two are in here doing this. This is Philippa's 10 from this morning. Crew online, we've been talking about this wave. Look how ruler straight it was on top. Look how top to bottom it was. And my goodness, that would have been a 10 without the turn after it. Here it is again.
There you have it.
Look at that deep barrel. Wow,
you know what? Let's see it a third time as well. It was so good.
Yeah.
There we have it. Oh, that slow motion as well. Production team doing an amazing job.
The arms go up.
What a great wave.
What a moment.
I wanted to see that from Caddy's face.
Yeah, that would have been a great view.
Meanwhile, this wave looks nothing like it, but you got to do what you got to do. She's surfing wave number 4 here in a semi-final. That's the wave that got her here. That's the wave everyone was talking about this morning. And Lagundri Bay showing some of its best form earlier on in the piece about 5 or 6 hours ago. Finals day, everybody. Here she goes. This is the wave we just missed while we were flashing back to the barrel. A big hit, rides out. Another second section. Chasing something in the 6 range. A low, medium 6. A couple of big hits on a bigger wave. I'm going to ask you, Anon. She needed a 6.35. In your opinion, yes or no?
Of course, yes.
Yes, she's given her the nod of approval. So here is the water footage, G.
This is Philippa Anderson on her last one. The replay from the boat angle. We can see the caddies. We see the drone following her. But this wave had a really good first part, but unfortunately flattened out a little bit here.
Anon says yes. Are you saying no, G?
I'm saying...
Monking.
I don't know. I don't know. I'm saying
Tita-toe.
Yeah.
All right, sitting on the fence. We're sticking with. Let's see if Anon is correct. Surfed a lot of heats. The judges are taking their time with the number, so they're probably having a couple of looks at it. It was a pretty good first hit.
I think whichever score comes, it will be all from that first turn.
Yeah, there wasn't a whole lot of major stuff going on after it, so. Philippa paddling back out, 5:30 on the clock. Freya will wonder whether she needs to ride another wave or needs to play a bit of defence with this priority. 6.35, folks. Freya may have found a wave. She's showing interest in this lump. More than that, she wants it. She's going to go. The drone footage. We switch to the beach footage. Freya's first hit. Pretty good. Oh. Not sure what went on there. It was a total slip. She was ready to lean the board over and rip into a bottom turn and just straight off.
Yep.
So that's left the door open regardless of that number, that whether it was or wasn't from Philippa. The door is well open. She'll get out there and get priority. If she gets the number, she's in the box seat because she'll have priority. If she didn't get the number, she's got priority and can have another swing at it.
Yeah, so this is going to be a really interesting last 5 minutes of this heat because it could go either way. If it's not the score that Philippa is looking for, she will have priority out the back. And I'm sure with the conditions we're having today, a really good wave is going to come for her and give her that chance.
Ooh, I can see something moving out there already.
Yeah, and it's looking like there's a bigger set wave coming. Philippa paddling out, so she definitely sees it as well.
Is it a lump or is it just a swell? Looks just like, oh, maybe behind this. Maybe.
We could be wrong.
She hasn't put on the afterburners. All right, so both those lumps we were identifying just turned into mini swells, not waves. The score is directly in for Freya. You can see a 1 point there in her column. It's yet to be official. Total throwaway score. How'd we go, G?
And Philippa Anderson's last wave comes in at a 6.93, and that is enough to put her into an advancing position. She is now with priority out the back. But Freya Prom looking for a 5.26. That's not a massive score. So if she manages to get out there and maybe catch something under priority, that would definitely help her out. But knowing Philippa Anderson, she has the experience. She knows what she's doing, and I don't think she's going to give her any space to catch anything out there. No,
I reckon you're right. I reckon that was a huge moment, a turning point in this semi-final, that fall off by Freya. It was a good wave. The first turn worked perfectly. Then just something went wrong, a total slip up. It's most un-Freya-like. She normally plays a solid game. When she catches a wave, she would have been aware of the situation. There's only 3 minutes to go now. She'll be kicking herself a little bit on that one. She surfed a really good heat, and that was just could turn out to be a fatal error. 2:40 on the clock. You kind of predicted a little while ago, G, a Paige Philippa final right now with 2.5 to go.
I looked at my magic 8 ball.
Gazed into the crystal ball.
Yep, and then it gave me the answers. But yeah, it's not done just yet. There's 2 minutes left. Philippa's gonna be begging the ocean to go flat right now, whereas Freya's gonna be begging for one, maybe either 2 set waves.
Okay, question to Anon. You're a gnarly competitor. What would you do if you were Freya Prum right now?
I think this situation like really difficult, but then she's need is 5 to 6. If it's coming the set wave is a 2 or 3 waves, so like little pressure for flipper from Freya.
Okay, we can see Freya's right next to her now.
Yeah,
that's exactly what you would do.
Inside the more flipper, so yeah, I think that's right.
So right now Freya's going like this, and she's hoping 2 waves come, or one that Philippa doesn't want.
I think if it's me, I think just only like wait.
Because she needs a reasonable number. Look, a 5.26, they don't give those things away. You've got to do something substantially good, or a couple of reasonable somethings to get a 5.26. So she probably needs a pretty good wave. It's hard to get that number on perhaps a C grade wave or a low B grade wave. So Anon's predicting she's got no choice but to sit there and hold tight. She's found a little lump here. She's looking at it. She's making Philippa maybe pull the trigger. She forces Philippa to go, so get straight off. It's a small little inside wave, so I reckon she did a great salesman's job on this thing. Although Philippa is just teeing off, a couple of moves, 30 seconds to go out the back. We'll try and keep our eye on Freya and call the action. You can see Philippa desperately looks over her shoulder and gone, did I make the right call? Freya does not ride that wave. 15 seconds to go. Could have been a winning move here for Philippa. She looks again. She's pretty nervous. She's now probably quietly chuffed, going, all right, she didn't get the second wave. There's no third wave. 5 seconds to go. Philippa Anderson will move into the grand final up against Paige Harrop. So that is it. There goes the siren. Woohoo! Congratulations to Philippa and Paige. I'm going to shake your hand, G, because you predicted this final a moment ago. So the crystal ball is working.
Yep.
And I'm going to shake your hand too. Anon, would you like to quickly say anything else just before we sign off, because you've been a legend in here?
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Anybody at home, say something to your friends. Go and give them a big woo.
Love you.
Love you. That'll do. All right, we're going to throw to a break. Anon Giada, I'm going to boost out of here. Billy's coming in with Rizal Tanjung.
All right, welcome back, everybody. It is semi-final number 1 in the men's. Rio Waida takes on Oscar Berry. So it's an Indonesian versus Australian, and we have an Australian and an Indonesian in the commentary box. I am joined by Rizal Tanjung. Put it there, buddy. Good to have you again.
Yep. Last day of Nias Pro. This is Rio Waida, our last Indonesian surfer, I guess.
Yes, it's been a big finals day for the Australian surfers. Tully Wiley will take on Jack Thomas in semi number 2. And Oscar Berry, of course, an Australian. So coming to the fore late in the competition. Here goes Oscar now on his forehand. Haven't seen too many natural footers featuring in finals day. And that is not the start that Oscar would have been hoping for.
I think this is going to be a good hit, man. I can see the wind start coming a little onshore. Here we go, Rio Waida up riding. First wave. Wow, massive carve. Whoa, that's a good bang. That's a good start from Rio Waida on red. I think he's going to really happy on that one.
You can see the pedigree in his surfing, can't you, Rizal? I mean, look at the speed he got here on the replay. Tight in the pocket. He holds that rail for longer than most surfers have been in this entire contest. Really tight for the second one, and the third one just as tight, coming down with the avalanche of white water. I'm not going to be surprised if this goes well into the excellent range.
I think so. I think this is one of the best performance Rio have so far. This is the last day. He showed the world that how much talent and level of a surfer he is. Here we go. Have a look again. You want to back up quick?
Yep, this is the Indonesian. A smaller wave, but a really handy turn nonetheless. A little bit of cover time, more of a shampoo than a funnel. But 32 minutes remaining.
He get 2 waves already.
He
wow.
gets 2 waves. We are going to refresh our judging tablet and hopefully get the information to the people at home.
Wow, is that? I think could be a good score in the first one. Here, Oscar Berry, really good wall. A little bang, a little stuck there. Oof.
All right, so a couple of turns. And this looks like the second wave for Rio. He wraps it right around every time. He holds that rail for little bit longer than everybody else. So that's the point of difference in his surfing. All right, both the boys getting heaps of waves. That is Oscar Berry pulling out for his third.
This could be an interesting heat. Everyone could be, I'm going to take over the last minute. Have to surf really smart on this heat. Pick a better wave. Whoever have better wave on this heat could be advanced to the final.
Yeah, that's what everybody is here for. The GF, we can see it there, the grand final. It will be a goofy footer versus a natural footer. But right now, Riz, I want you to call out that score, the first wave of Rio Waida.
Rio Waida just dropped a massive number for 9.67. It's a big number.
That's a massive number, and that's that one we were super impressed by, holding the rail, hitting the pocket super tight 2 times in a row. This could be the water angle. I'm pretty sure it is. This is the first turn. Holds that angle all the way down mid-face of the wave, finds the pocket there super tight, a nice aggressive bottom turn. That's the meaty part of the wave. You could see it bowling over there from that water angle. That's the section of the wave that's super hard to hit and not get thrown off. So Rio Waida, well done. Almost runs over a caddy on the way. And this looks like this is live action.
Bang, the massive carve again. Here you go. One more check turn. Here we go. This is a section you have to hit hard. Boom. Wow. Rio is on fire, guys. I think he wants to take over this competition and bring home the trophy, represent the Indonesian surfer, and show the world how much talent we have.
Yeah, you betcha, mate. He wants to win it on his home turf, but if this kid has anything to say about it, it will be going back to Australia. This is Oscar Berry getting his groove on now. Ooh, digging that rail a little too hard and coming unstuck. So A fumble, an error from Oscar Berry in blue. There's been no mistaking Rio Ueda's surfing thus far.
Rio Ueda is connecting the dot so far. He hitting.
Yeah, just wondering if you got us, that's all.
He's hitting every section better and better. That's what the judges want to see, is complete maneuvers with precise. Every hit is bigger and bigger.
Yeah, as we watch Oscar Berry bury that rail and go face first into the flats, we are going to cross down to the athletes area where Mark Clift has the winner of the last semi.
Well, we're just having a little debrief here with Philippa Anderson, and she is our second finalist in the grand final. And very nervous some moments in that heat. Philippa, tell us, you rode that last wave in, you looked over your shoulder a couple of times and you saw no Freya, and you're like, I've done it.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely no Freya got a wave. Yeah, me and Freya have been competing together for, so long, over 10 years. So I'm super stoked we both got to the semis. Obviously, I'm very happy to get through that one, but always a good battle. I know Freya has been dropping excellent scores all event. It was a pretty close one. I feel like that 6, I just committed to that first turn, there was nothing after, so I was like, hopefully that's at least a 6, and then I can try better that, and I got the score, and then she needed a 5, which is very gettable out there, because there weren't many, there were some perfect waves. I think every time I was paddling out, I was like, that one looks good. But super stoked. The goal was to make the final, and I'm very happy with that. I haven't had a result in ages, so the hard work, I'm stoked it's paying off.
Certainly has paid off. You're up against Paige Harrop. Have you competed much against Paige over the years?
We've had a few heats together. Our last heat was in Taiwan, and she lost, so I got one over her. But she won here last year. We have been doing this for so long now. It's just focus on who's going to get the better waves, I think. So that's probably going to be what's happening.
Speaking of the better waves, you got a 10 this morning. We watched it 3 times while you were surfing that heat. Tell us one more time, what was it like when you were standing in that thing and looking out?
Honestly, it was just like complete whiteness, and then I just saw Ellie through, just like this blue shirt, and then I came out. I was pretty stoked that I had both hands in the air, and then you watch so many guys get barreled and then come out and then go woo, and then as I put my hands up, I was like, wait, do a turn, because so many guys just go out, or they claim and they look to the beach, and I was like, add that extra point in. So I obviously reacted because I was so stoked, and then I was like, wait, try to do a turn. It wasn't the best turn at the end, but I was like, you're still going. Well,
it was a 10-point tube, and we're calling it an 11-point ride because we'll give you 1 point for the turn. There's your bang bang. I'm going to shake your hand. I'm going to shake your hand and just say all the best for the GF.
Thank you. Thanks so much, guys. Massive shout out to, I had a lot of messages at home. Thanks so much for the support. And we just thank you so much to the Nias boys here, all the locals. They're giving us their waves. Today is the best day, and everyone's ripping. So I'm just very thankful to be here, and to everyone who's supported and obviously put on the show. Huge thanks to the crew.
Very well spoken as always. Thank you very much, fellas.
Yep. Righto, thanks Mark, and thanks to the pride of Newcastle. That is Philippa Anderson. I tell you what, Oscar Berry has a 6.50 and a 4.67 to his name, but he is languishing in combo land. He requires a 17.67 because Rio Ueda has put on the board a 9.67. His backup score is a flat 8. So, what do you think of that, Riz?
Rio coming with a strong performance this morning. Look at this. He don't do any mistake. He's connecting the dot really well. And his body language wanted this competition. See that? That's what the judges wanted. Looking. You can see his equipment very dialed, where he can trust his equipment so well, where he's not going to slide out and gain speed every turn and not lose any speed.
Yep.
That's what you want. You have to be in tune with your equipment.
That's a really valid point you make there, Riz. And you have to be in touch with the equipment if the waves are getting smaller or bigger. You can't just be good on one board. You've got to know how far you can hold that rail. And also, when you do release the fins, when it's going to re-engage and not get any downtime on your waves. Rio Ueda is in sync with the ocean and his equipment. Oscar Berry now.
Getting
the
busy.
2 natural footers going at it, but not much going on there. Priority is with the red. And the lead is with the red. So far, there's still 25 minutes to go. We've seen some...
Oscar need to get busy. He's still 24 minutes to go.
Yep.
Here we go. We see go.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow.
Goes to the air, then he goes down. Look at that. He's going into the into the abyss.
Yep.
That's a really horrible place to fall off, even when it's not a massive wave like you saw there. A lot of undercurrent.
Rio Naja, I think he's going to play the
No,
game. Just
it's a bit of...
shirt come off almost.
I'm glad that was his shirt. It got a look like a dodgy angle, didn't it?
Yep. You can see the level of surfing competitor, right, from Rio, how much experience he have. Just control the game since his heat start. You know, started beginning with the 9 and backed up with the 8.00. It's give a lot of pressure to Oscar Berry. In blue, now just Rio playing the game. He's the first priority. Any good wave coming, he will go, not let Oscar Berry on it. So, yeah, interesting heat. 23 minutes to go.
Well, if you're entering a semi-final, you know, your first goal would be get over that 16-point heat total, meaning you got a couple of excellents or a high excellent and a good score. Rio's well in that 17.67 is his heat total thus far. One score well into the excellent range and the other one just scratching it. But you'd be very happy if that was your game plan. You've been able to execute it. Here he goes again. So Rio Wade sticking with the game plan, holding the rail through that first turn and then releasing the tail, releasing everything. One turn only. Now he can afford to just throw caution to wind a little bit.
He need to go bigger. He need to improve the 8.00 to extend his lead against Oscar Berry. And 22 minutes to go. Oscar have a lot of things to go. He's in the combo land. It's 17.67. He need 2 good rides, solid ride. It's still doable.
It's still doable. We've seen people come back this contest when we've kind of written them off. So let's not get the chicken before the egg. This guy...
Exactly. This way Rio have to go big.
Bang,
you know what I mean?
Yep. Well, I don't know, mate, if he has to go to the air and chuck those sort of things because you got that 9.67 from rail work and just quality placement of that surfboard on these right-handers.
Here we go, Oscar. Looking good, looking good. Upper riding, we see. That's much better. He need to go big on this one. Oh, the judges don't like that. You're missing the dot there. See that?
All right, a really well-ridden wave, but as you have suggested there, Riz, that third turn not quite on the money. And we saw Rio absolutely nail every turn and be rewarded with a 9.67. We'll see where that compares. But Oscar Berry's best wave, I reckon.
I think the different, you can see the different on the board equipment. Oscar ride a squash tail, Rio ride a round pin. See how much the round pin gives more like bite on every turn, even bottom turn.
Yeah, and a consistent run through your turn, right?
Yeah, and to give better release on the top of after you hit that section hard.
Squash tail's very popular, and
I rather riding swallowtail on this wave.
Yeah, I'm a round tail sort of a guy, round tails and swallows.
Yeah. Are you?
But, well, I am now.
I love my swallowtail, especially.
Now
like
I'm a bit older. It's good for the knees.
Wow. That wave can give Oscar an 8 point or 9 point if he surf really well. If he connect the dot.
It was a good-looking wave. And I tell you what, Riz, the colour of that water has suggested there's been a bit of mud from the rain last night.
Yep.
And Tully Wiley was mentioning to me that his feet were really slippery.
Wow.
We'll talk about that after we watch Rio go onto wave number 4. You can tell he's on point. You can tell he's got the rhythm going. He's a little tail tweak there. Full of confidence, the young man. But, hey, a little bit of a rodeo ride down there. Let's hope he's still able to have children in the future because that looked quite painful.
He's surfing 110% right now.
He's going for it. And just as we mentioned that slippery foot factor, my friend of mine, Paul Patterson, old Ant-Man, told me this is where he picked it up. You wax the top of your feet like Andy used to do, especially at Sizey Nias.
Yep.
And when you get out, you can wax the opposite foot a little bit. So I hope the competitors are onto that. I'm sure their coaches are in their ear, but a very uncharacteristic slip-off by Rio Waida. Whether he was pushing it 110% as you suggested, or he had a case of the old slippery dance floor, who knows?
Yeah, I think from all this rain and storm from last night, like the water, salt water mixed with some river water, so I think have that kind of factor. You can see that, the different color of the ocean from the drone shot.
Yep.
There you go. I like his second turn. His body language, like, really solid. This turn. Boom.
Oh, yeah. Wow. Yeah, just a little bit of a slip off it looked like there, the front foot.
Yeah. Oscar in priority, 18 minutes to go. We see he need a lot of work to do to advance to the final.
He likes the look of this, mate. That's a good looking wave. Really rippable now, Nias. He's not quite in the position to take off. So he'll remain at the back with priority.
And also, definitely it's no barrel game anymore. It's all about big maneuvers.
Right, that last wave of Oscar Berry's coming in at a 6.53. So you're right, he's absolutely... if he had absolutely nailed a couple of those turns, it could have gone up a couple of points into that excellent range, yep.
But he's still capable. He's in priorities at the moment, and it's still 30 seconds to go. That's where Rio try to going big, just to make sure don't leave any gap.
The keyhole in the background there is...
Rio is super psyching, standing up on the board. He just want to...
Yeah, second priority, you know.
Look, maybe he's trying to make sure his foot not slippery or something.
Yeah, maybe, yeah.
Hey.
Or maybe he's just trying to distract the priority holder. I'm standing up, there's a wave coming, and, you know, try and break your opposition's concentration.
It's mind game right now.
And it's very evident in the competitive savvy.
Just try to knowing your competitor, huh?
Yeah,
like
yep.
Yeah,
the competitive savvy surfer that Rio has become. You see it every time he paddles out now. And there's one way to learn, and that's get on the CT and have the guys who have been on tour for a while just serve it up to you.
This is the level of surfing you see when people in the CT surfing this kind of wave. You know, they surf all these like places where like very like hard to surf, like beach break and things like that. But when you give them like a good wave like this, how much level you can see the difference of surfer.
Well, there we see Tully Wiley. He's preparing for his semi-final number 2. Xavier Huxtable is preparing for something else by the looks of that hand gesture. It's good to see the Aussies hanging together and a bit of camaraderie through there. Jackie Thomas having a stretch up. He will take on Tully Wiley. So it's definitely going to be a goofy footer versus a natural footer in the final.
Could be interesting, huh? The different the line with the take from the front side and the back side. Somehow lately they've been scoring the back side higher. Like from previous heat on the semi-final or the quarterfinals. The backside guys score higher. Rio Waida still in the lead. 15 minutes to go. Rio having a look on this one.
Second priority. Why wouldn't he, mate?
Why
His form is red hot, and if this thing stands up, he's going to take full advantage of it. Wraps it around. A big fan of spray. We've said that about 1 million times. Every time this guy stands up, it's almost the same description.
Really just want to be improve is that 8.0. Is it the Dream Surf 2 guys in Nias lineup, right?
Oh, fantastic. All right, the one solitary turn. The crowd's getting excited down at the beach. It's a Sunday in Indonesia, Riz, and you know what that means. Everyone goes to the beach.
Everyone go to the beach. Rain go away, so it's going to be a busy day today, last day.
Super Sunday, the last score for Rio Waida. About to drop. There it is, a 4.23. That will not factor into his top two. That's going to have to be a belter of a wave to even get into his top two scoring waves, because he has a 9, 6, 7 and an 8. That is the way you do it.
Oscar Net really start getting busy because pretty much he need 2 good waves to go to this final if he really want.
He certainly does, mate. He needs 2 waves. That is going to total at least a 17.67. There we see the local crew enjoying the Nias Festival. Just to the right of screen, there's a big marquee that there's been events going on all week.
It's amazing how much local business has changed since my first time came to Nias. Yeah. Like a lot of more, like even cafe selling good coffee now. You know what I mean? And smoothie bowl. Rio Waida, see, it's slippery, huh?
Yes,
Look,
slippery, yep. Slippery deck of the board.
Good. I think good idea to have a wax in your pocket, huh?
Hey, that's why you're a pro surfer.
Or a caddy have.
Yeah. throw a big block of wax at you from the channel.
Maybe he's playing game like, slippery, like, to Oscar.
He's doing it right in Oscar's face, so yeah, you're probably right.
Annoying him.
Don't slip off, buddy.
Yep, don't slip off. 12 minutes, 30 seconds to go. He start get his campaign, move. If he want to go to the final. See, even Oscar standing now, like standing up, do what Rio do, like put his foot on the board and just feeling the wax.
Mimicking him. Very interesting, the heat strategies of some of the top-end athletes here.
See the different mistake they do with Oscar on that wave when he got a 6. He can get an 8.5 or 9 on that if he connect the dot.
Yeah, there are a couple of points of difference in the absolutely top echelon of the surfers here at the QS 5000, but it's only a matter of like half a metre, towards the breaking part of the wave where people are placing their turns. It's really close. And speaking of really close, you could throw a sarong over these two surfers. Look at them. No one giving an inch. Oscar Berry not interested in the conversation that Rio Waida is trying to extract out of him.
No, you still have a look at Rio.
You can see the murkiness in the water. You can't see the board super crystal clear. That would suggest, as you were saying, Riz, a little bit of river water mixing with the ocean water.
I think the tide is gonna getting low, hit the bottom. So here we go. Any wave coming? 10 minutes, 48 seconds to go. He better move.
This is all legal and fair and play on. Top priority does sit with the Australian in the blue. If there's a wave come through, he has total right of way, and Rio will have to beat it and get out of there and not put him off in any sort of fashion.
Oscar have to go big on next one.
I agree with that. But until that wave comes along, Rio's well within his rights to be right in Oscar's face, and I think that is an obvious heat strategy by the look of that.
This is the longest 10 minutes ever, maybe. For Rio, he want to get this heats over.
All right, with 10 minutes to go, Riz, let's have a look at it. It is Rio Waida, the Indonesian, out to a super strong lead. Can the Australian Oscar Berry come back from a 17.67 requirement? Or will it be the Indonesian going on to the final on his own turf?
Well, so far, Rio Waida looking good. I think the whole village is going to cheer up for him if he makes to the final.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Oh, my God. This is to be huge.
I
remember when I won my first, back then it was ASP at Lakeys. And it was the first time, and I was the first Indonesian won the ASP ever is 3,000.
How was the feeling?
Oh my God, the whole village like cheering up. It was Sunday and was busy. Everyone from Dompu all over the town coming, and
Little
it was
Indonesian
massive.
kid has stuck it to the internationals.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Here
All
we
right.
go, Rio Waida. Stay busy. See what we're gonna do on this one. Boom! My God, that's a big turn. Oh, big leg back hack, and we go see this one. Wow! One more. Wow! He won it. Yeah.
He's happy with his form, and why wouldn't you be? That was a wave that Oscar Berry let go because he didn't feel that it had an excellent score in it. But I tell you what, Rio Waida does everything he can to extract every point he could out of this thing. Look, it's not even that big. It's not even a medium-sized wave, but these turns are massive. Flares the tail on that one. Finds a pocket again. Pushes a little bit harder on the second, if you don't mind. The third one, mate, wraps it right around, coming down with the whitewater. That catches the judge's eye, and a little bit of chubby on the end. And he's happy with it.
Spicy right there, mate.
Yeah.
You think that thing improve is 8-0?
Don't know, but it's going to come close if it doesn't.
Yeah.
I mean, what's not to like about that turn? You could see just about all of his board out of the water, and that was a massively powerful turn. 3 different turns as well, which the judges do take note of, a bit of variety.
Wow. The clock is tickling the whole village, going crazy right
It
now.
is. You can feel the tension. Wow, it's a full festival down here. Looks like Oscar Berry has caught a wave also. I know what all the cheering is about, mate, because that score is a massive 9-3-3. Whoa, look at that. So Oscar Berry now needs, wow, close to a perfect heat, 19 points. So, wow, this Rio Waida really putting on a show here in semi-final number 1. Holy Toledo, 7 minutes to go, and it's the Indonesian stamping his authority on his home turf here.
This is the
at
high
Lagundri
score,
Bay.
high score of the whole event.
I better write it in a
2-9.
book.
A 9-6-7 and 9-3-3, a massive number by Rio Waida in red. Oscar Berry, he's still in priority, still in the combo land, a 19.00 to advance. Woo! Oh, I'm sweating right now. Rio Waida, see? Keep busy, always like improve his score, you know what I mean? Like he's so smart. And he's so strong-minded that he know that any wave that have big wall, he can do massive turn and improve that 8.00.
Well, not only waves that have massive walls, Riz, but that was a wave snuck under priority from Oscar Berry, so it wasn't a set wave. It wasn't even a medium-sized one. Let's have a look at it.
Here we go, up and running, see the high line go down, give you more extra speed, and you go bang on this one. And this is nice carve. Ah!
Oh, really lays onto that one. This one I like.
You like that one? Oof. The body language, see that? How much movement from his front arms to arch.
Really, really impressive surfing. There's no downtime. There's no awkward parts in his surfing. Very economical.
The judges like that. See, like, wow, really good surfing. Rio Waida and red. Wow.
I mean, what do you do if you're Oscar Berry? You kind of, I can tell you what.
Oscar better get busy, better go now.
Well, he's got a lot of character about him. He definitely won't be sitting there flabbergasted.
And he's still on the game. He can do. I mean, if he get big barrel or something.
Everything is going to have to go right for the Australian now. He'll have to pull a Josh Kerr if he's any chance of taking out this semi-1. A couple of 10s in a row, please, in 5 minutes, and you got the job done.
Wow, look at him. He just couldn't believe he let go on that wave. I think if I was blue, I would go that wave first and go back, get a decent number and go back and then still have time. Now, pretty much almost over. It's 4 minutes, 30 seconds to go. He need 2 waves.
Just incredible. Wow. I'm kind of blown away by the surfing of our Indonesian hero in semi-final number 1. Sub 5 minutes now. The storyline is going per script for Rio Waida.
It's red, hot, and spicy, man.
Now, I was filled full of bit of pride and stuff as I saw Jack Thomas make his way to the semis. How are you feeling right now, mate, as a quite a famous Indonesian surfer?
Well, yeah, I like to see Jack Thomas and who else?
Tali.
Tali, yeah.
But how are you feeling?
It's totally different body of language, you know. Rio Waida
Yep.
is very short and stocky but powerful.
Mm-hmm.
And Tali Wiley or the other guy,
Jack Thomas, yep.
Jack Thomas is a bit skinnier, but yeah, gonna be a good final, I think.
Well, going to be great. You got a little bit of national pride building up inside you.
Yes, of course. Proud to be Indonesian.
Yeah, brother, come on.
Yeah.
There's his
Look at
brother.
that, Ryuki with glasses.
Oh, he's got the sunnies on. What an absolute rock star. Ryuki Waida. You're not seeing double, folks. That is Rio's younger brother.
He's like a cartoon character, huh? Full, like,
Yep.
incredible.
He's got a lot of energy, the young
Yeah,
man.
look at that.
He's been getting around the comp site and entertaining everybody.
Wow. 3 minutes to go. Oh. I don't know what Oscar thinking right now. He's just tripping out, maybe like, what happened? I just want to see Rio catch more wave.
Look at Rio, still putting the pressure on. He's got this heat absolutely iced.
Here we go, big set coming. I can see the horizon.
There's 2 minutes 30, and
Yep.
Rio is still piling on the pressure onto his opposition in Oscar Berry. He has priority, Oscar. I'd love to see him go around one more time and bang out a big score. Will he get the opportunity?
2 minutes and 15 seconds to go.
So there's not much to explain here to the folks back home because it's really obvious. A 9.33 and a 9.67 is going to ice just about any other competitor. All right, 2 minutes. Not sure about that caddy paddling through the... Oh, no, on the outside of the lineup area, no worries. That looks like Xavier Huxtable on the outside. A bit of a lump in the ocean there, Riz.
Mm-hmm. That means it's a sign. There's something coming. 1 minute 30 seconds, guys. We see. Something coming. Oscar Berry, here we go. Come on, Billy, take over this one.
Yeah, come on, Oscar. Give us a bit of a show, mate. You can tell he's looking to go to the air. Not massive wrap. That is more like it. We know what this young man is capable of. Some good-looking surfing, a bit of a roof ride. I think he is aware of his fate with those two massive numbers from Red. He's had a fantastic campaign. Thank you, Oscar, for some entertaining surfing. Your quarterfinal this morning was super duper, but you are up against this kid who means business. It's the QS 5000. It's in his home country, and Rio Waida is eyeing off a win, that is for sure.
Look, Rio Waida just saves his energy for the final. He just pedaled in.
Yep.
Don't worry to catch any more wave. Wow, congratulations to Rio Waida. What a performance. Highest score of the event.
By a mile.
9.67 and 9.33. Wow.
All right, you can hear the beach announcer in the background counting down those 5 seconds.
It's
There's
over.
the hooter. It's over. Look at the lads having a good time in the boat. That's so cool.
The Bintang time already, eh?
Of course. It is Oscar Berry bowing out, and it's congratulations to Rio Waida. Wow, what a dominant display. Really digging it. Semi-final number 2 will feature Jack Thomas and Tully Wiley. So we have a look at Rio just savouring the victory there. He's got one more to do, and he will be the champ. Tell you what, we're going to take a quick break. A word from our supporters, a look around at things, and we'll be back with semi-final number 2 featuring Jack Thomas and Tully Wiley. Don't go anywhere. We are live and we are at Lagundri Bay, famous right hand of Nias. The bloke in the red out there is Jack Thomas. The bloke in the blue is Tully Wiley. And the cool cat next to me in the black is Oni Onwar.
Good day, everyone. This is exciting heat in the water. 2 heavy footers. This guy's been have hammered this Nias. Lagundri Bay, been throwing some big scores, especially Tylee Wiley from Victoria, and Jack Thomas is also been surfing absolutely amazing this morning. So, who will we see these goofy footers in the final against Rio Waida, Billy?
Well, it's definitely going to be a natural footer versus a goofy footer, and it's definitely going to be an Indonesian versus an Australian. Which one will it be? We don't know yet, and we've got 32 and a half minutes to sort it out. This is Oni Onwar looking cool. This is Billy looking, hit and miss.
Yeah, right. It's cool too, man. This guy.
You are watching the Nias Pro for 2023, and this is semi-final number 2.
All right.
The action is hot.
Again.
Yep.
So, yeah, thank you, Lagundri Bay, Sorake Beach. It's been great for the final day, Billy. What an event to finish off. And everybody's surfing good. Who's your highlight today?
My highlight, I would think, is Jack Thomas getting into the semis, of course. Other than that, I'm trying to think. It's that last display of Rio Waida. That was absolutely dominant. Look at his heat total, a 19-point heat total, if you don't mind. Absolutely demolishing Oscar Berry, who surfed a pretty good heat. And he was on fire, but the pedigree coming to the fore for Rio Waida.
Talking about perfection, that numbers is almost perfection.
Almost
19 point is, I've never seen, not many I see in a heat like this. So a city surfer, bringing to the QS level, judges knows that how he's been working on his technique of rail-to-rail surfing, and rewarding it really high right here. So, but saying that, Rio is not a champ yet. He needs to fully show us the real deal in the final to be able to say he is the real champ right now. So, still with 30 minutes to go.
Job not done.
Job is not done.
Jack Thomas is opening his account. It's a smaller inside wave, Taps it once and finds the lip on the second one. Well, it's better than sitting there and doing nothing. It's looking like a bit of a scorer. So Jack Thomas turning a wave that is growing in size into a decent scorer, that's for sure. While we wait for the score to drop on that, we're going to cross down to a very proud Rizal Tunjing. Here's with Rio Waida.
Wow, Rio Waida. What amazing performance. 967 and 933 total point, 19 point totals. Wow. You surf really very sharp and spicy today, this morning. Wow.
Yeah, I'm stoked. I'm stoked to be here in Nias Waves firing today. It's been kind of grindy the last couple of days, but today is kind of, I'm just really grateful for the nature and the ocean for giving us good waves.
Well, looking for you really good with your equipment, very sharp, and you pick a right wave with a big, massive turn with different combination. Is keep doing what you do. I think you can take over and win this competition, I think.
Yeah, of course. I came here to not for win. Actually, I came here to surf my best. I knew this way is gonna suit my surfing. So this is why I came to this competition. This event is not really important for me, but I just came here to, to feel the winning feeling. I haven't won the competition since maybe last year. So this is, it's good to be back in the final, and I'm excited for next one.
All right, we're gonna cheer for you for all the Indonesian, the whole village. I think gonna cheer you up. Let's go and keep focused and stay sharp.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
Wow, Look at that. Thanks, Riz. Look at that. 2 Indonesian legends. Wow, they're pretty pumped that there is an Indo in the final. This is your home turf, Oni. It's been a while since an Indo has won here. You feeling proud?
I'm so proud. I love that to see Rizal is interviewing, currently representing our flag in the surfing world, Rio Waida. That made me like, let's go, So, yeah, congratulations, Rio. Great surfing this morning. But I still never doubt on these 2 backside surfer here. So let's go. I'm still rooting for the Aussies as well because that's my second home, So go Rio and go whoever win this hit.
Yeah, right on. I like that attitude. Well done. Jack Thomas opened with a 4.33. The only wave ridden so far. So Taliwali has priority. We're underway. There'll be no restart. This is semi-final number 2. The winner of this gets to face off against a rampaging Rio Waida. Have a look at Jack here. It looked like an average wave when he took off. It was a bit of a lip tap, but I was super surprised and pleased to see this thing turn into a scorer.
Yeah, Jack Thomas been hanging out with Samson Coulter, so Sampy's been helping a lot. So it's good to hang out with that crew and giving each other motivation to surf solid, to look cool, to represent themselves. And right now, we'll see who is the coolest to make it to the final. One bang bang.
All right, there's a wave ridden. This is Jack Thomas going up on his second wave. Ooh, a bit of an awkward fall off there.
Yeah, Jack is Taliwali is first wave right now. That is the talking about. He's vertical 12 o'clock or 1 o'clock bottom turn into the pocket. So he knows what he needs. And he's staying busy right here. Already 3 turns, Billy. So great surfing for Taliwali. Sorry, pronunciation again. Taliwali.
That's all right, brother. But yeah, that looked like a good opening turn, that's for sure. We'll see where they place Jacks. It's going to be a very minor score because of that slip off. Didn't really have the chance to squeeze away a turn. This is Tully's first wave. High, handsome, and wraps it all the way around. He's been doing the whole event. This wave kind of filling up full of water. Not really offering a second section. That looked pretty impressive too. Absolutely sliced the top off it. We'll see where the judges go with that. 25 minutes rather, remaining in this one.
I think that Taliwali's surfing is super, vertical. His bottom turn, I love it how deep he's digging him and straight to almost 1 o'clock turn. So I'm sure the judges is gonna reward that, Billy. So for Jack to play against him, he needs to do exactly the same,
Right.
but maybe bigger. So yeah, to earn his spot in the final. So here, 24 minutes remaining, plenty of time. Currently in first place right now is Jack Thomas with the priority, and Tyler Willis' last wave was just a 5. So the wave must be a small wave, that one. So the judges didn't give him the score what I thought it would be more.
Yeah, well, the bulk of that score, mate, coming from the first turn. That was, pretty much a 5. The rest was a little bit of catch-up and out on the shoulder, sort of a turn to finish things off. Nothing really critical towards the pocket. As we saw Rio Waida in the last semi, he executed that beautifully.
So what is the difference that you see between Rio Waida to Tyler Wiley and Jack Thomas right now, the surfing wise?
Well, just today, it's been the execution of the Indonesian rail to rail. No bouncing along the wave looking for a section. As soon as he stands up, he knows what he's doing. His decision making has been really good. And these guys kind of playing gentleman rules, staying wide apart. Rio had that heat on ice, and he was shoulder to shoulder with Oscar Berry, piling on the pressure because that's what he's learnt on the CT. There is no let-offs. It's play on whenever you are in the water. Super nice guy out of the water, don't get me wrong, Rio Waida, but an absolute demon to have in your heat.
Yeah, I mean, Rio Waida, we have competed a lot in Indonesia, some of the QSs, and he's not a good loser. And one time I beat him in halfway. He paddled out. When the heat was over, he really came in another beach.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
He wasn't happy.
No.
Tully Wiley is not happy with a flat 5 either. He's looking to improve on that. Second turn now, wraps it around. This looking a bit better for the big fella. 2 turns only, but I'm thinking that may improve on the 5 just.
Yeah, I think Tyler Wiley is going to be hard to beat right now, what I can see. But he just need to earn the bigger set to put the judges say, all right, I'll give you an 8, 2-9. Because his surfing is there. He just need to be on a bigger set. "21 minutes to go. Time is ticking down. So not much score in, but here we go. A replay of Tyler Wiley. Nice first turn. Bit crumbly on this wave, but he's looking like another turn again. So he kicks out. Smart choice there. Staying busy and trying to build 2 good score on the board so he can stay on the first place right now. I don't think he likes being in second spot. Tyler Wiley, he's a super competitor. He really wants to win this contest, knowing that he already see Rio's already waiting for him in final. So he's really motivated, you know, so excited.
Yeah, should be good. Right, waiting for that second score to drop from blue. The judges taking their time, most likely comparing it to reds first. Bit of a sleepy affair this heat, as in contrast to the last semi-final.
Yeah, that last semi-final, everybody was cheering as if the beach is full. As you can see, red Jack Thomas, his nice first turn was really nice. Throw a lot of spray. This is smaller wave, but the turn is looking sharp. So Jack Thomas still want to stay on the first place. That's why when he saw Taliwali got the backup, he said, all right, I'm going to do my backup too. Better my 0.93. Here you go in the score for last wave of Taliwali is a 4.8. So put him right in the first place right now, Billy, with the priority.
Yeah, a 4.8 for the Victorian. It is the big West Australian now. This is the replay of the last wave ridden by Jack Thomas. You're right, it wasn't a massive wave, but he certainly got his groove on, and he certainly nailed a series of turns to hang your hat on. So well done, Jack Thomas. We'll see where these scores drop out. We'll have an accurate update for you very soon.
Yeah, it's exciting. Scores are coming in for red soon. We're still waiting for that. So, meanwhile, the strategy, here we go. Blue, up and riding. This is his third wave. Nice quick float over here. Do a nice turn in front of Jack Thomas. Another big one right here. Boosh!
Whoa.
That is Taliwali, thank you. So, that's the surfing I want to see right now.
Yeah, I think he's going from strength to strength, Oni. That was a super good second turn. A big fan of spray. Big chunks of Indian Ocean into the water. You know, we see the guys surfing like Jarvis Earl, and it's a nice fan of spray. These two guys, it's like big chunks of water going into the air. Very brutal.
That's it. You know, they are showing it properly. Look at this replay. Let's talk it through, Billy.
Yeah, let's stick with it. He does well to control that lip line coming down on him. That's a pretty good turn. It must have been turn number 3 that I was super impressed with. Gets time to settle now. Brings that board all the way around. It's looking towards the tube again. So, Tully Wiley, super well done. That last score for red dropping in at a 4.67. So, Jack Thomas still in second position with priority. His requirement right now is a 5.13. Don't be surprised if that does climb after the next score for blue drops.
Yes, I'm sure it will be extending his lead. So as you can see, there's a numbers dropping in, but we'll tell you shortly what the score is. The last of blue. There's 2 more judges are waiting. Here we go. 1 more judge in. So Tylee Wiley, he doesn't want to sit comfortable in first. He just want to push the limit. He's knowing that his opponent, he posts 2 9s in that semis, first semis. So
7.0. How do you like them biscuits?
Well, you know what? Tylee Wiley doesn't surprise me. This morning, he's ripping, and now 7.0 is just probably a start. We still have 17 minutes to go. I'm sure there will be a bigger score coming.
All right, I like that attitude, Oni Onwa. And Tully Wiley will be liking that leaderboard because he sits on top of it right now. Jack Thomas requirement now pushes to 7.33. Definitely capable of that.
Yeah,
things
it's
hotting up.
Exciting to sit down the beach right now. As you see, all the locals are showing up for Rio Waida.
Oh my goodness, there's a fair crowd down there.
Yeah, so not just the Rio Waida. These local people are really big fan of any tourists that are coming here. They all want to take a photo, even with you, Billy.
Those poor people. All right, this is Tully keeping busy under priority, but that is just a bit of a salesman's tactic, I would imagine. Jack Thomas not falling for it. He doesn't like the look of that either. Tully's going to give it a sniff, though. Big fella to his feet. The coach showing everybody how it's done with that tail slide. Doesn't quite go to plan.
Yeah, 15 minutes to go for this semi-final number 2. Jack Thomas, he is sitting at the back with priority. He's hearing the beach commentators saying that 7.33, so knowing there is a set coming soon, he's waiting patiently, but I'm just a little bit concerned that that time doesn't tick away too quick, that he puts himself pressure where he requires that high score. So there's a lot of things to think about for Jack Thomas right now, because Tully is looking to replace his 5. To do that, he has to just crush any wave that comes through under the priority. So there's no pressure. He's just, okay, I'm just going to have fun. I'm going to surf. I'm catching a couple waves. You know, we have like 20 waves limited, right? So that would something I would do, Billy. I don't know what he's actually Tali is doing, but I think that 5 point he can replace easily and put pressure on Jack Thomas for requiring a bigger score.
Yeah, you want to push up that requirement for sure. You were spot on there, Oni Onwa, because Jack Thomas is capable of big scores. There's still 14 and a half minutes remaining. That requirement of 7.33 not out of the realms of possibility.
Yeah, so yeah, Tali is sitting really comfortably right now. And also, when Tali is getting the score replaced at 5, then he, at the end of the heat, maybe there's like 2 or 3 minutes left, he can play the pressure to Jack to put him more pressure because he's going to require a bigger score and the time is going to take out. That's what I can see right now. But let's not say too much because we don't know what the futures are going to be.
Right on, Oni.
What about you, Billy? What are you going to do after this? How many days you're in Nias for?
I am leaving at 2:30 this morning from Nias. I've got to go straight back to work at Lembongan. A big hello to everyone at Villalago. I'll be back soon. So, yeah, I'll be heading straight back to work, mate, and paying great interest to where you're going next. Where's that? Straight to Canggu, straight to Lakey, straight to Australia. Which one?
That's it. You just mentioned it. I'm going to go to Bali, a few days in Bali, and go to Lakeys, go surf some nice waves at home, and yeah, just cruising around, and maybe go hit to Australia for the wet season. Love spending time in Australia during summertime there, so. But yeah, things are really good right now in Bali. So some waves.
Good times. And where's your little pup? Where's your baby?
He's in Canggu right now.
In the Chungas. All right, that's where you'll be going. You'll be going straight to see your new baby. That's what you say, mate, to keep out of trouble.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm so excited to hang out and be home. Yeah, I missed not going to Challenges Series in the Portugal and Brazil as much. I really want to go to Brazil for the Challenges Series, but I would say like, stay home and let's just enjoy this Asian tour. Look at this. How good is that? I would rather be in here right now. Get some good waves and hopefully get some points. But other than that, just hang out with my friends at home.
Right, a bit of movement at the station. You can see on your screen there, left of screen, Jack Thomas has priority and a little bit of work to do with a 7.33, his requirement.
Yeah, so this place is like a nice little village at Sorake Beach. We call it Lagundri Bay, where we are surfing right now in Nias, Sumatra.
It is. We are at Nias and both surfers showing interest in this. Tully Weiler will have to give way and he's forced Jack Thomas to go on this thing. Jack with some work to do. That's a good lip line. He's getting caught behind the white water and he knows it. Time to bail, pull the ejection cord and start again because we are rapidly filtering down to the 10-minute mark. 7.33 will still be the requirement. Did he sell him a bit of a dud there, Oni? Or did Tully honestly think that was a wave with the 7.33 written all over it?
I think just Jack Thomas is not into this. He's not in the rhythm yet, so that's good that he took that wave. He can finally see some wave like this underneath. So right now, smart decision, staying wide. You don't want to wait together with Tylee as he already in first place. He just want to go underneath priority and trying to build the score. He's only got a 4.67 and a 4.33, so that's not a big score. To replace that, he needs to stay busy underneath the priority and trying to build it, or be patiently and not take that wave, and be smartly take a wave that actually allow him to get like an 8. So yeah, Jack Thomas right now with second priority. Tylee Wiley got the bus. What's it called again?
He's driving the bus.
He's driving the bus. When you got priority, there's 9 minutes left. You're driving the bus, bro. Looks like Tylee Wiley is going to take this wave to change his 5-point ride.
Yeah, the big Victorian now looking to release that back foot. He does it. All right, sticks it high and handsome for the second time. He is definitely in the flow on this thing. Fantastic looking drone angle, and not much downtime in his surfing on that wave. He may have improved on that 5.
Not might, but he will. I know that, because that vertical turn, Billy, you can see it at the drone work. As you can see, this is the replay on the land. Look, see how vertical this guy go. Bam. Throw spray. This is second turn. How's that? What about this one? Whoosh.
Yeah, that's a ripper.
Thanks for coming. Yep. There's another replay with a drone.
Yeah, I like the way he brings that surfboard all the way around in the pocket. Sets him up for that one. So finding some rhythm, some continuity on this wave is Tylee Wiley.
I think his board just looking on point. So
This is his second board, mate. He creased his first board yesterday. So this is back up, doing super well.
having a good quiver, it helps you boost that confidence and the fun that he wants to surf in the water. So yeah, I mean, now look at that score. It's an 8-point ride. Now putting Jack Thomas in trouble, require a 15-point, and now he's Jack Thomas paddling for this one.
Yeah, JT's got some work to do. He's in combo land. Won't be happy with that, so he's going to give it everything because this is the last roll of the dice with 7 minutes remaining. Looking good, looking strong. That is a medium-sized wave, so the body language suggesting he needs to get out there and do a little bit more work.
Yeah, so he will be out of combination situation with that last wave, but I think that will be better his score. Jack Thomas, 6 minutes and 50 seconds to go. All right, this is the replay of the drone. You can see that there's not really a vertical snap. Kind of just wave, just kind of like bit crumbly. He hit, the timing wasn't on point, but still be better than his 4. So yeah, we'll have to wait for this score. I think it's his best wave here.
Right, well, Tylee Wiley will be happy with that 8 in his scoreline. Pair that with a 7. That's a good way to go. 15 is not a bad heat total. It looks like it's going to be enough to take him into the final against Indonesia's finest, which is Rio Waida.
Wow, there's 2 more hit to go until this event is over and dusted. So we're gonna see the women's final next. It will be two travel buddies, Paige Harrop and Philippa Anderson.
It's going to be such a fun final. I can't wait to see it. I don't think there'll be too many. I don't know. Who knows what spirit it's going to be surfed in. I mean, they're great buddies, but they're both fierce competitors, so it's going to be a super interesting final to watch. It was the outcome I was hoping for, to be honest.
Well, I had a chat with Philippa before. I was saying like, "Hey, good surfing. How's the final look like? I don't know who I'm going for." And she goes like, "Me." So like, and she was like, "Wow, okay." But yeah, I love those two girls. I've been hanging out here, have a coffee with them. They're biggest legends. So such a big inspiration coming from Philippa, Paige. You know, these girls have been traveling, competing around the WQS.
Yep.
And it's good to see them making the final. As you can see, here's Tylee Wiley.
Yeah, Tully looking to improve on a 7. More importantly, he kept Jack Thomas off that wave with 4 minutes to go. I mean, that'll put more pressure onto the surfer in red. Sub 4 minutes now. Jack requires 2 waves, totaling 15 points. You can see there on the right of the scoring tablet. I don't like the word impossible, but it's creeping up around there, isn't it?
Yeah, mate. Like, I was wrong too with the 3.6 for the. Here we go, Jack Thomas.
Yep, things not going his way in semi-final number 2. He's had a fantastic campaign, JT. Thanks, mate. I'm hoping you're happy with the results because you sure made a couple of West Aussies up here pretty proud. So keep your head high, and we'll see you at the next QS.
Yeah,
Tully Wiley continuing on his way. Looks like he will be taking on the might of Rio Waida. Can he do it? Of course he can.
Yeah, it's a QS 5000 for Jack Thomas here, so I don't think he should not be upset with this resort semi-final. 3rd place.
Pretty cool.
Why not?
Yeah.
Why not coconut? Yeah, so as you can see at the back, there's a little lump here. Who is going this wave?
Priority sits with blue. Red's turning. Blue's going to let him have it. Nope. Not interested.
Two minutes, 30 seconds to go. Priority is with blue. So Tylee Wiley is driving the bus, like what we say. He's steering the wheel. So
in control.
In control. So he's like, "Yep, my job is not done yet." Even though Jack Thomas required a 15-point ride to take the lead with 2 minutes left, I don't think it's possible, but let's see. The wave is actually slowing down a little bit right now, so that's a bit trickier for Jack Thomas to stay busy or wait as the time is ticking down right here. You can see that next heat, the finalists. Can't really see that far, but I can see it be Paige Herb and Philippa Anderson. And another one is their board caddy.
All right, sub 90 seconds now. We will have our first final in the water after this. How exciting. It is the women's. Paige Harrod will take on Philippa Anderson. It is the New Zealander taking on the Novocastrian. I hope everyone is tuned in the Steel City just north of Sydney. I know Blinky Blanchford is there watching, hopefully with 20, and maybe Hoyo's watching. Everyone from Merriweather Board Riders. And get behind your girl because she's had a fantastic campaign thus far. Brother Craig Anderson no doubt will be glued to the screen. Seen her surf a fair bit, and I'm saying career best form for Philippa Anderson. She's going to have to be on her A game because Paige Harrod is looking super sharp as well. We're going to count down this semi-final number 2 in about 15 seconds' time. It's been a great campaign from Jack Thomas, but not to be for the final. It will feature Tully Wiley and it will feature Rio Waida as we look up, and there's Jack just doing a bit of a victory lap. I'm going to call this campaign a bit of a victory for him. So good on you, Jack Thomas, and congratulations to Tully Wiley. Go prepare. I'll go duck down and see if he wants to have a quick chat. Other than that, we're going to take a short break and hear from our supporters. We're going to bring in Mark Clift and Gia Lagarde for the women's final. Hang around, check out all the action. All right, here we are. There's the scene on the rocks. Tully Wiley comes in next to Jack Thomas. I think that's Axel there, is it, as well? Okay, so here we go. That's the result of that. Tully Wiley goes on his winning ways and makes his way all the way to the grand final. He'll be up against Rio Waida. Right now, and Tully Wiley's getting some massive props from everybody, but he's got 32 minutes to regroup and he'll be taking on Rio Waida in the big grand final. Jackie Thomas, for all the West Aussies at home that were playing along and watching his campaign, well, it's come to an abrupt end due to Tully Wiley's just devastating form, but it's all about right now, and this is the matchup that Giada predicted about 2 hours ago. So G said, I can see these two being in the grand final. Philippa Anderson is trying to deny Paige Harrop back-to-back titles here at Sorake Beach.
Yeah, this is going to be a great, great final. We have Paige Harrop, last year's winner, trying to defend her title against the unstoppable Philippa Anderson. She got a 10 today, so she has that confidence in her, but Paige has the upper hand of just having a little bit more experience. But as I say that, this wave comes in at a 7 for Philippa Anderson. And what a way to start a final here in Nias.
Look, that first turn just clicked with the lip so well, Oni. I really love that. It was probably some of the best top turn I've seen out of Philippa this, well, today. It was so good. So a 7-point ride. There was not a lot of real major moves after that, but she would have got most of those points based off the 7. Okay, we are going to have a chat with Billy now and the winner of, well, with Tully Wiley. So, Bill, take it away, mate.
Yeah, thanks very much, Mark. It's going to be a real quick one because he has a final to surf against Rio Waida. But Tully, well done, mate. Give me one up there. Conditions, hot?
Yeah, like you flick off after wave and you're just like, there's so more puff than any other sort of like heat and wave. And it's just steaming hot in the water. So, yeah, hydrating and, yeah, keen to get back out there.
All right, mate, you are one win away from your best result in a QS?
Yeah, I won a QS 1,000 last year, but this is way bigger, like at kind of this location, and it's a 5,000 as well. So, yeah, this is massive for me.
Well, mate, we'll let you go get ready. Best of luck. Dare to dream. You can do this, brother.
Thank you. I'll go for it.
Right on, back to you guys.
All right, thanks, Bill. And there we go. That is our matchup. Rio White, and next we'll surf in red. Tully Wiley can perhaps keep the blue rash vest on because that's his colour for the GF. Oni, I'm going to ask you first. Rio White are in ripping form. Does he start as favourite? Lift one of these up and you might be able to... Okay. I just said, do you think Rio White starts the final as favourite?
Yeah, 100%. Rio White is the favourite right now. Everybody on the beach is all cheering for him. And but as we're still talking about this, the final of the women's QS 5000, yeah, it's so exciting, isn't it? Like to see these two best friends surfing in the water. Like, hey, there's nothing to lose. I'm sure if Philippa win, Paige will be stoked, and if Paige is winning, I'm sure Philippa will be stoked as well. So, but in this, because these guys been competing a lot, as you can see, staying busy. Philippa Anderson is trying to get the back up right here. Wow, can she make it? That was a great finishing by Philippa Anderson. I'm saying that they are competitive, you know, so they're never allowing each other to either winning. They're definitely not allowing Paige Harrop to win this contest by Philippa. So yeah, it's exciting because they're not having any pressure to beat against each other. So
well, they're travelling together, best of friends. I think they're bunking out in the same place. So either way, I'm sure they both want to win, but they're the best of friends. So, G, did you like that wave of Philippa's?
I did, actually. I thought that was really nice. She's just trying to back up that 7 she already has, but right behind her is Paige on her backhand. Nice opening first turn, straight into the second one. Gets a little bit stuck and wobbles the way down, but manages to stick it through and decides to pull off and try to get priority over Philippa. So Philippa's last wave came in at a 4.83. She backed up the 7, but she knows she's going to need a much bigger score to be able to take this win off Paige Harrop.
Yep, and I think that rider Pages will probably have to become a throwaway wave in a grand final to win. We're going to need some big scores. I'm liking the 7 so far for Philippa. I don't think this number will be a big one for Paige. So 35-minute grand finals all around the world. I'm sure there's a lot of Kiwis tuning in here, down there in the homeland and wherever you are abroad watching Paige Harrop. Can she go back-to-back is the question. And here is this. This is the 7 of Philippa's early in the piece. That was a really good hit. This wave still offered more. That was a bit of a mini move, just trying to keep in check and stay with the pace of this wave. Not a bad slash out wide as well, actually. So the first turn looked really good. Good start, good finish. And this would be her other wave, her 4.83. So she's opted to take the fast start and try and throw a bit of scoreboard pressure onto Paige. Paige is playing a little bit more of a patience game. This is her score, and I'm not sure what it is yet. It wasn't the best timing right there. No spray flying off the back, so no real visual cues there for the judges to love. Okay, those replays, Oni, what do you reckon?
I think that she's super solid, and I know she's looking for that heaviest section to hit, but she haven't found anything yet. So that first wave of hers, a 4.6, it'll be just her backup soon. I know that because what I've been watching, Paige has been throwing some big turns lately. So Giada, what do you reckon?
Yeah, I agree. Paige has been having at least 1.8 in every heat she's paddled out here in this entire event. So she knows how to put the board up there where she needs to. She knows what she has to do to get the score. So Philippa, knowing that, I'm sure she wanted to start early, get a good score in, back it up, and now she's going to be waiting for a set with priority because that's what she's going to have to do to beat Paige.
Yep, and in contrast, that wave, opening wave of Pages, unlike we see with the goofy footers, to get the big points, you've got to see that spray fly off the back. That indicates the good connection and the power. She did 2 hits for no spray flying off the back. The judges went, nah, not good enough at this stage, a 4.6. So I think she's going to need to track down a wave that's a little smoother on it and allows that, get that real bowly curviness in the wave face to get up there and do what she does best and really smash it right tight in the pocket.
Yep, that's right, Mr. Mark. So I think that the waves today is a little bit, is changing condition a little bit too out there. So I guess the judges are looking at that, and also the surfers are trying to read what kind of condition are right now compared to what she used to surf this morning, that it's gonna change the scenarios of scoring potential, as we still see 24 minutes of this final that Paige Herb is trying to adjust, as Philippa is in front with a 7 point and a 4.8, comfortably in front with the priority. So, and as you see on the screen is our next men's final QS 5000, that Mr. Rio Waida representing Indonesia, looking super solid, focus right there. What can you see in that Rio Waida, Mr. Mark?
Rio has got the eye of the tiger. He's we said earlier on today, mate, that Rio's one of those guys being on the CT and surfing at the absolute highest level with the absolute best competitors in the world. He knows when to turn it up a notch, when to turn it up a gear, and how to turn it up a gear, and I think that's what we've seen all day. I think for sure he starts favourite. Sorry there, Tully, but that's what I reckon.
Yeah, so it's gonna be a good final between Rio Waida and Tylee Wiley. Tylee's been hitting the pockets really on point. His timing, his board looking good, his head space is looking good. He's really sharp. So, and Rio also, he's like, come on, let's bring the fire in this final. So, man, I'm really excited, Mr. Mark.
Yeah, and we me too, Mr. Anwar. There's a lot going on. The women's final, we're still miles away from determining a winner, but we did see Rio checking in there, just the focused head on. This is a backup event effectively for Rio, but let's have a look at Paige, the defending champion. Wave racing off, no scoring moves out the back. Good idea to get straight off and regroup.
Yeah, unfortunate for Paige, that wave. She got it under priority, but it didn't really work out.
He's just seen himself on TV. On goes the towel. He's like, get out of my space, you guys. But, okay, so what I'm seeing, let's just stay with this. It might be Paige paddling. It might be Philippa riding a wave. Let's just stay with this set and see what happens. But I've got something to mention about the men's final. We'll just see if there's any waves behind this being ridden. If not, I don't think there is. What I see is Tully's got the big backhand blast, and it looks really good. Shows a lot of power. It's right in the pocket. It's been winning him huge numbers all week. Rio's got a lot of variety and can do a little bit of everything. So, two completely different ball games. Obviously, a natural footer and a goofy footer. We're talking about the men's final. A natural footer, goofy footer coming up, I think, for Rio, the way he surfed today. Look at this beach. They all howl. Every time Rio stands up, you guys are online, you don't even hear this, but it is that noisy down there. I think Tully's got his work cut out for him in the final, purely based on his opposition. Rio's gnarly.
Yep. So I was thinking as well that they both have this hungry to win, but, the mentality is the same thing they have. This is the danger spot, both of these guys have the mentality to win.
There he is. There's Rio up there.
It's exciting. That's the Team Indonesia's house.
Who are we looking at?
Rookie Waida and...
Actually, that's my house.
Oh, that's your room. Okay, sorry.
That's my room right there.
Okay, so we've got Rio. He's got his brother. And Sinar, is it?
Sinar Rizal is son.
Yep.
And, so did he ask the permission to use your room, Giada?
It's fine. No, I'm kidding. Actually, he was staying next door with his... Yeah, he was staying next door earlier this week, so he's used to that space now. And
how's his focus?
And he's so quiet, so it's like he's not even there sometimes.
But he doesn't even know that he's in the camera too.
I don't think he sees anything right now. He's got tunnel vision on. He's just looking at the waves. He's blocking all the outside noise out. Totally in the zone. Two different approaches. Tully's in the athlete zone. you know, with a few crews sitting down, probably trying to, you know, conserve some energy. He's just come out of the water. Rio's up there jumping around, warming up. 2 different approaches. Let's see which one pays off.
And also, I think that Rio White, he's only doing this for fun, and he's just trying to make himself feel like home, enjoying the wave at home, and there's no pressure. Where Tylee Wiley is looking to qualify for the Challenger Series, this event is so important for him to go back next year, 2024 Challenger Series. So it's a big point to grab for Tylee Wiley. I'm sure everybody at home in Victoria are watching right now, supporting the surfer and backside surfer. Always practice at Bells Beach probably right now. So yeah, it's exciting.
That's actually a really good point. Rio really doesn't have any pressure on him for this event. As we see Paige, oh, no one takes it. They didn't like what they saw, and it's looking like there's a second set coming through. Philippa Anderson with priority. Is she gonna go? And she decides to take off on this one. Here she does an opening first blast into this second one and carves it closed. She's gonna hold on to it, and unfortunately just falls off. Looking to replace a 4.83. We'll see if she did enough with those first 2 turns to do so and create a little bit more distance between herself and Paige.
All right, so we've got just over half this final remaining. What we're calling, in all respect, the 2 veterans of the women's draw this week have both made it through to the final. They've surfed a lot of rounds to be here. They've surfed 1 heat together before. I asked Philippa earlier, and she said, yeah, and I got her. So it's one love. And here they are in a big-time matchup. A 5,000 in a world-class venue is a big deal. So here is the action replay of Philippa's last effort. She's trying to improve a 4.83 to make this worth doing. Gets a couple of nice moves away on a clean face. That was a little bit bizarre. Something went a bit wrong there. We've seen a couple of untimely slip-offs, particularly when Paige was surfing against. Who did she surf against to get into the grand final? No, when Philippa surfed against, somebody fell off when Freya fell off on a wave.
Yep.
And that kind of really left the door open for Philippa in a little slip that looked quite a bit similar to Philippa. So there's a couple of little fumbles that have gone on. As Rizal was touching on earlier, and we said this morning as well, mate, a lot of silt washed into the water here today with all the rains last night. The ocean's gone a brown shade, so the water can be a bit slippery. Maybe that's what we can throw there for the girls as they fall off, or anyone that falls. It's like, maybe we'll blame the silt in the water.
Yeah, that's right, Mark. So I think that having a wax on your pocket will probably help, so you can feel more stickier on your board. As you can see, that last wave of Philippa, the judge really rewarded that turn. As you can see, the replay here was an 8.33 for Philippa. Nice vertical turn. Her surfing is really sharp right here, very smooth. Her timing's on point. So unfortunately that falling off, but the judge didn't care.
No.
Yeah, I was
Did
saying,
the work out the back where it counts. Yeah.
I think these 2 girls right now in the water is well deserved to be in the final. You know, there's a bunch of like super like personality is really lovely and caring, and you know, not just the talent here, but they have such a big hearted, you know, so it's inspiring the other women. So I'm sorry, Giada, you are a great surfer, but these girls also I've been talking to them, and it's inspiring, you know. So I think I'm really happy to see this surfers in the final right now.
And you can see Philippa just inspecting the board, wondering, she's not really sure either what went on, but maybe a slippery wax job. She flipped it over to make sure it wasn't creased. Bit of a high speed, bit of a dangerous wipeout. There's Tully still sucking on the water bottle. He came in and said, it's boiling hot out there. When you finish a wave, he said, you're just melting. He's just about consumed a full bottle, 1.5 litre bottle of water. Is that Jack Thomas next to him?
Yeah.
Yep.
So let's fight now. UFC time.
All right, so you can see Philippa scratching up the wax right now. So her front foot slipped, and it was a gnarly fall.
I wonder if they share it. The
Share
wax.
what?
Yeah. I was thinking that too, actually. I was like,
I was
is
like,
she
"Do you
going to
want
hand it
some?"
over to Paige? Like, hey, you want some wax? Or
Give us soap.
There you go. There you go.
swap it out.
And look, she's waxing up the top of her feet. This is Billy's favourite move. Billy, she's taken a leaf out of your comments, mate. She was listening. He's claiming it. He's flexing out. He's got the guns out over there next to us.
Yeah.
So Andy Irons is not the only one that does that, Bill. People have been listening to his comments as well. So
That's actually my thing. I always do that before I go surf because I'm always walking around barefoot. My jungle feet
Me too.
goes in the mud everywhere, so I
But-
need a wax before I paddle in the water. So
Really? Do you guys really think that works? Or is it just like
have a look at Billy. You go and take that up. Billy will argue all day long with you on that one. If Andy Irons can do it, it's a real thing. Because
Yeah.
when you're paddling out, you kind of go like that with your feet, right?
Yep.
So you rub the top of your foot on the bottom of your foot, and you get off all the little bits of slime and stuff that might cause those kind of
it
moments.
gives me a confidence too, knowing that my feet is not slippery.
Is it like a mental thing, or is it
Oh,
just,
no,
or is this
depend
like
how you believe in it.
scientifically proven?
Billy's nodding over there. It's a thing. So let's watch Paige Harrop now. She rips into wave number 3. Boom. Has to make it and does. Needs to probably add a bit more fruit to this wave to lock it in as a contending wave. It's probably not it. She needs something better than a 5.33 to get out of combo. So Paige is throwing everything at this. Philippa's got her on the ropes and Philippa knows it. She's just got to maintain, hold it together a bit longer, Philippa. She'll definitely be trying to improve on that 7 to really block out the Kiwi here in Paige Harrop.
This is Paige Harrop on her third ride. A nice first open turn upside down, but unfortunately here gets a little bit, washed off by that whitewash and it falls off. Wow. Philippa must be feeling pretty good right now. I mean, it's still a long way to go, but putting your opponent in combination situation just under halfway is a good feeling.
Yeah, look, I know who I'd rather be right now, given the runs that are already on the board for Philippa.
Yeah, me too. I know who I want to be in this situation, and I'm sure everyone else does too.
Two complete different mindsets right now. Philippa's like all at ease and calm and going, yeah, get rid of the 7. Paige is going, damn, I've got to get out of combo land first.
Yeah.
So she won't be that confident, and Philippa will be.
See a couple, maybe some sets approaching.
Yep, that last score locking in there for Paige. It's 3 waves apiece and did not bring her out of combo. One hit, real late to the scene of the second manoeuvre, so just a 3.33 keeps Paige chasing a 15.33 2-wave total. So it needs like a 7 and an 8.5 or 8.75 and an 8, something like that, to turn this around in a hurry. She's got 12.5 minutes to do it, so pretty much it can still be done, but you wouldn't want to make any more errors from here. Paige has totally got to get her next 2 waves together to have any chance of going back-to-back titles.
yeah, so where are we now? Giada, tell people on live we're in a finals day and we're in Nias, Sorake. Is that Sorake Beach?
Sorake Beach.
Sorake, all right.
Yep, there we go, Snarly. We're actually in Snarly land down here.
Snarly
He was one
land.
of the first dudes. He was the best surfer on the point. Local surfer when I came here almost 30 years ago, and I'll never forget watching Snarly out there. But this is Sorake Beach. It's in the Bay of Lagundri, and it's in South Nias. Great part of the world. Faces directly south this. The next stop, if you go directly out of here on the picture, straight south, your next stop is the Tallow Islands. So there's a lot of water between the Tallows and here, so a lot of swell pushes straight into this bay. It breaks just about every day. It's a real machine, this place.
You can just get a boat as well, right, to go to Talos from here?
You can get the public ferry, and there's a
Ferry.
fast boat and a slow boat. You can fly there these days, apparently. So easy access down to the Tallows, even a bit closer but up to the north, so not directly in the picture, but there are some islands a little closer than the Tallows, and they're well worth an investigation as well, called the Hanako Islands. Let's stay with the live action. Someone catches this wave, surely. Oh, I put the mocker on him. Who had priority? Philippa had priority. Surely that flips over. Both paddling for that wave. Maybe it flipped and reflipped because they both paddled.
No,
Yeah.
priority
swaps.
Went
There we go.
Paige.
Yep. Okay. So Paige now might be the luck she needed in this final.
I'm surprised Philippa didn't really. I thought she was going to get that one.
The fact that they both missed that wave was a little fumbling moment. We've seen a few moments in this heat that could determine what was the turning point of this final. Maybe this is one of them. So Philippa is having another look now.
Philippa looking to replace a 7. Gets a little bit stuck behind the whitewash on the first part of the wave, but sets it up and just pulls out of that one. Just running away from her. Maybe she was a little bit too deep. We just reached the 10-minute mark of this final.
Look at this set.
It's looking like a set is currently on the way, and Paige is perfectly positioned.
Go on it.
This is Paige on her back and trying to get out of the combo situation. Unfortunately, just behind.
She was about 1 metre away from really enjoying a nice smooth face and perhaps getting herself back into this final. So a couple little moments there. We were talking about turning points. Was it the priority loss? Was it something like that? Because that was a damn fine opportunity to really get back into it, to get out of combination sitch and give herself a chance at this 15.332 wave total to go back to back. So a couple little fumbling moments of recent times there by Paige. One little error by Philippa handing over the priority, but Paige failed to capitalise. So it's not a perhaps as big an error as we think there by Philippa losing that priority, because Paige let it slip. 4 waves each. 8.33 and the 7 by far and away the two highlights of this final. Paige is yet to really click into gear. Could be a factor that it's their third surf today. I know what else, Oni. Paige hasn't surfed for 3 months. She surfed twice today. This is a third surf. I'm not looking for excuses, but is she feeling a little puffed? Are we not seeing the best version of Paige Harrop here?
Yeah, I mean, it's really tiring at this stage where you know you have to serve the final and you really want to win it, but then it's, you know, that's when you fully train and take care of your diet to fully perform well when it's a situation like this comes. And this girl's been training and been around for a while, so they are super fit, and they're not really they're not scared to keep going for another heat again. So,
well, I think Philippa's really also heaped a bit of scoreboard pressure onto Paige. So maybe that moment, maybe the whole, you know, defending champion moment. There's a few things that might be creeping into Paige's mind, and geez, I'd love to have seen her just 1 metre further this way on that takeoff to make good use of that last wave, and it could be a whole different story. It was a pretty good wave that went through without her on it.
Yeah, I agree. I think there could be quite a bit of pressure on Paige Harrop. As we see right on screen, Rio Waida is one of the finalists. He will be joined in the water with Tully Wiley. Also another goofy versus regular heat, just like the Philippa and Paige. One goofy, one regular. So we'll see who's going to take the win, if the goofies or the regulars. For now, it's looking like regulars in this one.
Yep, and that was an interesting little bit of camera work there, watching Rio duck and weave through the crowd. The place is full of locals down here. There's a big festival going on at Sorake Beach, and they want to come down and have a look. They probably don't really understand surfing that much. They're just like, oh, whatever, we're watching this, and they love Rio. Every time he catches a wave, they know who he is, and they do cheer loudly. The place erupts, but they don't really know what they're watching so much as to what is good surfing. I remember when I was here and watching this event and listening to the crowd roar, mainly roar when somebody does a big flick out and flies through the air. They just go, "Wow, that was insane!" Or if somebody got a huge wipeout, they thought that was pretty good too. You know, they don't really understand what a big barrel and manoeuvres. It's like, but the big flyaway or the big, the deadly takeoff is kind of has been drawing a lot of their attention.
That is true, Mark. Knowing that you've been spending a lot of time in Indonesia, Indonesian people are really new to surfing. You know, they don't really know much surfing, but my mom and come watch me at this when I go to World Cup at Karamas one time, and her sister came with me as well, and she's praying that for me to kick out the wave, and it's like, no, you should pray for me so I can stay on the wave. But she's like, come on, please just come in, that's enough. And then
look at the crowd. This is the crowd, folks. We've been talking about this the whole time. Have a look at this foreshore. It is jam-packed full of locals. And there's going to be a huge night down here. We've got a closing ceremony, I think, about 5 o'clock. But there's got to be thousands of locals here. Big festival atmosphere going on at Sorake Beach. That is the Asian Family Surf Camp. The athlete zone right there where it says enjoy Nias. We're going to have some chats and some live broadcasts with our winners right down there. Gee, I think you're going to have a chat with the winner of this, aren't you? You're going to race down and do that there. And then as we trim along a little further, well, anyway, that's what the crowd looks like. Look how deep it is, how long it is. A lot of crew will come down here just to soak up the atmosphere. There's going to be music going on all night. Ouch, might not be a lot of sleep going on at the point. But it's a big deal for these crew. They probably barely ever get down here, some of these people, but they're here on force. Philippa Anderson doesn't have long to hold on now, just 4 minutes. Paige is sitting a little bit off her due to the fact that she's got second priority.
Yeah, 4 minutes to go. Oh, sorry, 3. Yeah, 4 minutes to go. This final went really fast, and Philippa total score of 15.33, and Paige Harp. And so I'm surprised that she haven't really posted any mid-range score in this final. I don't know if she's actually just saying, okay, I'll just let you win, Philippa. Or is she just trying to think, okay, what should I do? Or overcomplicated her plan.
You know, something good's got to happen right now to give herself any chance of having enough time to do it again. If the ocean goes flat here, and as every second ticks by, it's just a bigger advantage now to Philippa. You know, the stars have got to align for Paige to win from here.
Yeah, something really big has to happen because, you know, time is against her and she needs 2 waves. She can't just do it with 1. Unfortunate for Paige, Philippa does have priority. We're reaching the last 3 minutes of this heat and it's looking pretty good for Philippa.
And, you know, I guess at the end of the day, the real big difference is here is Philippa's maximised her opportunities, whereas Paige has made a few more errors than Philippa. And, you know, Philippa got the runs on the board early. She's settled. Paige never really got settled in this final. She never really got to relax into it. Been behind the 8 ball the whole time. If we flash back, Philippa rode the first 2 waves of this final, threw down an early 7, and backed it up with a mid-range 4 before Paige budged. And since then, we've seen a couple of errors from both, but less capitalising on their opportunities from Paige. Philippa then got her 8, the next wave, so she really, you know, went from strength to strength, whereas we're yet to see Paige really get to a strength. It's not her best effort. I'm sure she's been trying to put her best effort up, but it just hasn't happened, and sometimes that's just the nature of competition.
Yeah, I mean, as a surfer, we don't really know what's gonna happen. You know, like we just sit out there waiting, hoping for that magic wave that comes, and yeah, we just throw ourselves in the lineup and hoping this wave. And here we go. We can see it's paddling priority by Philippa.
Yeah, this is Philippa cashing in her priority, and it's looking like it's gonna be a victory lap for Philippa Anderson. I think I can safely say that, as it's only 1 minute 20. So.
Yep, that was a victory lap.
Yeah.
You can see the way she just tucked into that tube. She's gone, well, I've already done it once today. I'll just dive into this cave and see what happens. She knows there is not enough time for Paige Harb to put 13.33 together. So Philippa Anderson right now will be feeling mighty good about herself. She's got 1 minute until she can sit up on a board, soak it all in, probably look at the beach and go, wow, look how many crew are watching me right now. It's going to be a big, big moment. Be nice to see if Paige could get a wave to surf her way in as well, a scored wave.
Yeah.
But a big moment for the two elder women in the draw, the veterans of the draw. There's a lot of experience in the water right here. One of them capitalised on their chances. The other one just didn't have the opportunity. One of the caddies there just clapping and cheering the efforts of Philippa. Look how close she is. A big high five and a cuddle there from one of the caddies. I'm not sure who that is. Any idea, guys?
Yep, I actually helped her get that caddy.
Who is it?
And it's one of the local boy actually. Yeah, so Philippa's such a legend. She was like, I want to give him something, and just to give him something back. So
3, 2, 1.
Congratulations, our champion.
Paige cheering her on too. Look at that.
2023 Nias Pro.
Yep.
What a good sport. So there's the
Philippa.
caddy. There's Philippa in the channel. Paige is probably going to ride over to. It'd be nice if they just came in together, maybe caught the same bit of foam or something, or stood up and just rode in together. So they're roommates, they're travelling buddies, they're best friends. And what a moment. I think Philippa might even just wait there for Paige to catch up. That is the end of our 35-minute women's final. We have our men's final coming up in a moment. We're going to throw to a break, and G, I think you're going to go race down there and go and have a chat with Philippa, so good luck with that. We'll be back in a moment, everybody. Here they are, the two of them together, shoulder to shoulder. Very cool. See you in a minute for the men's final. Yo. We're back. Here we are. This looks like Philippa Anderson, making her way in. The winner of the women's round, 5,000 points there. She's mighty stoked. There might even be a tear or two there.
100% there is, Mark. This is going to be a great, fun, short interview by Giada. Oh, what a result.
Huge result. I've seen Philippa win AQS before in the Philippines. It might have been a while since she's won something as big as this. But a 5,000 event, a big payday coming her way as well. And that's about to go down. We're going to have a live broadcast moment down there with Giada and Philippa right in front of the athlete zone. A lot of Indonesians down there will be queuing in and watching that as well. But this final, look at that in the red. It is Rio Wider out of Indonesia and the Victorian there, Tully Wiley. A big fella up against a smaller fella at Indo, against an Australian, a natural footer against a goofy footer right now. All right, I'm really looking forward to this, Bill.
Totally looking forward to it, mate. What a result this has been. A really challenging week for everybody. The organisers, the conditions, the surfers. Everyone's kept their cool. It's been a great fun day 7 now we are of competition. And a really good result for this final, I reckon. An Indonesian, like you said, taking on an Australian. This will be a new champion, right?
Yep.
Yeah, regardless of the outcome.
Yep.
Yeah,
sure
just like the last final with the women's, that was a new champion, and we are pretty much guaranteed a new champion for this of the men's.
3.5 minutes in, 35 minutes. We're going to get a whole lot of goodness coming out of Philippa Anderson shortly. There she is. She's put the bowler's hat on. She's down there. Freya gives her a big hug. They're really good friends as well. Philippa Anderson has a lot of friends here. She is very humble, well-spoken. Oh, they're going to try and cheer her up. That's going to be gnarly on these steps. It's like, you guys do not slip, whatever you do.
They're pretty tough.
Maybe wait till you get off the rocks.
That is so good. I love it.
Sean Gilhurley down there with the camera, catching some clips for the highlight reel. Big atmosphere down here on the beach today. Oni, you're going to be going down there shortly at the end of the men's final to do what Giada's about to do, which is have a little chat with the winner. So talk it up, my man.
Well, that is the highlight of my day today. I will get to talk with the champ of the men's QS 5000. How's that?
Epic.
Big deal, mate. You should be honoured to be the person that gets that opportunity. So talk the hell out of it.
Yeah. Here we go. Blue is paddling for Taliwali, opening. He's staying busy right here. Nice first turn. So he's been going vertical on his turn. We're waiting for that. Just too vertical. It went 2 o'clock there.
Billy.
Yeah, this is Rio Waida. You can hear the crowd cheering him on. The local lad absolutely tearing the bag out of it. The crowd lapping it up. You hear the cheers behind us. Drifts the tail on that one. Very rarely making a mistake in the last couple of days.
Yeah, that was pretty cool. I really like the two different approaches. Tully sticking with his strength of trying to throw it up there in the pocket. Drew the error on his third hit. Meanwhile, as we were saying earlier, that when we were chatting with Giada, Oni, Rio's got a big bag of tricks and he tries to bust them out and mix it up at every opportunity. I'm sure we're going to see an air thrown by Rio as well at some point during this final, because we know he's got all the moves in the book, right?
For me, as a person who's sitting here watching in the screen, I would love to see that. So why not, Rio Waida? Show me what you got there, brother. So yeah, I'm excited.
You bet. I love the attack from Tully Wiley there too, Mark. He's not intimidated. Nothing to lose. The big wrecking ball and carrying on with that familiar form that has found him in the final against Rio Waida. Slipped off on that last turn, but looking confident and fluid.
Yep, so we're starting to get the judges' take on this final and setting an early scale here with a 3-3-3 for Tully. I can see a slightly better, a better number coming for Rio, so the early advantage will go to red. I don't think their scores, both will want to carry through at the end of the final. But Rio mixed it up nicely, lightning fast through most of his moves, strung together, I think, 3 separate moves that were all a little bit different. As Oni's saying, I'm sure he wants to see Rio take to the sky. Me too. I reckon he's got the air game that most people would love to have in their competitive attack. His confidence is oozing. He stepped it up kind of every heat today, and on finals day he's really turned it up a notch. Has he got more space to turn it up even a little more in this grand final?
You know, that's a really good observation, Mark. Excellent performances, but not really blowing everyone out of the water until finals day, and he seems to have just slipped into another gear, and his performance has been one to admire.
What did he put together in that other heat?
Yeah,
it was a high
there you go.
17
There's a
or
score
18,
in for red here. Rio Waida is open up with a 7-point ride. He's just showing that, hey, Tylee, I'm a CT surfer. I'm not coming here for second place, so I'm gonna show you who is the real Waida is. So that's what the mentality is the guy in red is bringing right now. So that's why it's exciting final for these two men in the water right now. Billy?
You're spot on there, Oni. And while we have a look at that 7, we're going to cross down to Gia Lagundri. She's got the women's champion of the Nias Pro 2023. Go for it, Giada.
All right, everyone, I'm here officially with the Nias Pro QS 5000 Women's Champion. Before we get started, I'm going to introduce Bonnie and the Bupati, and they're going to give you your check for winning. There we go. There we have it. Philippa Anderson is your official QS 5000 Nias Pro winner. Yep. All right. So, Philippa, emotional moment. You just won. Tell us what you're feeling right now.
Well, it's been a while since I've won an event. I'm so happy to share it with Paige as well. Out there was super cool. She's come back from injury, and it was, we did it for the older girls. It's so cool. My team and my family know it's been a long 5 years with a few things in between, and I'm so thankful. Every year I just keep putting the head down, and I got a fifth crew, and I've been working so hard both in and out of the water, and I'm speechless, but I'm so happy. Massive thank you, to my team at home, my mum and my dad, and all my sponsors, my friends, the guys that even work for me, they're just amazing. My whole team, Adam for just pushing me every day in the gym, Ivan has been there this year, and he's been with me for a long time. I've had a lot of other coaches in my corner as well, but this is not for me, this is for all of us. We work so hard, and every day I just wake up and I just keep putting my head down. So I'm so thankful, and just to my team, and obviously coming here to Nias, everyone, it's just amazing. The guys are so welcoming, and we're staying at Shady Palm, and the guys they've been so cool. It's just such good vibes, and I'm so thankful to WSL and the whole team here, the Asian Surf Co, what you guys do to put on events, not just for the Australasian surfers, but you can just see Rio's made the final, and he's such an inspiration, and this is where it starts. We have these events, so if it wasn't for you guys, I wouldn't be standing here, but as well, you wouldn't have an Indonesian on tour. So just a huge thanks to you guys for the event, and I'm so stoked, and this is for everyone at home. Thank you so much for being there with me.
All right, thank you so much, Philippa. Congratulations. You're out there with your best friend. You guys are traveling together. We saw you guys did exchange some words out there. So, was it friendly, or were you guys just not talking to each other?
No, we were talking. I said to Paige at the start, I was like, are we going to be super serious, or are we going to be able to talk? And she's like, we can talk, but we'll also be serious. And I was waiting for like a battle, and I just kind of built a house at the start, and I just knew what I had to do. And unfortunately she had a bit of a shocker out there. She's like, what am I doing? I have a 4 and a 3. But just in terms of us being on the competing for so long, to actually share that moment with like one of your best friends, and she just pushed me, because I know that she can just do some real big backhand turns, so I just had to stick to my guns, and it's such a special moment. I'm so thankful. So thanks everyone.
All right, thank you so much, Philippa. I'm sure you're a massive inspiration for all us women out there, and we're just gonna take it back to you guys in the booth to finish the men's final.
Well, unreal. Thank you, Giada, and you could see how much that meant to Philippa Anderson. So congratulations, Philippa. She spoke so well, and no truer words than if it wasn't for events like this, we wouldn't have someone like Rio Wider being the inspiration of the nation, Oni. So Philippa, congratulations on being ever the professional, but saying it from the heart and saying such solid words. You could see she was just about in tears here. So a huge moment for Philippa. Rio Wider, you could hear all the squealing going on during that interview. He's put together an 8.77. He's backed it up with a 7. So Tully now has got to regroup.
Tully's got to regroup, Mark, and he needs a couple of waves. 22 minutes remaining and a handful of change. The big Australian has to get going. I love that acceptance speech by Philippa Anderson. She was close to tears. I was getting a bit emotional too. You could see how much it meant to her.
Oni, what have you got for us? What did you like out of those words?
You know what? I really like when Philippa speaks, she's always inspiring, either men's or women's, or surfers or non-surfers. So she's such a great person she is, and as you can see, Tali Wiley is looking to improve. There Tali Wiley is going really hard on that bottom turn where he just fall off, so maybe he can feel the pressure a little bit, or he's a bit tired, or Rio is putting too much pressure on him. I'm not too sure, but you can see Rio is in first priority, and he's looking straight at Tali and say, hey boy, come here. I'm gonna win this contest. I'm not giving you any inch to run away from me. So you can see that Rio Waida is eyeing on the prize.
You know what I reckon? I reckon these two will not have any banter in the water. I reckon, you know, the girls just spoke in the water and they're having fun. And, you know, yeah, we can talk, but we still got to be serious. I reckon this is serious in this one. I can't see any banter going on in this final.
Mate, I saw him running down to collect his rashie. I was going to be the cool boy and give him a little fist pump. No way. He has the blinkers on, laser focus Rio Waida. Yep. There's one thing he's got on his mind now. He's made it to the final. He wants to win for all these Indonesian people on the shoreline. Have a look at him. Whenever he stands up, they go absolutely bananas. There he comes. It's just as you said, Oni.
Well, Rio
sit
Waida
on Tully.
Rio haven't won any contest since last year, so right now he's really hungry to win. Actually, you can see this turn really sharp. So,
yep, this is Rio's 7, the replay of the 7. A couple of waves going on while we had that interview.
All right, so this would be his 877 then. So let's have a look at what happened while G was having a chat. Nice smooth wave, really solid rail work. Up there into the lip, helping himself to every part of this wave. Really strong rail work. The judges loved it. Went close to a 9, 877. Has Tully Wiley in a 15-7-7 two-wave combo. We've got shades of the women's final going on here. Look at those numbers are very similar.
Yeah, but it's still 20 minutes to go, guys. So Tully has been on fire lately. I'm sure he was watching that final a little bit of Paige Harp. So I don't think he will make the same mistake as what Paige did. I'm sure he will try. Now he is in second priority. He probably gonna stay busy and build from the bottom. So,
and you know, Rio's got everyone on the beach, all the domestic crew in his corner. You know, being in Indonesia, and he's sitting right on top of him. He's just about on his deck grip. But Tully also has all the Australians in the athlete area on his side. You know, so he's right now flying the Australian flag. And he's a popular lad. He's leading by example all week, but have a go at Rio, just applying a little bit of body pressure. He's just about turned this into a contact sport.
Well, he'd be very brave to do that. I reckon Tully would almost double his body weight. But we are not in a contact sport, Mark. We are in a surfing sport, and it's Rio Waida with the aggression and with the poise. And his turns are looking electric.
Let's see if he gets any closer again. He's given him about 2 meters, and I reckon that's it.
So yeah, I mean, for Rio Waida, he really is showing all the Indonesian surfer. Right now we are watching as we here together with Febriansa and Fajar in West End. He's actually proving to them, Indonesian up and coming surfers, that this is how we do it to get to the WCT. So he's actually putting a show right now for all of us, and that's what role model can do.
He's competing hard. He's not giving him any breathing space here. The last time Rio went out in the water, everybody, he put together 19 out of 20 points. You know, a 9.67, a 9.33. I reckon he's going to bust into the 9-point rage again, because now he's built his house and he's got to start. He's going to really ramp it up here. He's got 18 minutes to do that. And Tully Wiley is just trying to go, get away from me. I've got to find a wave that I can do something on. And Rio's in his face. He'll probably paddle right in front of him here. No, he doesn't want it.
Well, this is the goofy footer. He's got to get going. 17 and a half minutes remain. He's got to go big, or he's got to go home. And that was a beautiful looking backside turn. He follows it up again. Strings a couple together now, Mark. Looking on point. Will this wave fill up with water? It does. Out the back, there's a smoother face.
Yep, Rio's picked an absolute A-grade wave here. So this is wave 2 of the set. This is the wave Tully would have had he had priority, but this is turning into Rio's best wave. It's a bigger wave. It's super smooth. The rail work of this champion is undeniable. And to me, best wave so far. I can see a huge number coming here.
Yeah, he just pointed his little brother, Rookie, hey, this is how we do it.
I think he might want to swap boards or something.
Maybe.
Or he's just like, that's how we do it.
Yeah, did you see that, boys? I don't know. He sort of was heading in that direction. Looks like there's nothing wrong with his surfboard to me. That was insane surfing. A nice answer back from Tully, but right on cue, an even better answer back from Rio. This is going to be some huge numbers. Judges will be well impressed with Rio's work then. It seemed to have a little bit more speed in that wave. The rail work was sharper than I've seen out of his other rides in this final. Dead set ripping. Really putting the vice-like grip on Tully Wiley with that wave.
And I love the paddle back out with purpose, Mark. He's not cruising out there and letting Tully sit out there and gather his thoughts. He is on the hoof. Love the look of this smooth face. Big wrap. Holds that rail a bit longer than anybody else so he can find that pocket nice and tight. That is a combination to die for.
Man, he is really means business here. It's the grand final. It's his last surf, 16 minutes to go. This is why he came to Nias, was to surf his best, and right now I reckon he is. Here's Tully's wave.
Yeah, Tully is set up for this first turn right here. Throw a lot of spray. That was a nice turn for Tully, and here's another turn for him. Unfortunately, the wave just went fat, but he's still trying. So the wave kind of went fat on that second section.
Tully's score is in. It's not that big.
4.07 for that last wave for Tully.
Basically, it was the one good turn where he spun the wheels on his first hit. But have a go at this, folks. 9.6. Thank you very much, Rio Wider.
Wowee.
He's already amassed 18.37 points. I knew he was going to push into the 9 sooner or later, based purely off his semi-final performance.
Well, he goes from strength to strength, doesn't he, Mark? Maybe he peaked early. Not a chance.
No, I reckon there's more. I reckon the 8.77 disappears before we're done here. And you can see why at the end of that wave he pointed to the caddies. And you're right, Billy, he was probably going, there you go, boys. That's how you do it.
Yeah.
It was pretty sick. Wasn't even a claim. It was just a there you go moment.
Yep, I loved it.
He's I've been talking to him and a couple of his friends. He said, like, man, I really want to give some back to the Indonesian surfers, but I think this is him doing it by silently, more action than talk. So that's how Rio Wider always does his inspiration, by doing his action. You know, he's always watching a lot of Conor McGregor, the UFC fighter, to inspire himself.
Good.
I travel with him a lot, and here's go.
Tully Wiley now, the backhand attack of the man in blue. All right, swings it around. This is a better section for the big fella. Really whips it around there. A lot of board speed throughout that one. This wave filling up full of water. You know he's still got work ahead of him. A massive requirement of 18.37 in 2 waves. Will that break him out of combo land? Look who's busy again.
Oh, my God. It's a tiny little wave. He's just, I don't know. What's he going to do? That was a little bit. Is there something wrong with the board? Is he going to go and change?
No.
He's still looking at the caddies for some reason.
No, I think he wants to get close to Tully. He's on the way out.
I'll just turn this into a paddle battle.
Yeah.
What, he's such a gnarly competitor. He's just going to wait for Tully, you reckon?
Yes.
I haven't won anything in half an hour. I better win this paddle battle.
All right, so Tully's wave here. He really needs some big numbers. He's got to be an 8.37 just to get out of combo.
This one was good.
Yep.
But one turn's not going to do it, Mark.
No, he's the juggernaut of Rio Wider is just smothering the flame of Tully Wiley. Even his paddle out's looking a little deflated. Rio Wider, what an absolute jet he is. And, you know, over the years, mate, let's have a look at that number he's in. So a 6.73 is a really good number. Solid surfing. His best number still needs 18.37.
Wow.
Yep. So we know Rio's a training demon. He's got to be one of the fittest guys around and one of the hardest working pros on tour. So this is just every day of the week stuff for Rio. This is like, you know, what he lives and breathes.
That's
and, you know, he won't feel fatigued at all. He's right where he wants to be and right where he knew he could be, with these numbers in the final with a solid lead. So Tully now, he's really got to dig deep, Bill.
He does have to dig deep because look who's got priority out there. It's the surfer in red.
Let's see where he sits this time. Yeah, he's right on him.
Yeah, couldn't get any closer, so unless they swap leg ropes.
Clicking his heels. Just relax now. Stands up. He wants more. I'm gonna tip that Rio improves on his 8.77.
I'd love to see it.
We all would. Oni wants to see him boost.
Well, this is the QS 5000. Nias, where are we now?
Sorake Beach, Lagundri Bay, South Nias Island. We're at Snarley's Villa. We're just at the back end of 7-day waiting period. It's been, you know, it started off in some small, minuscule conditions and it was all a bit dodgy. It got a little bit better each day, but still a bit dodgy. And then it just got a big swell rolled through and there was some moments of catch your breath stuff with some big drops and some big wipeouts and some breaking boards, and then it just rolled into today, and hey presto, it all came together. The athlete area right there, looking over their shoulders, there is a huge crowd. Check that out, folks.
Yeah, and just off to the right of screen, that crowd continues for about half a kilometre. So Indonesia is out because it's Sunday, and they're also out because their man, Rio Waida, is in a commanding position with just under 11 minutes to go in this final. It's a QS 5000, it's a big deal, and it is the last 5,000 in this region for the year.
And you know, the tourism department were a big part of this event, Bill. They wanted to get some heavy promotion going on. When you look at that crowd, I think your promotions work, guys.
Oh, yeah.
Hey?
Tick, tick.
Yep, tick, tick. A lot of people would be watching online. I don't think there's any other major events around the world rolling out, but this wave and this location and the players and their main person, Rio Waida, here as a CT surfer, has really all come together to provide this sort of a spectacle right in front of us. So with all the hard work Tippy and the WSL put together, the ASC and the WSL put together, that's the culmination of a whole lot of work. And when it comes together like this, I'm sure they're all kind of patting themselves on the back just quietly going, I think we killed it.
Well, yep, hard work pays off. Nothing great is easy, Mark. And I love that quote from Tippy he pulled out last year. We thank everyone for their criticism and their advice, but one thing we can guarantee is we'll never give up. And I take those words and I put them in my back pocket and pull them out every time things get tough.
Yep. It's been a great day. All the competitors to surf in stuff like this, everyone we've spoken to today, Bill, and asked, they said just the best waves they've competed in since 14 months ago when we ran this event. So I'm sure they've all been to a lot of events all around the world, but you come to a location like this that is a machine, it breaks all the time, and it actually sort of showed about an 8.5 out of 10 for what we know this wave can do, but it's good enough to blow everyone off their chair and go, best waves all year.
Yeah, that's true. For me, I've been traveling around, competing around the world for the chasing points, and this is definitely one of my favorite events. It's having the region, having for all the Asian to just come here to get points.
Oh, look at this!
So much better and easier.
This is right
so
where this is right where Rio will be coming in 8.5 minutes. Look what he's about to be greeted with.
Metaputi.
Yep, Metaputi is the flag right there. Indonesian surfers are everywhere. This is going to be a huge moment. Tully can still do it. It's just absolutely got to all come together for Tully.
Everything's got to go right from now.
Yep.
All right, Rio. Looks like he's going to give him that one. It's too small for anyone to paddle into it. So the boys sitting tight. Let's hope we see one more opportunity, fellas, for Rio to go absolutely ham on the next right-hander.
Yeah, I can see him taking to the sky on his next wave. The little ramps are there. I really hope a few waves come through. I'd love to see Tully ride at least 2 more and have a real swing at this combo total. Of course, we want to see Rio ride another wave. We're tipping that he's going to improve the 8.77. Just a monstrous performance here. A real flex of the muscles from a championship tour surfer who has just gone out today on finals day, Bill. And we were predicting that he sort of paced himself through the other rounds. He even got a second along the way the other day. He didn't put his best foot forward. He's gone, you know what, you don't have to until finals day. And bang, 19 points in his last outing. He's living on 18.37 right now. That's what champions do, Oni. They step up at the right time.
What a scary man to surf again.
Yeah, you have a feeling he's been sharpening the blade all week, don't you? Sitting back there and getting ready for finals day. Now he has pulled it out of the scabbard and is wielding it. Every final he gets in, he has totally taken it apart.
And I reckon being the gnarly competitor he is, his immediate thoughts right now is, I'm going to improve on my 8.77. I'm going to do this. I've got it. I've got it. I've got it. And that's all he will be thinking right now, I reckon.
Process.
He's just gnarly. That's the process. Get the process right, you'll get the outcome. And the outcome is right in front of him in 6 minutes 40. But I just hope 2 more waves come through for the big Victorian. I'm sure there's a lot of Victorians back there, mate, watching all this, and a lot of hard work from people like Surfing Victoria to make a pathway for someone like Tully to come through and, represent on a big stage like this and to be in a final. So all the gang down there, Adam Robinson and John Murphy and Roscoe and all the team in Torquay that roll out events, weekend after weekend on a lower tier scale, they provide these pathways for a Tully. And some of yourself has been through all these kind of pathways, Oni, to get to what you've done in your career. So all the national branches in Australia, they all have these organisations, Surfing WA, Surfing Vic, Surfing New South, blah, 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 etc., to groom Australian surfers to represent at the highest level. Rio's done a lot of it. He's had backing along the way as well, but his own progression has been his own destiny, and he's put himself here squarely through no fluke. He is gnarly.
Yep, you're right there, Mark. And, two Australians sitting up here, would have been great to see Tully Wiley do exceptionally well, but you can't help but have one foot in the Indonesian camp. We've seen this kid since he's about 10 years old, competing in all the junior Grom comps. He had that battle with Raju Sena for about a good 4 or 5 years where Raju had the better of him, to be honest. He'd always beat him in the clutch moment. He didn't lose focus. He didn't lose concentration. And look where he's come now. He's on the CT and he's absolutely dominating finals day at the QS 5000. There's no beating around the bush.
No, he's the man. So 5 minutes now, yellow flag is up. 5 minutes of a really huge event here. So thanks to everybody that's made it possible, all the work crew, Bill. We've got probably 20 officials in that in the judging tower over there, a big team of judges, a whole lot of crew behind the scenes as well to make it happen, headed up by Bonnie McLeod, who would be doing Ty Sarati's role here this week. So
great job,
Ty. We miss you. I know you would have loved to have been here. A good surfer in his own right who loves this wave. The production team in the door just behind us right here, they're killing it, rolling out all the broadcasts that you guys are seeing. We're not done yet with them. We are going to go down, and Oni's going to have a quick chat with Rio, potentially Rio, and then we are going to do a little mini presentation in front of the tower before the main ceremony will go down this afternoon about 5 o'clock. Rio Wider is up again, folks. Here we go. Let's have a look at this. 4 minutes on the clock. Is he going to get a chance to launch off a ramp? Look at him go. He's still staring this wave down. It doesn't offer him a whole lot. Won't go into his top two.
How was that crowd noise, Mark?
Hang on. Tully.
Tully going upside down. Really swings it around now. One turn only. Looks like he may have accepted his fate in this final.
Yep.
He can hold his head really high because it's been an impressive run. And not only has he done himself proud, Mark, he's really lent a helping hand to the rest of the Australian surfers here.
Sure has. Been down there, sitting there watching a lot of other surfers' heats, offering some advice, leading by example, more importantly, with his surfs. All his free surfs, the way he's been competing has just been dragging people along in his slipstream, the other Aussies, because he's just been this, 6'2" juggernaut, just mowing through the Lagundri Bay lineup. And, geez, I can't say enough good things about him. To this point, though, a little bit like Page, it didn't happen. There seems to be only enough room for one shredder out there in these finals, and it's been both the natural footers,
yeah,
Philippa and Rio. Rio's last score will be a throwaway.
And I tell you what, I reckon it's boosted his confidence and his belief in himself, Tully, because he said he'd won a QS before. It was like a 1,000, and when he won that semi-final, he was super chuffed, and it was his best result already.
Yeah, he was. So, a big emotional week for him. Might have run out of puff just at the pointy end here. Maybe a little bit overwhelmed by his opponent and what was going on, and just, 3 surfs. I don't know what it was, but both finals have gone a little bit like this, a little bit one-sided, which has been a pity, but it's almost identical score lines. The natural footers running away with both these finals. In 2 minutes' time, it's going to be huge celebrations down here for Indonesia and Rio Wider. We've also got a little bit of something else to roll out later on, Bill, for the crew online. Would you like to just let them know what we're going to do at the end?
Yeah, we'll go through today's highlights, probably wave by wave, or everyone that's gone into the excellent range. No surprise, Rio is featured quite often.
Yep.
But yeah, we'll savour this minute and a half, ticking down towards the 90-second mark. It's time to stand up and cheer, Indonesia. Your boy has done it.
Yep.
It's a moment to savour. It's a really tough run, mate, to surf all week, get through all those heats, the tricky conditions, and then come out on finals day and absolutely dominate.
Yep. Blinkers have been on right from wave one. First thing this morning when Rio surfed that very first men's quarterfinal. But this is Tully now. Needs 18.37. More to the point. Over and out Tully Wiley, the big Victorian.
Oh.
For all you Vicos down there, I enjoyed my time when I was there. I really love, the coolness and the vibes out of Victoria. And your boy there this time, he just ran into a machine, ran into a bit of a brick wall in Rio Wider. Absolutely no disgrace at all. Again, I've said this a few times today, he's another surfer that's won a lot of fans here this week, mate. And I'm sure his followers on Insta and the socials will be going through the roof because he's a lad.
He is a lad. And a heck of a surfer, that's for sure. Oh, look at the Indo crowd. That looks like Dedi Sentosa.
It is.
National coach.
Yep. So after this, Oni's going to have a chat with the winner. We are then going to do a live on broadcast little moment with all our finalists down in front of the judging tower. And there will be an official big closing ceremony presentation again at 5 o'clock. But for the crew online, hang around with us here. Here is Rio Wider with 10 seconds on the clock. What's he got for us this time, man? He gives it a pump. He looks to the beach. He does a little
belly flopper,
little funky twirl there, and the
There's
siren's
siren.
gone. He wants more.
I don't think he's heard it.
He's so focused, he doesn't even know it's over. He wants another wave. Look at the vultures, here they come, looking for some scraps out there in the lineup.
The free surfers. Let's hope there's a little bit victory lap for Rio here, Mark. He's going to be loving this wind. It's on his home turf. He saw it disappear to Australia last year with Marzi Harrison. It was built up as a bit of a redemption for Indonesia. Can one of them bring it home to the Indonesian home turf? He has done it. This is Rio Wider, your QS 5000, live from Nias, Lagundri Bay.
Yep.
That's your champion right there, looking right down the camera.
He hasn't even celebrated one iota yet. He's just so humble and cool. It's like, all right, yep, no worries. I'll wait till I get to the beach. He wants more. Now, you'd have to be pretty gnarly to take a wave off him at this stage, wouldn't you, if you're one of the free surfers?
Well, we are at Nias. It could happen. There you go.
Prioritas red. The boys in the lineup cheering.
Yeah, all the locals are loving it.
Maybe he's a bit scared to come in. He's going to get absolutely swamped. Where's Byrne Page?
He's going to get mobbed, that's for sure.
So that's the official scoreline, the 9.6 and the 8.77. Tully ended up with a 7.50 and a 6.73, so he improved a little bit as he went down through his wave count, but still fell short with that combo. Such was the devastation of Rio Wider. So Tully, a 7.50, a 6.73 of his own, still stacks up as a pretty good performance.
That's a winning smile, Mark. Right there. He knows what's going on now. All right, here he goes. A bit of a taxi ride in. Beat it, you other surfers. Give the champ his due.
Oh, someone's going to try and take this off him.
Absolutely going to drop in on him, Rio. That's the way. Beat it, kid, because that is the champion right there.
Rio's just laughing at him, going, are you kidding, Robert? Stop oiling me off. That's Rajo.
That's Rajo. What a cheeky little bugger.
They're teammates. I wonder what Rajo was saying to him there.
Well, this is all the moment belongs to Rio Wider. The crowd, you can hear it building in the background. He's going his S-turn his way into the inside section. Man, what a fantastic result this is for Indonesian surfing, and that man right there, Rio Wider.
Right? Is that right?
Yeah, that was pretty funny, Rajo. And look at him do the salute on the way in. He's saluting the caddies, the crew in the water. He gives it a pump. I reckon half these guys are just about going to run out into the lineup to meet him. He's riding his way all the way down to Dolan's now. It gets pretty shallow down there. This is one way to avoid the crowd.
Oh, look gangster. At him. Look at that business.
That was the absolute no-claim claim. The best no-claim claim I've ever seen. That's one way to dodge the crowd. Down he goes. Oni's going to be waiting for some moments before he gets to interview him.
There it is, mate. 2003 Nias Pro Champion, Rio Wider.
Look at the whole beach moving towards him.
They love it. He's going to get mobbed. I don't think he knows what he's in for.
Oh, my God.
Fantastic scenes here at Lagundri Bay. It's what the Indonesian crew have been hoping for. It's really fitting that Rio has spent his first year on tour, Mark. He's requalified, and now he comes back home and takes out this QS 5000. Beautiful scenes here. Things are going to get emotional, that's for sure. The smile, I think he's just applauding his combatant in Tully Wiley. He's had a great run through the draw.
Teamwork, well done. Congratulations to Bonnie.
All right, this is a
Taking a
little bit of a slip. Let's hope he's okay. Avoiding the crowd. There's the stairway he's going to have to tackle there. The big Indonesian flag getting flown. Mare Joy there, ready to savour the moment with his hero and good friend Rio Waida.
Well, these boys have got a fair bit of chairing duties to be done now. They're a long way down the point. There's a lot of reef to crawl across.
Oh.
Bit of Picari on the head, some Picari sweat. There's his brother.
Yeah. All right, here comes the national flag. He's going to love that.
Who we got there? Is that Feb? No, that's, is it? Might be Ungi.
That's Ungi, yep. A lot of hard work put into it. Up he goes on the shoulders. All right, the crowd loving it. The two commentators sitting up here, we're loving it. And that man there flying the Indonesian flag high and proud. He is loving it the most. Merah Putih Pertama here at the Nias Pro 2023. Oh, raunchous scenes down there on the beach.
How's the dual boards in the background? So cool. So
I love it.
They've got his caddies board there as well, and Rio's all smiles. He's finally released, some emotion and dropped his poker face, and it's all absolutely fun times from here on in.
Yeah, that's good. You know, you have concentrated for an entire week, Mark. It's been 7 days of surfing, and for that young man to be that composed through all the post-heat interviews and all the media commitments he's had for this week, and then come out on finals day and really deliver, it's something to behold. So yeah, he's entitled to release a bit of emotion right now and savour that win.
Yep, just such a professional effort from day one for Rio Waida.
Yeah, it's a ripper, Mark. I'll tell you what, we're going to cut to a quick break while he works his way through that crowd and the high fives. Don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be back with an interview with that man, Rio Waida, straight after this break.
All right, there we are, down in front of the athlete zone. It was a massive effort just to get Rio from the shoreline to this point, but look at the crowds. Bit of hysteria going on down there. This is the biggest moment I've ever seen down here at Lagundri Bay. Been to a few events here, Billy, and nothing like this. The crowds have just mobbed in this week.
Check.
Words out that there's a superhero on the beach. His name is Rio Waida.
Unprecedented scenes, mate, and it's really healthy for Indonesian surfing. A big tick in the box for everyone involved. Look at that flag flying high and proud right behind the little prezzo area. Oh, it's fantastic to see. It's been a long, hard week, but I tell you what, it's all worth it. And the result the Indonesian gang were hoping for has come. It's come true.
Yep, this was the dream scenario really for Indonesia and the promotion of the event. It's unfolded right. That's played out exactly the way perhaps the tourism department wanted it.
Yo, bro.
I can hear Ronnie down there. He's ready to have a chat with the champion. I've asked him to send it, so this could go anywhere.
Yeah, it could go anywhere. He's getting more excited than anyone. He's a passionate Indonesian, that's for sure. He's seen a whole lot of the pro surfing world has on Ionwa, so very fitting that he gets to have a chat to the champ. We'll be crossing down there very soon. Just getting all our ducks in a row. Look at all the media throng there. They'll be taking photos and getting all their content ready. Super stuff. A bit of a high five from Tippy Jubrick. Replays. Oh, this is his 7 that he started with, Mark, and you think, well, this will be a keeper. But he went on to get that 8.77, of course, and the 9.60. So he was off to a flyer through that final. This one now, I imagine, is the 8.77. Yeah, it is. What did you like about this big wrapping turn? He's had that on dial the entire contest.
What I liked about it all is just, pinpoint accuracy with all these moves. The 8.77 was just really good. This is the big one. This is the 9.6. All right, so everything about this wave was done with a bit extra speed, a little bit extra sting in every move, and he really started feeling it. He'd already had a couple of feelers and then just went, right, really going to redline it, and he did. And this is what a 9.6 looks like, everybody. So they were the 3 highlights in the red column. That was enough. He pointed to the crowd. He pointed to the caddies after that, going, there you go, boys.
That's what it, mate, look at these scenes. It's magnificent. This is what you would be hoping for if you're in charge of the tourism department here at Nias. The local crew absolutely loving it. Grom's frothing. A few expat or a couple of tourists there checking out the action.
And I'll tell you what, Billy, there's about 50 other surfers that aren't down here. They're all out there in the lineup already, just feeding on the scraps of those finals. So it's a fair enough. A lot of people leaving here tomorrow. What an outing.
Yeah, we are bugging out really early, but I think you are going to hang around, Mark Cliff. That's going to be a great week for you. And this whole contest brought to you by the government of Nias Island and South Sumatra. And I'm sure they'll be chuffed with those scenes right there. So, you know, if you like what you've seen over the last week, get on down here and check it out. It's a great place.
But not next week, because I won't be here and it's my turn. Everyone packing up their board bags tonight, mate. I'll be unzipping mine tomorrow. And
well,
I'll get a couple of boards already ready to rumble. So,
all right, a bit of security down there, Mark. That was good. This is Mark Cliff. My name's Billy Hangan. This has been a great week of surfing, a fantastic contest. Behind us is Lagundri Bay, and just down to the right of screen is mayhem.
It certainly is, and we're about to go down there shortly and catch Oni, who's going to have a couple of words with Rio, but there's been a whole lot of moments where they're trying to get organised down there because it's, it's pretty full on, pretty intense. Lots of people. Bonnie McLeod is going to hand over the winner's check. I'm sure the Boo Party will be down there again. Everybody trying to get a bit of a look at what's going on. So there's Sean Gilhooly in front. Toto, what have we got, mate?
All right, mate. Well, I think people have enough of us talking. We want to hear from the champion. Oni Onwa, you have the champion of the Nias Pro 2023. Let's hear from you, brother.
All right. What's up, everyone? Now we're down with Rio Waida, the winner of QS 5,000 Nias Pro. As we're standing here with the Bapak Bupati giving the first place check. Soon we're gonna talk to him. Let's take a photo first. Styling. Yeah. So, look at this crowd. Amazing crowd. Ini live. So, we got this Toto in the house filming us. Yeah, we're really impressive surfing for Rio Waida. Soon we're gonna get to talk to him. For everybody's watching at home, the QS 5000 finally is finished. He's the man, the winner of 2023. All right, Rio, you ready to talk? Yes. Okay, let's talk.
Yes.
Tell me something. What's going on? What kind of beast mode did you have out there? You really smash it from the start of today, the final day. You really prove it to us. Who is Rio Waida?
I don't know how to explain, but I'm really happy that I came here in Nias, and today, the finals day, Nias show us the proper wave, the wave that everyone's dreaming of. And then, of course, I was stoked that I made to the finals day, make to the quarters, semi-final, final. You know, the final I was kind of a little bit more nervous. Maybe I saw more crowd and stuff, and I thought I had to perform my best, and then I think I did. You know, I got a pretty good score. I haven't watched the replay. You know, I have to learn and get better, but I'm happy how I perform, and I'm really grateful that there's so many people here, and I'm just really grateful that I have so many supports, and of course, you know, represent my country, Indonesia. You know, there's so many locals that said, Rio, please do it for us. Like they'll say, oh, it's been like Australia winning this event, so they want Indonesia want to win this event. So I think I did, and I hope I make everyone happy. So I'm really proud of myself, and I'm really grateful.
Well, you look at the crowd around you, Rio. All the Indonesians are cheering for you. So even include me. So congratulations, and any motivation for all the younger kids. You see any of this who will be the next Rio Waida?
Just keep surfing, keep dreaming. You know, if there's opportunity to compete, you know, what can I say? Just put on the list and, you know, just target. You know, just chase it. You know, don't just sit and wait for the event to come. You know, just chase. You know, every day you have to work hard. You know, no time off. You know, to achieve the good times. Like a moment like this, you have to really have to have a bad times to have like this big moment. So, you know, just keep do what you love. You know, I feel like life is a balance. You know, you're not gonna have a good times all the time. You know, you're gonna have a bad times and good times. So for me, it's my bad times always in the gym, kill myself, you know, and surf like 8 hours and stuff, and then the good times here, winning the event and stuff. So life is a balance, and I'm really grateful for this moment.
All right, that is Rio Waida, ladies and gentlemen, 2023, the champion. We're gonna welcome TP Jabrik as well. Come in front of TP. Thank you for guys. This is the guy who made the event possible. Thank you, and Bapak Bupati, terima kasih banyak. And yeah, you like to say any word, Pak TP?
Ya, yang penting Pak Bupati support selalu ya. Mudah-mudahan kita balik tahun depan. Thank you, One. Thank you, Rio. Good job ya.
All right, thanks guys. Back to up. Yes.
Rightio, Oni. Thank you, mate. That was a great presentation. Keep dreaming, Mark. This is Rio Waida's message.
Yeah, work hard. You know, good times, bad times, just keep working hard, and that's exactly what he did to put himself on the CT and, you know, get to those raucous moments down there. So, absolute inspiration to every Indonesian grommet with a surfboard, and everybody wants to be Rio right now.
You bet, mate. It's been a great week. I think we are going to queue up the highlights of today, and I'm really looking forward to this one because there were some massive scores dropped right from the get-go, and things got better as the morning went on. This is Rosie Smart, mate.
Yep. So Rosie had just an outstanding morning. It featured a 9.43 and an 8.17. This is the very first heat of the morning. Out of the free surf sessions, the rashies went out. This happened early in her quarterfinal. That was the 8.17, and she's got a huge 9.43 coming up next. So everybody online, stick around, watch these highlights.
Beautifully smooth wave, mate, and went from strength to strength. I didn't know Rosie Smart had that in her, but she's known it all along. Self-belief is a great thing, and so is skill like that.
18 years old, I asked her when I saw her before, and I said, I didn't know you could do that. Exactly like you just said. So we had a moment there, and she's cool as Rosie Smart. Meanwhile, this looks like Paige Harrob's 8.33 early on in quarter two.
Yeah, we know she can do this. She really put on a big performance last year and carried that form into quarterfinal number 2.
Next clip is the clip of clips. Everybody online, stay with us, hang in there, because this is Philippa Anderson. Check this out, Bill.
Mate, she snuck under that curtain. That took some really good surfing to negate that tube. She said she came out, she was that happy, and then had a second thought of, I better put a turn in.
It was already a 10. That was so sick. And here we go now with Rio Waida. His first heat, he put a 9.07 together in one heat. That was a solid tube. He had a really fight on his hands here up against Ryaru Ito, who put up a bunch of high eights himself. At one point, they were tied with 17 points apiece. This was just the blockbuster quarterfinal on the men's side. That wave was so sick. What was that? Was that his 907?
I'm pretty sure, mate. Yep.
This is more highlights from that first quarterfinal this morning.
This is the 907, I'm pretty sure.
All right, so him and Ryaru went at it big time. The Japanese surfer really threw it as probably his biggest challenge that Rio's had this whole event was that heat to get over Ryaru. And this is Ryaru here, so he got an 8.33 in this heat. That was it. And he also went one better in a moment. So we'll get both of Ryaru's waves.
Yeah, he definitely wasn't intimidated, was he, the Japanese surfer? He gave it a good old shake, and it was up against the local hero. Love the way he snuck under the hood there.
Yep, this is the 8.67.
Nice and dry. And
so his tube riding technique is to die for, mate, and his rail work is, pretty much second only to Rio, what we've seen this week. Oscar Berry, quarterfinal number 2, men's side of the draw, pumped his way into this thing, came out and did some power hacks as well. So watch the rail work here from Oscar. Big, heavy lad, copped a third placing here, but really put up a polished performance. All free surfs. Every time he put the Rashi on, that board was glued to his feet.
Yeah, testament to how strong those waves are.
Jack Thomas.
There was a snap board as we saw Oscar Berry going past. This is Jack's great tube. He did so well to work his way out of that, It wasn't an easy one. Gives the finger of salute to the crowd.
And this is the water view again of that same tube. So check this out, everybody. This is the best angle possible. He disappears. He's gone. He's right there on the foam, behind foam. It was all going on, and then he popped out, and of course he saluted and give himself a clap. So sick. Tully Wiley became a finalist with performances like this. This was quarterfinal number 4. He put together an 8.33 in this quarter and an 8.63. So they're both going to look pretty similar, these replays. We'll probably see 2 rides of the man in blue here, Tully Wiley.
Sam.
Just going berserk.
Sammy.
And in the very same quarterfinal, he was up against, I think we've got one more wave to come from old mate. So here goes Tully now, 8.63 coming at you, folks. For all the Vicos at home, your boy was shredding, absolutely going nuts. Love the bit of the juice behind him here to help his 90 kgs swing into performances like this. It was outstanding.
And mate, he was up against the winningest surfer here. This is Geordie Marie. He definitely wasn't laying down, and this was a 9.13. So that is what Tully Wiley had to contend with, and he overcame the South African in, I'm not calling it an upset, but a stellar effort.
Yep, certainly was. It was a tube a la Jack Thomas that we saw, but then added a little bit of spice to it for a 9.13. So this is the judge's view of that very same wave. A great tube. The big South African really flexing some muscle out here on Sorake Beach, Lagundri Bay. He knows his way around this lineup, that's for sure. Our last highlight, I'm pretty sure, is Rio, and this was a semi-final. He put together 19 points in this heat, everybody. So just, what a worthy champion. This was his highest scoring heat total throughout the draw. He went a little under this performance score-wise in the final. A mid-18 in the final, but this is what a 19-point heat looks like, everybody.
Yeah, he was dominating, Mark. Those big carved downs, and look where he hits the wave, right in the dangerous part where it's peeling over, that section right there. A lot of people were shying away from it, not Rio Waida. He was gritting his teeth and taking it on, and that's what garnishes you all those points. All right, I'll tell you what else we have are the 2 best waves of that final.
All right.
Why don't we relive those? As we saw him grab his Rashi, super focused. I was telling you that I tried to give him a little fist pump and a good luck. He wasn't having any of it. He was totally focused, and this is why.
All right, so this is one of the waves of the grand final. Do we know what number this is, Bill?
No, I can't remember. He's been in the excellent range that many times. This is an 8.77, there's my notes.
All right, and then he put together a 9-something as well. So Rio, hands down, BOG here over the, finals day, and that's when it counts. This was razor sharp. This was the 9.6, everybody. Just had extra sting and a bit more venom in every single move. It was the last good wave he rode in this final, and he really peaked at the right time. So congratulations, Rio Wynett. That was how you surf a finals day. That was textbook. So good.
Yeah, that's a really good way to describe it. Textbook, Mark. It's been a great week. Highlights for you. We've just covered all those. It's been started out as a little bit challenging. There were small waves, there was strong wind, and it's improved all week until what we had today on final Sunday. Cranking waves in the morning, a few tubes going down, and some 10-point rides from Philippa Anderson. That was a massive highlight for me, and just the whole vibe of finals day.
All right, so what are we doing? Over and out? So we done? I've got to actually whip down and do. I think we're doing a little prezzo in front of the judging tower. Maybe not. Maybe they're saving that for the official closing ceremony.
Yep, we will have the official closing ceremony soon, mate. It is over and out for you and I. Put it there, buddy. Woo-hoo. What we're going to do for the people at home, we're going to go through the highlights of today. The production crew have put together a great package. It's been an absolute pleasure, everybody. I hope you join us next year where we do the Krui Pro and the Nias Pro back-to-back. Thanks for your support.
Love.